got two more.
You did the one thing on there. You did the one thing. You out there defense. You went out there and stuffed them. Stuffed them.
Oh, good job.
That's a great job, defense. You stuffed them. That's a great job. In offense, you ran the ball, and they said you couldn't run them. You ran it right down their throat. That's a great job. Great job. Man, the good thing is we can get a lot better. We can get a lot better. We should have been up, what, 21-something at half. And it's a freaky deal. That punt, that return is the freakiest deal. So you knocked the crap out of that guy. And it's just a freaky deal. But, man, you fought 60 minutes. I told you you went on a 60-minute ball game. And it came down to 6-minute ball. I'm proud of you. I'm proud to be part of you. Let's keep on working. Oh, yeah. Let's show them what Auburn's all about.
This is the Auburn Football Review.
And welcome to the Auburn Football Review, and welcome to the beginning of the Terry Bowden years of Auburn football. Coach, the script was just perfect yesterday.
Well, it sure was. The rain came early, it stopped, and the clouds parted, and we had a great SEC football, just like it's been played for years and years and years.
Tell me how you felt on the Tiger Walk.
Well, I tell you, that was worth the ticket right there. That Tiger Walk, I'm going to tell you, the feeling that the fans give you, that was one that you just can't talk about until you experience it. And I don't think I was more excited until that kickoff as I was at that Tiger Walk.
And your team executed so well for 3 quarters. You just had to be really excited, I'm sure.
Well, things kind of fell into the place like we thought we hoped it would. Our defense was able to control their offensive football team, and our offense scored some points early and did not get sloppy. And I think that's what we needed to happen. And it was old-fashioned SEC football. Ole Miss brought some players in here strapped up and ready to play, and Auburn came ready to play.
Preparation is such a vital part of this game, and boy, the preparation came in handy for the things that happened in that game for you, like the onside kick and things like that.
Well, you just don't know which part of the game is going to be critical. Your 3 field goals that we made, the one that they missed, our coverage of the kickoffs, our coverage of the punts, the recovery of the onside kick, which kicking game area is going to cost you. Their great return, maybe more great individual effort than a breakdown on our part. But the kicking game is always so important in a game like that.
Yes, it is. Let's go into the dressing room now and talk to some of the players right after the game, and we begin first with Reed McMillan after he received that onside kick and really iced the game for Auburn.
You are the designated onside kick receiver here, huh?
Well, I guess so. Sometimes you pay the price. I kind of paid it tonight when I caught the ball.
I could see you trying to get that ball down as quick as you could.
I wanted to get it down, but I knew there was a chance I was going to get hit in the back, and, you know, it happened, but I got the ball, and the guys covered me, and it came out well.
You had the same thing happen last year, didn't you?
Yeah, if I can recall. I can't exactly remember what game it was, but it was about the same play.
Our game plan at first was to come out and, you know, be able to throw the ball on because, you know, they're a tough defense to run the ball on, and they just kept sitting back and dropping 8 guys back. And, you know, we had to run the ball, and we got the job done. You know, the line did a heck of a job, and the running backs did. And you know, we had to pass when we needed to at the end, but, you know, we did a good job, executed, and, you know, we see what happens. We just got to keep working hard.
They told us we couldn't run the ball on Ole Miss because they blitz a lot and throw a lot of fronts on us. The majority of the game, we ran the ball. The defense went out there, played hard, held them to 6 points, actually. They broke the punt at the end of the game, but we fought, and we worked hard for this victory.
Defense, that's the word. That's what we're living on right now, defense. Every game we're going into, and we're going to stone
them. A lot of third downs in the first half. You stopped them. That was key.
Yes, I mean, that's Auburn defense, and I mean, we're starting to live up to it. I mean, we're going to live up to it every game that we play.
Jason, you played the option before, hadn't you?
No, no, it's the first game doing it.
But the recognition was there because you were in the backfield most of the time when they ran the option.
Yes, I know it wasn't really my responsibility for the quarterback, but I just played down the line from fullback down to quarterback, trying to find the ball.
I pulled it back out, and it went
about it.
What do you think? What would you say about the defense done? Get the job done?
Yeah, we got the job done. We still got a lot of work. Busted assignments. I busted a lot myself. I know we have to work on that. just take out a couple big plays, we'll be all right.
Well, you get down on all fours and you make the big play, huh?
Well, you know, it was just one of those great defensive calls Coach Hall called, and I just fortunate enough to go in there and strip the ball to the quarterback and recover, and they started a rally, and I'm just glad I was able to help the team win somehow.
It really put the game in your hands several times.
Well, I don't know exactly what kind of, I don't call the plays. I just go out and kick on fourth down. So, the kicks were big, and you didn't know how big they were, exactly how big they were until the end of the game. And turned out, you look at the scoreboard, you're like, well, those are some big field goals. So, but Brian Brinsfield did a great job, and Sean Carter did an excellent job holding the football, and Terry Daniel and Brian Karkoska both had great nights too. So, I think as far as a kicker standpoint, I think we're very pleased with our performance.
Okay, we're having fun watching the commercials. First time you've seen some of them, huh?
That's right. Finally got an Osmos commercial.
We should say, Coach, that we are, of course, replaying last Thursday night's Auburn win over Ole Miss by a score of 16-12. And were you surprised the crowd? I was. I thought it was really great.
Well, I tell you, it was so important for that crowd from Tiger Walk right up to the game time. Where the total support of that team, and it had an effect. I could just see it had an effect on our players, and it was a home field advantage, and it was a great crowd. But I thought there was going to be a big crowd. There were people, just the letters and cards and that we had gotten, and indications were that they were going to come.
Shame the students aren't back, because it would have been a sellout if the students had been on campus.
You know, there were a lot of young people there. I think the students, there was a good group of students, but not the numbers that we'll have when school starts.
Yeah. Okay, we will begin with Ole Miss' first possession and a key third down play that stops their drive. And this is so important in the first half. You stop them almost every time.
Well, the defense was in such control, and a lot of people say, well, gosh, I thought Coach Bowden was going to throw the ball a lot. But what happened, we got ahead of them, and our defense kept stopping them. We decided we're going to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball, and not let the turnovers happen that happened last year, or the sloppy play. And so we threw it when we had to. There's a nice catch there by Thomas Bailey. We threw it in the first drive, got ahead, and then we let the defense do the business. You'll see some throwing here. Frank Sanders caught that little pass over the middle and got us down. Now we're about the 15-yard line.
Fixing to be down inside the 10 here, and a 3rd and 1 play here, very critical in the drive.
Well, very critical 3rd and 1 here, and then I don't know if it shows it, but of course we score a touchdown. That is called back, and we have to settle for a field goal. Critical mistake. It's one of those you better correct, because somewhere along the line it's going to hurt you.
But scoring on that first drive is very important.
Oh, it set the tempo. Then watch this. There's Harold Morrow, one of our tailbacks, made an outstanding tackle inside the 20.
Big 3rd and 6 play coming here, and you stuff him.
Well, like I say, the defense was in such control, I kind of let Wayne Hall kind of write my offensive game plan. They were controlling it, so I was able to be very conservative and go out there and just try to do the best way to win a game. Great play. Calvin Jackson may have been the most valuable player out there, some of the plays he made.
Now, you get a turnover, and then Otis Mounds makes a critical stop on 3rd down there to stop that drive. And so the Tigers have played great defense so far, and now lead the game by a score of 3-0. And you are beginning now to get a feel for the game, I would.
Well, that's right. We came into this football game expecting them to blitz us every down. It had been their style all last year. We've had to throw the ball against a blitzing defense. Well, they come out and rush only 3 linemen and drop 8 into coverage, which means we have to run the ball. So the game plan was now established. We were going to have to run the football, and as we got ahead, they blitzed late, but we weren't going to pass then. We were ahead, and so we continued to run, and it worked well.
As we look now in the second quarter of the game now, you actually run a conservative play on 3rd down and 6 or 7 at midfield, to let Terry Daniel, if you don't make it, kick the ball deep and back him up.
Well, that's what we had hoped to do. Again, we were playing a field position football game, and I know there's a time and place for everything. For wide open football, the time and place Saturday was for hard-nosed running football, great defense, and getting after their quarterback. You see right there, David Premis was our captain for the game, had a great game, and watch, look at big play here. Mike Pelton not only sacks, strips the ball, but recovers the fumble, and now we've got the ball deep in their territory. That's a big turnover and a turning point now to give us a chance to go ahead.
And here it comes. Great blocking on the right side of the line.
Well, James Bostic had 138 yards Saturday. He's a very strong runner, and he's got a great goal line instincts. We feel like he's got great ability to run the ball on the goal line.
Okay, you're going to stop them again and get an opportunity to score more points in this second quarter when you really had to.
Well, that young quarterback for Ole Miss is going to be a fine quarterback, but
He was in the fire on Thursday night as he faced a very good defense. There's a little fake reverse, which holds the linebackers up, and James Bostic goes 50 yards down to about the 5-yard line. We run the fake reverse, and the linebackers will go the opposite direction and open up a hole.
But you get the 15-yard penalty and have to kick the field goal.
Critical penalty. We've got to correct that. We have a personal foul, a taunting type of pushing. They had a little shoving going on. 15 yards from inside the 5, and that's a touchdown callback for penalty, 15-yard penalty inside the 5. We get the field goals, but it cost us 8 points, and it's going to cost us. We'll get that corrected.
So you play out the second quarter, you go to the dressing room, really in control of the game now, which maybe you didn't expect to be this early.
Well, I think if what you want to do is just you don't want to be behind against Ole Miss because they can do so many things defensively. 13 points is a lot of points because of their young offense. You tell your defense, hey, defense, if they don't score, the game's over. We won the game. Offense, they're kicking off to us. If you can go down and put points on the board, you may just finish this thing off right then and there. So we challenged both of our units in the halftime and see if they could play 60 minutes. That's what we've been working for during two-a-days. That's what we've been running for, is to play a 60-minute football game. And we're going to see that it's going to end up being a 60-minute football game.
It certainly is, and we'll be back with some more halftime comment in just a minute.
I always carry my blue card.
We'll take time just to visit with them to make sure.
You're in at the halftime now, Coach, and your team has played so well, and you have a 13-point lead, which in a game like this figures to be a pretty good lead. Do you get worried about letdown?
Well, I'm not so worried about maybe a letdown as for someone to let their guard down. Maybe not cover a deep ball getting behind you, or missing a check, or being a little bit lax, and that would concern you. So we try to make sure our players understand they've got to keep their heads in the game, that we must play just as intensely the second half as the first, or something could happen, because no one's ever at a football game. We're going to see that come to about.
And coaches worry about missed opportunities, and you had those 2 missed opportunities, 8 points worth of missed opportunities.
It gnaws at you when you think you were inside the 5 twice and came away with 2 field goals, not because they stopped you, but because you stopped yourself with a penalty. And it gnaws at you, but you just got to go on. And we'll see as the game goes on how those can come back to haunt you.
Okay, and you'll see a fine third quarter played by the Tigers when we come back. Okay, move to the third quarter on a warm night at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn leading 13-0, and things happen the way you'd like for them to happen in this quarter. You stop them on their first possession as we move back into the tape. It's 3rd and 8 at the 34-yard line.
Well, again, you hope the defense is still working hard, and right there, again, their quarterback feeling pressured, misses the screen pass. Our defense is right there and still in control of the ball.
They're starting to blitz more now, I think.
Now they're coming after us, and again, if they don't hit you at the line, you pop through like that. And, of course, James Bostic, another fine runner, offensive line, blocking very well. Tony Richardson making a fine run behind that offensive line. Wayne Gandy there, and Jason Taylor, and Anthony Redmond, and Shannon Robeek, and Leonard Thomas.
Big play there to get down deep again.
Thomas Bailey catching the out route again as it was open, and then Scott Etheridge kicking one of his 3 field goals, was 100%, had a fine night with the kicking game.
Still playing the great defense.
Jason Miska, I think everybody's come to enjoy watching Jason as he's progressed from a walk-on to a starting linebacker. Like he said, he's got a lot to learn, but he plays very hard as well as all those other linebackers. I think our linebackers had a fine night as well as our entire defense and control the line of scrimmage.
Okay. So the third quarter is now in the books, and the lead is now 16-0, and everybody is beginning to relax. I hope the coach didn't relax, but and I suspect that you didn't mind taking the field goal to go from 13 to 16.
Well, see, the field goal there was probably one of those where we set it up, because now you're talking about 3 scores that they would have to have unless they completed 2 two-point plays. And so that's a cushion that you need to have with only 1 quarter left in the game. They have not done anything against our defense. You feel like this is probably the margin that we're going to need for victory. That was true. It was the margin we would need, but the outcome was not quite what we expected.
Now, we all expected that the Tigers would go on and shut them out and have one of those big decisive victories. But now, as we get back to the fourth quarter tape, Auburn has turned the ball over, and Ole Miss has just completed a 47-yard bomb, and this is the crucial 2-point conversion attempt.
There it is. Great play. Calvin Jackson broke up the 2-point play, broke up 2 on the evening, and had a great night. Then we come back, and here's a critical 3rd down to keep the drive going. We make a little out to Thomas Bailey again and again. That kept the drive going. We were able to knock about 5 minutes off the ball. And then they come back, and sack the quarterback. I believe they run him out of bounds here as he can't find an open receiver.
Stop him on this drive, and things are you're getting down to around 2 minutes now after Auburn's possession here, and you're in punt formation with 2 minutes to go.
Well, this is about a less than 2 minutes left in the game, and all we got to do is make the tackle. Look how many players. Watch what happens now. Everybody's on him, and watch. There's a little clip there that was missed. Of course, everybody was on the tackle and converged, and no one's left as he runs 70-so yards for a touchdown. And all of a sudden, we're way ahead by 4 points. But here's
critical play here.
And just like last time, there's Calvin Jackson again breaking the play up, and now we're up by 4 points. We've got to handle an onside kick. Well, my heart was in my throat.
The right people in the game, right?
You must have your onside kick, your hands people, your best hands people. And what more experience can you have than Reed McMillan? Doing it again, getting hit in the back after a great recovery, and that enables us to run the clock out and beat a very, very fine Ole Miss football team.
And a very excited head coach right there. They had used all their timeouts, so once you got the ball with a minute and a half, you were able to sit on the ball and run the final minute and a half also.
It's the longest minute of my life, I think, that last one, but a sweet victory.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. And with your dad there and all the family and everything, I guess it was a while before the Bowdens bedded down last Thursday night. Huh?
We talked a lot of football Thursday night, and there's just so much excitement because there's anxiety when you got your first game at Auburn, and it's your first SEC game, and you want to do well, and you want the young men to play well as they start this new era, and to have them go out there and play with their hearts so hard and win a tough ball game like that. It was one that you don't sleep much after that game.
Now that you've won the game, it's really good also to play a tough first game, isn't it? Because you get a pretty good read on your team.
Well, we talked about the pluses and the negatives of playing a tough team. You have to prepare for every aspect of the game. You've got to be seasoned ready for your very first game, and I think this helps us as we go into the season now. We didn't work into the schedule. We had to be ready the very first game for the blitz, for the zone, the kicking game, and all those things. And so we're not completely ready, but I think we're much closer than if we'd played not a very competitive football team.
Yeah, you had to have a little better feel of how things are. And we'll be back with some comments about next week's game in just a minute. Hey, Coach, you have worked through the emotion of a first game. Now you have to switch gears a bit to the emotion of playing the team from whence you came.
That's right. The 3 days we've had since the victory now, we've got to think about the next game, and it's Sanford, where I came from, and of course, I know a lot about them. I know a lot about them. And, you know, I know how they feel. They're going to come in here with a plan to win. They're going to come in here with hopes that they can come in and upset an Auburn University and make their season.
They would love nothing better.
And I feel like we're going to give them the respect that they deserve, and we're going to treat them like any other team on our schedule, and we will prepare as we prepared for Ole Miss and as we prepared for LSU and Southern Miss right on down the road, and prepare to play the very best football we can play and expect anything on that day.
You gave your guys a couple of days off after the game, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, the Thursday, although it kind of was a difficult for some people in travel, it worked out where we had tough two-a-days, a Thursday game 9 days before our second game, so we can kind of get well for a couple of days, not only recovering from a game, but from the two-a-day schedule. And so it works out pretty well. We'll still get the full week of preparation for Sanford, but after a good 2-day rest, and we needed it. Our young men have had a hard preseason and a tough first ball game.
You sound like you wouldn't mind those Thursday games occasionally.
Well, I do, but I think I've got to respect our fans and our people and understand the difficulties, maybe high school football games. How does that affect the high school football games in this state? How does that affect our people who work? You can't turn them down like people think you can, because we have agreements with the CFA and the SEC, but we must always keep in mind our fans and that this is their football team. We know there's going to be at least one next year and the year after because of the ESPN agreement.
Congratulations to you and the staff. You did a great job, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Auburn-Sanford, 6 o'clock start. Saturday, the Auburn Network, the radio network, will be on the air at 4:30, and we'll have the replay for you here on Sunday. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next week.
Coach Bowden's apparel provided by The Locker Room. This has been the Auburn Football Review, brought to you.
Never conquer, never yield. For Eagle,
All right, take a knee, man. Take a knee for a second now. Take a knee. Well, night's going. That's a good win. Good win. Wasn't pretty all the time. We don't worry about that. It's a great win. We get back to our conference now. Get back in the conference now. Play hard every time you go out there. You could be complimentary to those fellas in the press. Be complimentary to that team in the press. Took it to them. You did what you had to do. Came in here with an easy win. You saw a lot of junk out there, and we didn't really prep you for a lot of that stuff. We ain't got time to worry about that. We got other things to worry about. We got LSU. That's what we're going to be on right on tomorrow.
This is the Auburn Football Review with Coach Terry Bowden. Brought to you by your Alabama Coca-Cola bottler.
And welcome to the Auburn Football Review and a look back at last night's 35-7 Auburn victory over Samford University. Coach Terry Bowden is with us, of course, and I would guess that you had quite a few Samford ticket requests last week.
I tell you, I had more requests from Samford people than the Auburn people. It was a good win for us. I tell you, it was a great football game, and one that we got ahead early and played a good game, and Samford played a good game.
With the intensity that you had last week against Ole Miss, did you expect or did you even want to approach the intensity for this game that you had last week?
Well, you know, the Ole Miss game was so big. I'm not sure you can get that same intensity every week. And at Samford, it was important that we go out there and establish control of the football game and then play a lot of people. And Samford gave us a little bit of football we weren't expecting. Did a super job. And so, really, it was a game that was good for everybody.
I think you're right. Let's go in the dressing room right now, and we'll talk to some of the players and get their reactions to last night's game.
I say some of the plays they got was just breakdowns on us. I mean, we got our pass rush, but we didn't get enough sacks, and
didn't have that real tenacity that you had last.
Yeah, I mean, you know, by it being Samford there, you know. Yeah. But I feel like next weekend everything will be different.
Well, I made a few mistakes myself, you know. That's what cost us the touchdown, really, but they came out with a lot of motion, and we had to adjust early, and we couldn't. So.
You've seen some things to work on going to LSU, huh?
Yeah, we got a lot to work on.
Your thoughts going back to Louisiana?
We're going to play hard. We got to play hard. They had a good team this year. I was watching the game before our game, and they give Mississippi State a run for the money. You know, I'm excited about going home, playing in front of a lot of my friends and family, but I'm going to go down there and play hard as I can.
They got some work to do, huh?
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do. You know, we wasn't a pretty win tonight, but they came in here ready to play ball, and you got to give a lot of credit to them.
You the go-to guy tonight, son.
It seems that way. I caught 2 touchdowns. Me and Stan was on a good page, and the offensive line did a great job blocking. Coach called the plays, and we try and execute to the perfection.
So he had some time to stand back there and wait for you to come open deep, huh?
Yeah, they was playing a man, sort of like a press man, and the line did a great job. The back stepped up and did a great job of picking up the blitz, and Stan just let it out there and made the catch.
Still got a lot of things you can coach, though, going to LSU.
Yeah, we got a lot of things. We got a lot to work on going to LSU. We made a lot of some penalties, but, I mean, it was a good win for the team.
Coach Bowden, all week long, he was saying we need to go out there and treat like an SEC team, but I think we went out there and got a little lackadaisical on it, but the second half, we started rolling. The offense played real good, and defense played real good, but Samford has a real good team, so we had to just give them all the respect in the world.
Well, how did it feel?
It felt great. The offensive line gave me some great blocks. I just felt good being out the whole season, coming back this year, and everything was just great.
Steven had a great night. I don't know how many yards he had, how many TDs he had. Yeah, but you know, I tell you, I tried to block for him out there one time, and he's too fast for me. I can't catch up to him. So
I'm going to go find that tape.
Yeah, I tell you, I kind of watch it. I just kind of trail him and say, okay, you get it done. So I can't do that.
I got poked early in the second quarter, and I tried to make it through the game. We came in at half, and they checked it out, and they told me since we was up, you know, it wasn't no need of aggravating it. So they took me out and patched me up. You know, we were going to put the shield on and some shades, but we didn't have it, and so we just went with the patch and undressed.
Surely some of these wide receivers got some shades around it.
No, I don't think they barely catching the ball now.
Big senior tackle can get away with remarks like that. We'll be back with Terry Bowden's assessment of last night's game on the Auburn Football Review.
As a police officer.
Okay, we're going to see that Auburn comes out and scores 2 quick touchdowns, and I felt that you were looking for an opportunity, the right opportunity to put Stephen Davis in the game.
Well, I did not want to present a situation where there was a chance where he got in there and things were not to his benefit. And I thought this was a perfect situation. The game was not out of reach. It was still in contention. We needed him to play well, and he came in, and right off the bat, he scored well.
I recall in the press conference on Tuesday you said when he gets his chance, he's going to have to produce. I believe he did.
That's right. That's exactly right. He came through and played very well on the very first snap.
Let's go to the tape now and see Samford's first possession. They actually moved the ball a little bit on this first possession, Coach. They had a few things that you weren't ready for.
I tell you, it was the most difficult thing. I went out there and watched my players, the players that I recruited at Samford, and watched how well they executed an offense that we had not seen. They played down last week. They played a division below them. There's old Gary making a tackle right there, and there's Samford, and there's a good pressure by Willie Whitehead making a pressure on them. Anthony Harris is playing great football right now. A big interception for us.
Okay, you're going to cash the turnover almost immediately, come out throwing the football.
Well, we wanted to throw the ball a little bit more. We had run so much, we felt like this week, regardless of what Samford was doing, we were going to go out there and try to throw the football. Stan White throws to Derek Dorn and makes a big completion. Stan was 8 for 8. Look at that big play to Frank Sanders. Get a touchdown real quick on a little bit short pass. He makes a big play out of it.
4 plays to get in the end zone and make it 7-0 Auburn midway of the first quarter. Here they go. Again, they got a first down or two before. This actually was an interception that was disallowed because of an offsides, which you had several out, Coach.
Well, I was disappointed. There's a big fumble recovery. Look at Mike Pelton just gets around that football. That's his second big week, a fumble recovery. But if there's one phase of our game I was not happy with, we were offsides about 5 or 6 times. We've got to watch the football.
Here comes
James
the heavy
Boston,
man.
that's a short yardage play. Great run there. He was hitting the backfield, made a great play there. And here's Stan on the little fake reverse. Watch Dadgum Thomas Bailey. Great run there. Breaks 2 tackles. Andy Fuller getting out in front of him.
Leading the way. So Auburn is on the board so quickly, 14-0 now, still in the first quarter. Here comes Samford's next possession just before the end of the first quarter.
So that was great pressure. We really wanted to pressure that quarterback, Bart Yancey, out of Briarwood Christian Academy, Birmingham. I had signed him, and I was kind of excited for him, but I wanted us to sack him every time.
Stephen Davis, first carry. He goes 30 yards.
I tell you what I liked about Steve Davis. He was very excited to get in that game. His family came down from South Carolina. He ran hard, but he ran over people. You know, people are always wanting him to outrun people. He ran over a few people.
All right, as the second quarter begins, here he comes up the middle, and he will carry 3 of the 4 possessions, 3 of the 4 downs on this possession and score. And so, Stephen Davis has made his entrance into the Auburn record book, scoring on his first series of plays, and Auburn leads 21-0, 2 plays into the second quarter.
Well, the only thing I think we did wrong, we got ahead 21-0, and we kind of got sloppy after that. We got a little bit lackadaisical. If we'd have stayed with what we were doing, we'd have been fine. But I called some plays, tried to get another cheap score quick, and made some mistakes. But it got to the point where I think we were in control of the football game at that point, and it was just a matter of making sure we just played a lot of people, did the right things.
Stan, at this point, is 6 for 6, 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's having his best day.
Well, you know, we did not throw the ball last week. We wanted Stan to come out and throw the football, throw it under a situation where the game was not in control. He was almost perfect to start the game. Very pleased with Stan White Saturday.
It was interesting the way Samford used Ron Green, which must be a great talent, because they threw quickly to him and let him operate against the cornerback, and then they're going to go to him on this touchdown play.
Ron Green is a wonderful little athlete. He was signed at Samford out of a junior college on a baseball scholarship, and he did a super job for them. Him and the tight end, the little H-back they have there that played so well. But Ron Green did a wonderful job. He's a good little athlete.
All right, we pick up the action in the second quarter now, and Samford is about to get their touchdown. It was almost too easy, huh? 21-0.
Well, 21-0. They did a wonderful fake here as they make a double fake and throw a little play to Ron Green over the middle, and it was a well-executed play. We made some mistakes there. I think that's a good lesson for us because, again, you've got to play coverage. You've got to play coverage football.
But look how quickly Auburn answers. White going up to Derek Dorn again.
Derek Dorn made a couple of nice plays short, and I think it was about a 2-play drive because we hit him short, and then we go over top on the next one.
Right.
Make a good fake.
Big play coming here. Look at the time he has to wait for the receiver to come open.
Well, they had nobody in center field, and we let the left-right centers come across the field, hit him on a post pattern, and it was 28-7 at that point.
Okay, for the rest of the second quarter, watch the Tigers play defense.
Well, there's Willie Whitehead again. He plays with such enthusiasm. He's a reckless football player.
And consistency, you know.
Well, he's going to play hard every play. That means he's going to be around the football. Oh, there's another great play there. Look at the good tackle there by our defense and get a sack there.
And so it's 28-7 at the half. Your offense has been very quickly. They have possession on you. They've held the football more, but you've scored so quickly.
Well, we scored 4 out of the first 7 times we had the football and got ahead quickly. And I think at that point we were doing some things, started to sub already in the first half, and it got to the point we were ahead of the people and we're able to sub some people and get a comfortable lead.
You are starting to think then that this is going to give you the opportunity in the second half to use a lot of people. Huh?
Well, we were already in the second quarter using some good people and mixing it up a little bit and substituting on our line. And it did not stretch beyond that, but it gave us a chance to play people when the game was not out of reach.
You've got a lot of things to talk about defensively, though, at the half.
Well, I'll tell you, see, Sanford did a super job offensively. I tell you, our defense only had 1 game film to look at because they had Chan Gailey at Sanford had 1 game under his belt in college. He had not had any other game film, and they played a Division II team. They didn't use much, and so we were just trying to react to things that they did. But in the second half, you'll see where our defense shuts them down. And
he used his, Chan, to his credit, used his diversity of experience in football to have a pretty good plan.
Well, I tell you, he did a great job. That was a much better offensive performance this year than what I did last year against Sanford, against Auburn.
It was obvious that they played really vanilla last week, too.
Yes, there's no question. We did not prepare for anything that we saw.
Okay, we'll be back with some halftime comments in just a minute. We are at halftime as we review last night's Auburn 35-7 victory over Samford University. The offsides penalties were something of a problem because you lost 2 turnovers.
Concerns me very much. We had 2 interceptions that were called back on the offsides penalty, and again, that's a lack of concentration. A defensive
Were they doing anything on the count that may have caused that?
Well, they just changed their count on 1, on 2, on 3. We need to look at the football and go on the football. It's an error that I'm thankful that we saw it in a game which we won because it's something that will hurt us down the road if we don't correct that.
All right, watch this, Coach. This is the Auburn Alumni Band coming at you at halftime last night. You missed this, but this is about 400 folks. Can you imagine the thrill of these people dusting off the old horn and finding the batons and coming out and performing?
Well, I got a lot of letters from former band members who said they were coming and were excited about the game, and I knew they were going to have a great band there tonight. But look, they were so excited. In pregame, I could hear them playing. They played as they marched around the field. It was a great experience. We had a great crowd.
Yeah.
I tell you, the crowd is continuing to push us through, and we're going to lead them down the stretch as they were there on Saturday night.
It was a great night at Jordan-Hare, and we'll be back with second half highlights with Terry Bowden in just a minute.
For hard-hitting, wide-open football excitement. For a tradition of pride, teamwork, and athletic performance. For the thrill of collegiate competition, you can always count on Auburn University.
And when I want real refreshment...
Did you feel like you wanted one more score before you felt totally in control and could play anyone you wanted to?
That's right. We wanted to come out and establish the ball game, get a score, set the tempo for the second half, and then we were going to say, whatever the score is, let's go ahead and substitute and just do the best that we can with that, because we've got to get some depth at our positions, and depth was the most important thing, much more important than score.
All right, let's go to the third quarter tape now, and we will see a big interception by Brian Robinson, who I thought played an excellent game. He had a cause fumble in this interception.
Well, Brian Robinson's getting better every game. He's getting a lot of early experience. They try to throw a little trick play, watch Brian react, make a great interception there, and make a good return, and you'll see he makes the great return down the sideline, and I think in about 2 plays, Steve Davis, or we put the ball in the end zone.
Right. Starting at the 13-yard line, Davis runs for 3, and then watch this play coming up for the touchdown, his second of the evening.
Just a little toss sweep, and he finds a crack, You watch how he bulls his way into the end zone. And again, he's 220 pounds, so he's a powerful tailback.
That's why those backs go backward when he hits him. Is that right, Coach?
That's right. I mean, when you've got that kind of size, if you run hard, you're going to knock people backwards. Good breakup by the defense there. Again, I thought defense came out second half and played very well.
The adjustments obviously were good. Here comes the big run of the night, the longest run of the night, but you don't get anything out of this one because a couple of mistakes down inside the 20.
Well, we were starting to sub the second half, and we threw a pass. We tried to throw a pass right off of that play, and we substituted, and we've had some missed assignments, and they got some sacks. And again, it's disappointing that we get sacks like that, but maybe we'll gain some experience doing that. Willie Whitehead, again, it seems like every time I say something, it's Willie Whitehead.
3rd and 14 here.
Great play there. Willie Whitehead again.
Boy.
Just the way he plays. He's always running very hard and working very hard.
So it's a 35-7 game at the end of the 3rd quarter. Now, you have the game, and now you can really get a look at some of the people you want to see and people you want to reward with some playing time.
Well, that's right. I think this was a time when you substitute and put a lot of people in. And again, I think if we'd have passed the ball and done a lot of mixed-up plays, I think we could have produced a few more points. But at this point, I'm looking for people who get game experience, get the jitters out, not worry about the playing time and get that out of the way. And so at this point, we played a lot of people, and it was a good finish.
You had a smorgasbord of punt returners. And was this intended?
Well, you know, Thomas Bailey, who is our #1 punt returner, had a little bit of got bruised back in the first half, and instead of worrying about it, we just took him out and got him dressed and went to some young freshmen, Lewis Battle, at the punt return man.
And now we're going to see Sean Carter make the best punt return of the night. He is a steady, isn't he? I mean, he's a tough little guy, and he plays, at about 140 pounds?
He's not very big. Sean Carter was a walk-on who plays a lot. Sanford last year, he got his first punt return, got killed, broke his shoulder, broke his collarbone, I believe. But look at that great return. Sean Carter came back a year later against Sanford and had a great return on one of 2 punt returns.
That's what college football is all about, to see little guys like that out there playing and contributing.
Look at Patrick Nix runs a little fake reverse and hits Tyrone Goodson, his first catch of the year. A young true freshman out there getting his first catch, been hobbled by a hamstring, but made a good catch, and now we got the ball down.
We'll just show a few big plays as the game winds down now. Carlos Thornton making the play there, and you got a lot of folks in the game now.
Well, this is where it's important to get playing time now as people start to make tackles, numbers that you haven't seen very much. And there's the good tackle there as he collapsed in on the play. Marcellus Marstella, we got to have him some playing time. Linebacking depth has got to come through for us because next week LSU is out there.
Well, here's a name, number 17, handing it off to Malcolm.
Well, I tell you, Ramon Malcolm, I tell you, there's a name that you're going to see down the road. We talk about Stephen Davis and Harold Morrow and, of course, James Bostic. How about Patrick Hisolda? We run a little negative. Look at him pick up yardage there. Patrick is a wonderful person and plays. Everything he does seems to go well. So it was a play. And there's Chan Gailey again.
You got an opportunity to say hello to some of your guys here, your former guys.
Well, it's the first time I've had a chance to. And again, that was a very, very tough thing to leave. A bunch of fine players. But I'm in Auburn now. And I've got to be close to my players. But there's some wonderful players at Sanford. A great experience for both teams. 35-7 is a good.
They all came out to see you. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, we'll be back with some final comments in just a moment. Challenge for the Tigers Saturday night. They go on the road. First big road game against a conference opponent and a team that just comes off a terrific win over Mississippi State.
Well, I tell you, there's no tougher place to play than at LSU Stadium, at Tiger Stadium. It's going to be a tough one. The conference is, like always, a battle, and now we've got to prepare.
It's a scrap, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, everybody, I tell you, you don't know who's going to be top in the conference. We go into a very tough stadium to play a team that had a big win over Mississippi State, and we have got to have a great week of practice.
Okay, and tune it in on the Auburn Radio Network to get the play-by-play from Jim Fife and Charlie Trotman. They are on the air at 5:30 Saturday evening. Game kicks off at 7 o'clock. And, of course, we'll be back here Sunday.
We've got a great atmosphere for a college football game. Auburn's coming in 1-0 also. I think our players improved this week as a football team. That's something we did last week from the A&M ball game to the state game. It's very, very important that we line up today. As always, we got to eliminate the big play by Auburn. We've got to chase the football defensively. We've got to protect the football offensively. We've got to attack their big running backs to be successful tonight.
Inside LSU Football is brought to you each week by Golden Flake Snack Foods. One taste, and you're stuck on Golden Flake. By Jeep, See the Jeep Grand Cherokee today at your...
1993 got off to a good start as LSU really dominated the first quarter of play and led 7-0 at the end of the quarter. But the Auburn football team took control of the game at that point, and the halftime score was 21-7. Let's take a look at first half highlights. Eddie Kinnison stands at the 22. He's averaging 15.6 a kick, and he'll have a chance at this one. It is a great kick. Kinnison way back at the 12. Back upfield to the 15-20. He's at the 25 outside, turns the corner 30. 35 at the 40, 45 down the far sidelines. He has one man to beat, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Auburn 35-yard line. What a run by Eddie Kinnison, and it was the punter, Terry Daniel, that saved the touchdown. Second down at about 3. Toss to Williams, far side. Johnson it is. First down and more. 15. He's down to the 13-yard line. First down for LSU. Besh and Ray to the far side. A big play here early in the ball game. In motion, Johnson coming to the near side. Howard drops to throw, being rushed, and he tosses it out. Touchdown! Scott Ray right over the middle, and Howard saw him coming, and the Tigers score first. Sanders to the far side, Bailey to the near side. I formation on second down and 9. Fake toss. White back to throw. Plenty of time and throws it deep, and it is incomplete. Well defended. No. Did he catch it? Yes, he did. Shotgun formation again for White. Calls for the football. Drops the throw. Tigers with a big rush. Throws over the middle. Complete first down. Down inside the LSU 35. The Tigers were blitzing and got burned as White flipped it over the middle to Frank Sanders. Receivers on both sides in an I formation. And here is White tossing it out to Bostic. He is in trouble, but breaks it right up the middle. He's going to score. At the 5, he's caught from behind at the 1-yard line. I formation, one receiver to the far side. White, touchdown on a quarterback sneak. 2 receivers to the far side, one to the near side. I formation, Howard play action fake, in trouble. Now he is going to run with the football, tucks it away across the 25, fumbles the ball, big pile up around the 31, and Auburn has it. Receivers both sides, I formation. White hands it away. Look at Bostic with his running room. He is going to score. Touchdown. Auburn scores twice in less than a minute and a half. Richardson and Bostic behind White on second and 8. And he has the football. Play action fake. He's going to throw the ball. He looks deep downfield, throws over the middle, and it is caught, I believe. And it is. First and 10, Auburn. Play action fake. Here is an end around. This is no, he's going to throw the ball, and he's got a man wide open. Bailey. He's got it at the 5, and he scores. What a fake by White. In the second half, Auburn really took up right where they left off as they controlled the entire second half of play, particularly in possession time. LSU did manage, and Andre LaFleur field goal, and the final score was Auburn 34 and LSU 10. Take a look at what happened in the second half of play. There's the snap. White back to throw, does over the middle, and he's got his man, and he's got a first down as he turns the corner to 30, the 35, and he's knocked out of bounds on a hard hit at the 40-yard line by Ivory Hilliard. Sanders to the far side and quarter to the near side, and here's a play-action fake. White, look at him, how wide open he is. 45, midfield, down into LSU territory and out of bounds. At the 47-yard line is Reed McMillan, and there was not a Tiger within 20 yards of him on the far side of the field. Auburn 3 of 4 on third down conversions out of the shotgun. Deep drop by White, screen pass. Look at this man wide open at the 10, the 5, and he is, let's see if he's in or not. I don't believe, at the 1-yard line.
He stepped into the vacated area, and there was nobody there to cover him.
White has just scored his second touchdown on a quarterback sneak. 2 receivers to the near side and an I formation. Here goes Johnson in motion to the far side, and Howard drops back to throw. He has time, and he throws it out there. Complete this time to Brett Besh, and that's a first down at the 27-yard line. And Sharp is the lone running back. Second down and 10. Howard hands it to Sharp, and Sharp breaks it to the outside. 45, 50, 45 down the near sidelines. He's got speed at the 30, at the 15, 10. He's out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Andre LaFleur will try a 22-yard field goal. Snap, place, kick. Good. And so the Tigers get points on the board. Richardson and Bostic in the eye behind Stan White, who has been really outstanding. Toss sweep Bostic. 30, 35. Look at him. 40, 45. All the way up to midfield goes Bostic. Scott Etheridge will try a 24-yarder. And right in the middle of the playing field, he knocks it through. 2 receivers to the near side. Franklin is the lone running back. Play action fake. And Howard fakes the end around and throws it down here, and it's intercepted to the 45-40. 35 still on his feet down to the LSU 33-yard line. 13-10 to play in the ball game. 31-10 Auburn leads. Toss sweep and a reverse. And going to the far side is Sanders. He's at the 25, and he is down at the LSU 21-yard line for another first down. Waiting on the snap. There it is, and it is down, and the kick has the distance, and the kick is good. And with 10:47 to play in the ball game, it is Auburn 34. Coach, you and I have talked, and I don't know that I've seen a game that turned around quite as quick as this one did in the second quarter.
I was very pleased when we started the ball game. I thought we'd pick back up where we left off last week after the state ball game. I really felt coming in the game we're an improved football team, and I think it showed the first quarter. But it's been a long time since I've been associated with a quarter of football that was a complete opposite of what you would like in a completely dominated ball game. We almost had right at 100 yards offense the first quarter. In the second quarter, I think Auburn had probably like 230, and we had probably like 60 yards total offense. And at the same time, though, it's 21-7, and we got a chance to make something happen right before the half, as bad as we played in the second quarter. But to go back in 21-14, and it was a dominating second quarter by Auburn, a very poor performance by LSU in the second quarter. And I think that's a big difference in the ball game. But yet 21-7, you start a whole new half. I did a poor job. We did not handle it. We did not perform the second half to put ourselves back in the ball game like we should have. That is me, and hopefully we're going to correct those little things next week. And it's a game of fundamentals. It's a game of throwing and catching, blocking and tackling. We did that earlier and showed signs. We played a lot of youngsters tonight, and our young players are going to continue to grow. And we're going to find some positives somewhere to build on and continue.
There's a lot of football still to be played, and we're really looking forward to it. Now, stay with us. When we come back, we'll take a look at senior quarterback Chad Lewis.
Auburn ain't won down here since 1939. And you're 3-0. And you know what you're doing, man? You're bringing Auburn back. You're bringing Auburn back. Now, we got 7 days to bring it back one more time, and I'm proud of you. Man, I am proud of you. Defense has a great job. Great job. You went out and you took it through. Offense, you came to play. You came to play. Now, we got a game ball now. You know who this got to go to. The all-time passing leader in the history of Auburn.
This is the Auburn Football Review with Coach.
And welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Auburn defeated LSU 34-10 in Baton Rouge last night. And, Coach, I suppose if you were going to write the script, you couldn't have done a better job than what really happened.
Well, I'll tell you, it was an exciting opportunity to go down to LSU and play, and our young men were excited about it. We were kind of anxious to get on the road, to be honest with you. Been right around the campus a long time, but it was a great show, and we had a Tiger Walk at LSU Stadium, and it made us feel at home with our people. Great win for us.
It was remarkable. Quite a crowd, and at times they were louder than the LSU people.
I really felt that there was ever an Auburn win where the offense, the defense, the kicking game, and the fans played a significant role. This was one because they were always there for us, and it made you feel like there was somebody there for you when things weren't going so well at the beginning.
Rarely do you see as many big plays as you saw in that game.
Well, I think big plays are what we looked for offensively. If there's a little definition of this game, it would be this is the game that big plays made the difference. Defense has been there Some of the running game has been there. Well, when you have big plays, they overcome a lot of the little things that don't go right. When we start making big plays, we can play with anybody.
I was so impressed, too, Terry, with the Auburn secondary because they had to defend the field last night.
Well, we were going to be attacked all over the field with the passing game at LSU. They're a wide-open offense that throws it in every possible way. The secondary, Coach Hines and his secretary did an outstanding job. I know they had a lot of underneath stuff, but we kept them from hitting the big pass over the top, and that is what's going to get you beat. That was a major, major factor in the ball game.
Yes. Yes, it was. Let's go in the dressing room now and talk to some of those young men who played so marvelously last night.
It seems like we're playing as a team now. I mean, defense goes out and do what they have to do, and the offense comes in and do what they have to do. I mean, so that's a big family, and we're back.
I don't know how many times he threw it. He didn't get it deep there. That's all I know.
You all were waiting, and you were hitting the receivers. Boy, it worked after a while. They started dropping and then escaped.
Yeah, they got kind of timid back there. We weren't giving up the big plays today, and we were really getting after them on defense.
Otis Mounds had a big play.
Yeah, it feels good.
The touchdown.
Of course.
Oh yes, I mean I'm real proud of our offense. Our offense, you know, was struggling last year, but this year they're coming on strong. You know, we got a pass attack and a run attack. I'm real proud of them. Yeah, I think that everybody was playing hard, running to the football, and that was the main thing. That was the key. The secondary played great.
As long as we play and keep everybody healthy, I feel like, you know, we're gonna be able to. I mean, if he can throw it 40 times, we're gonna be able to put some pressure on him.
In my mind, those two big catches set up the game that kept sparked you and got those two big touchdowns.
That's what most of the players told me when I came out. But I think the offense, what we really need to do is come out and get our jitters over with. But after that, I mean, that was it.
We want to come out there and establish the passing game and the running game. You know, it was told us that they was kind of afraid of our running attacks. We want to come out and throw the ball and run the ball when we needed to. So what I didn't do, we had to do to win.
Stan likes to throw to you, man.
Yeah, you know, we practiced all week on a lot of fullback plays. You know, they probably key on the tailback a lot, and the fullback position came open tonight.
Yeah, you were delaying a lot and getting open over the middle?
Yeah, it was. You know, number 7, the defensive end, you know, he would like to rush a lot, so we just, you know, kind of bump him and squeeze by.
This is what you've been working for since you've been at Auburn, to go on the road and knock somebody out.
Hey, it's a great victory, 3-0. Everybody's just overwhelmed and excited. It's just unbelievable for us. We worked really hard, but we know the working hard's not over with. We're going to have to work harder because we got Southern Miss next weekend, and there's a good chance they're probably going to be better than LSU, and they're definitely going to be waiting for us. They've slipped up on us 2 times since I've been here, so they're no team to take lightly.
With your family watching for the quarterback that want to go over you 4 times, 2 touchdowns and 2 first downs.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting there, you know. I mean, you know, playing here in front of my family and friends, I'm really excited. I can't say anything. I'm excited as can be.
That fake reverse and throw just worked perfectly, didn't it?
Oh, yes. We practiced that all week, and, you know, Coach Bowden said it would be there. We just executed, and it was wide open. It just seemed like it took so long for the ball to get there. And
stayed there about 3 days.
And I was kind of scared I was going to drop it. Those are the easiest passes to drop, and it's just, I was praying that I caught it, and I did, so I did something with it. I'm happy for Stan and the whole Auburn team.
The greatest fake off the reverse I've ever seen, and you look up and you see Thomas Bailey down there all by himself.
Oh, man, I tell you, it was a great call by Coach Bowden. Sometimes he tells me, he's like, man, I just feel these things coming. We got to call this, you know, and it was a great, it's pretty hard to sit back there and fake it to Frank and sit there 2 seconds with the ball and just waiting for somebody to hit you. And it's a good play, though, and it came at the right time, and Thomas was just sitting there. All I had to do was catch it, and I was just glad I didn't overthrow him.
Indeed. We'll be back with Terry Bowden's insights into the game in just a minute on the Auburn Football Review. As well as things turned out, they didn't begin so well last night. You had some assorted offensive problems starting out, Coach.
Well, you know, a penalty can cause any series to falter. First drive, we get a first down, but we have a 5-yard penalty, and when you add that in, we only get about 14 yards instead of the 15 we needed on the first down play instead of the 10. And,
noise factor?
Well, the noise factor had a part in it. It sure did. And old Shannon Robeek, that's his home.
He was primed and ready, wasn't he?
And as you saw in his interview, I think he was more excited than anybody on our football team. But that happens sometimes. You just cannot let that get to you. You've got to be patient.
Okay, we'll move into the first quarter of play, and we'll see a great punt by Terry Daniel, who had himself another great night. He was going against the other top punter in the league, and I think he won the night handily.
Well, he averaged 48 yards a punt, and again, it makes everybody hold their breath because he kicks so far beyond our coverage, but
I don't think the answer is to ask him to kick short. Now, there's the safety. We thought for sure we had a safety. The official ruled that his foot had stepped on the line, but I think the ball has to go over the line. That's what it causes to get a touchdown, and that's what it should be to come out of the end zone. But
Looks like the referee ruled it, but the linesman must have overruled him.
Well, you see the defense playing good team football there as we have a good aggressive team play. Coach Hall had an outstanding game plan defensively. We were very, very enthusiastic, very good pursuit of the football.
It's raining right now, and it kind of washed your troubles away because after the rain, Auburn was a different football team. Right?
Well, it was a very humid night, and I was concerned because of our lack of depth at certain positions. They're faking the toss sweep, throwing over top. Stan White, Frank Sanders makes the big catch between two defenders and gets us off the goal line. Big play for us. It was the first of our big plays.
3rd and 6 at the 45, another big play here.
Well, Frank Sanders is really rising to the occasion and deciding he wants to be our big play guy. And him and Thomas Bailey did continually good jobs. And then this guy always wants an opportunity to make something happen.
He does the heavy work, doesn't he?
Well, the deep offensive line opened up a great hole for him there. And the toss sweep, if you run it enough time, eventually is going to make something happen.
Right over Shannon Robeek for the touchdown.
Well, Stan White got the touchdown on the quarterback sneak. The line had a good surge there to push the defensive line into the end zone to tie it up. And it makes you a little more relaxed. There's that great fans. We had as good a fans I've ever seen. Boy, defense is playing good, taking the line of scrimmage back to the ball carriers. I tell you, this quarterback they had did a great job of not getting sacked, but the pressure like this was there all night long. And, he was like 9 for 30-something, which means he was throwing the ball away to keep from getting the sack.
Solomon causes the fumble, and Jason Miska comes up with it.
Well, that's a big play now because it gives us a chance to get the ball in their territory. The defense gives us an opportunity. Here's a big play to the fullback. He got open in the secondary, and we were able to get a big first down there to Tony Richardson.
Tony had 6 catches on the night. That fullback pass was good to you, Coach.
Then with that little sprint draw there, they were rushing their ends upfield, but their guards were playing really on the line of scrimmage. It opened up a seam, and James Bostic ran the sprint draw and got a big touchdown for us to get us ahead.
2 possessions later now, and Auburn is about to go up again.
Well, we're on our goal line, so let's just go ahead and come off again with something big. We threw the same play over the top, but Frank Sanders rounded it off as they went deep and got us out, and we tried to make some big plays here. And here we go. We faked the reverse. We faked the toss sweep. We faked the reverse.
And the cameraman.
Well, it's a play that I felt because their safeties were so involved in the running game. We felt in practice, looking at the film all week with their safety involvement in the running game, that they would take a fake like that and gave us a good bit of excitement, and that quiets the crowd.
Yeah. Now, he gets hit as he throws right here, so there was not a sack, but there were many pressures in this game.
Well, again, that made for the errant throws. And the coverage, again, was extremely well. There's good effort and pursuit on the ball. Almost interception there by Brian Robinson. He made the great play and reacted to the football, but he dropped it as he went down.
Boy, the Dillard High School guys had themselves a night, didn't they?
This was critical. About 3 minutes left in the half, and James Bostic dropped the ball. Nobody hit him. A fumble put our defense in a very, very critical situation. Great pursuit, rush on the quarterback. He throw it away. They come out of here in the end of the half. No points. They missed a field goal. That was a major, major stand by our defense.
At this point, you have he has thrown 26 times. The front has rushed the passer so much in the first half. As you go in, are you worried about the fatigue factor? Because it was a terrifically hot, muggy night.
I tell you, it was one of the main things that I was concerned about. And again, that's why I mentioned the rain early. It seemed to take some of the humidity away once that rain came down. But you know, when you practice very hard and you have a strong desire to win, sometimes that can overcome the fatigue. That's why I don't worry about fatigue, because if you have heart, you're going to overcome fatigue. You can't overcome cramps. And the cramping just never came.
And the thing that's going to happen now is the offense is going to come out and just control the clock in the second half, and the defense, as it turns out, doesn't have to play as much as they did in the first half.
Well, at halftime, we talked about the fact that we could not come out and just expect LSU to give us the game for a victory. We had to go take it. Offensively, we need to go out there and score points to show them we were here to play 30 more minutes. And as you see, although they stopped us the first drive, we came back and put points on the board, and I think that pretty much set the tone for the second half.
Okay, we'll be back in just a minute with some halftime comments. I can't remember Stan White having a better night, and maybe the first half was one of the best he's ever had. He was 13 of 16, Coach, 191 yards, ran for a touchdown, threw for one. What a night.
Well, Stan plays with a lot of poise and a lot of experience, does not get flustered or
too overexcited. His calmness is very important because it seems like he's not rattled at all. And that's what you need, because if you're going to be calm, then when the big play opportunity comes, you're able to produce. And I'm seeing better and better things out of Stan, like I always thought I would.
On that first long pass, the 38-yarder to Frank Sanders, of course, Stan went by Pat Sullivan as the all-time passing yardage leader. And as it happens, Pat Sullivan was in the stands to watch it. I suspect more to see his son Patrick than to see his record broken, but we talked to him afterward.
Stan's a class person, and I'm tickled to death that he's got all the records now.
Were you aware that on the big play there that's when he went by?
Not really. You know, in fact, I didn't even know until this week. I had a couple of calls out in Texas that it was coming down and it was going to happen. But I'm tickled for Stan, Phil.
Indeed, and he got to visit with Patrick. I saw them Friday around the, I guess, noon. No, in the evening. No, Saturday at noon, and they got a chance to spend some time together and visit.
Well, I think it's outstanding that here's Stan White's coach, the coach, the mentor that probably trained him more than any early in his college career, and they became close and from the same hometown, and someone that was trained by the man. And I'm not talking about Stan the man. I'm talking about Coach Sullivan. Was able to train him and their closeness, and then able to watch him break the record. It's truly something that I think fits in with the Auburn spirit.
I know it will be a memorable night for Stan White. And we'll be back with second half action in just a minute. I know as you went to the dressing room, the thought crossed your mind that Jamie Howard came back and scored 3 touchdowns in the second half to go ahead of Auburn after they had a big lead last year.
Well, anytime you face an offense with that type of passing attack, with the arm that Jamie Howard has, it concerns you. But I said one thing. I said, you know, they can't put him in and surprise us. He's already in. So all we can see is what we've been seeing the first half.
And what you're going to see is another fine defensive effort. We'll begin the second half with a great play by Del McGee, who came on and started last week for injured Calvin Jackson.
But Dale has great instincts and quickness for a defensive back. He's going to fit into that corner position perfectly as it matches his individual talents.
Here's a good third down play.
Third and 6. Harold Marr now, who is catches the ball well out of our backfield. 3rd and 6. He catches across the middle, gets a big hit, but he's excited because he's now made a big play to keep the drive going. You'll see us throw again. Reed McMillan, as he always does, finds the way to contribute and help our team win. Breaks a couple of tackles for another first down to get this big, long drive going. And there's James Bostic. This is the mistake. Don't try to strip the ball. You better remember to tackle James Bostic because he fights ahead for a first down.
Oh, man, what strength. This is a great drive, Terry, because you go 14 plays and the defense is sitting over there in this humidity resting.
Well, that was big, and to finish off with Derek Dorn catching the ball down to about the 1-yard line, and Stan goes over the top again. But it was able to keep our defensive team on the bench, keep them rested up for that fourth quarter as we get down to the late parts of the third quarter, and we need them to be rested.
Okay, they come back and go 86 yards, but you hold them on the goal line. They got a 1st and goal at the 5, and you hold them on the goal line, and then they kick the field goal, but you answer almost immediately.
Well, when a team kicks a field goal, and they had to settle, they wanted points because they were getting discouraged. They got points, but we come right back and answer their 3 with 3 more. Scott Etheridge 5 for 5 for the year, but James Bostic, the game to pound away with that tall sweep, and here I was trying to throw for the end zone, but Stan came down when they covered it, and Thomas Bailey made a key first down there. Now we're inside the 10-yard line.
And you have to kick the field goal, but you got the league's best kicker in there, so that's always a nice thing to have on hand in a time like this.
Well, you feel good now. You've got 3 touchdown lead now going into the fourth quarter. Your defense is getting a little fresher. They saw our playbook, called the same play, but Otis Mounds makes the big interception.
Otis had a big play when he stopped the long run, too.
Otis is beginning to feel comfortable back there, and he has extremely lot amount of talent. There's Stan going to Mr. Clutch there, Frank Sanders on a critical 3rd down play. And now we run the reverse. We haven't seen it this year. We faked it enough times. And Frank Sanders makes a big run there and picks up a 3 first down. If we begin to mix it up and make them guess where the ball's going to go.
And again, Scott Etheridge kicks this time the 36-yard field goal. He is 5 of 5 on the year. And the fourth quarter, you spend on their 20-yard, inside that 20-yard line, really. But
well, we were able just to keep the pressure on. I tell you, you had to recognize, and I tried to recognize our crowd there at the end coming off the field because they were so much a factor of that ball game. And I can't say enough for the Auburn people, the number of people that went down to LSU when supposedly we couldn't win down there, but they went down believing that good things would happen. And I really think our crowd and our fans were a major factor in the outcome of that game.
What a night it really was. We'll be back with some final comments in just a minute. Yes, the commercials are fun when you win a big game like that. We'll put it to bed in a minute, but one more comment or two about the over 550 yards of offense and a great balance. Just a great night.
Well, I think for us to be an effective offensive football team, we have got to run and pass effectively when the game dictates that you do that. Defense, you've always got to play good defense. I think we're seeing a defense that is most important. They're good in the most important category, defense against the score. But offensively, I think when we can continue to develop big plays and put that in, it overcomes a lot of the little things. And I'm sure you saw it, I saw, the little mistakes that we did a good bit of, but we're overcome with big plays.
Southern Miss is next on the schedule. It is a 1 o'clock kick next Saturday. They have a big win. They get way ahead and then hold on.
Well, Southern Miss always gives us a problem. And we've got to remember we are a blue-collar football team. Let us not forget. And, I mean, things are never as good as they seem and never as bad as they think. We're a team that needs to work. I've got a brother on that staff over there. They're going to know a lot about us, and they always play well at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
You're right, and they've had some big wins there. Okay, Auburn Network on the air at 11:30 Saturday, and we'll have the replay for you on Sunday. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you next week on the Auburn Football Review.
Coach Bowden's apparel provided by The Locker Room. This has been the Auburn Football Review, brought to you.
There ain't no such thing as an ugly win. Ain't no such thing as a bad win. You celebrate like any win because that's a big win. With a big win. Because we did all the little things that get you beat. Let ourselves get behind. I mean, I didn't see one down face out there. I didn't see one person that thought we were going to lose that ball game. Everybody believed we were going to win. We'll correct those things and look out. I mean, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of every one of you. Let's take this thing to the house. We are 4-0 and we're ready to go.
This is the Auburn Football Review with Coach Terry Bowden. Brought to you by your Alabama Coca-Cola bottler. Always Coca-Cola. Colonial Bank. Good people, great service. Great Southern Wood, makers of Osmos pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't say Osmos on the yellow tag, believe me, you don't want it. Your Alabama John Deere dealer. Nothing runs like a deer. By Golden Flake Snack Foods. One taste and you're stuck on Golden Flake. LDDS Communications, the official long-distance carrier of the Auburn Alumni Association. Likes hot dogs. One bite and you'll know why they say, when it's likes, it's gone. Your Alabama Toyota dealer. I love what you do for me, Toyota. And by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama, the Caring Company.
And welcome to the Auburn Football Review. The Tigers have to rally in the second half to a 35-24 victory over Southern Miss. Coach Terry Bowden, Southern is no surprise. They always come to Jordan-Hare to play.
Well, we knew it was going to be a wild, crazy game. I thought maybe 17-10, you know, one of those type of games would have been similar to the last year's, but the scoring kept coming, and we saw ourselves get behind, and I was so proud the way we came back in that fourth quarter.
Perhaps it was a good thing to do that, in a sense, for the maturity of this team?
Phil, only in retrospect. Only in retrospect can I say it was a good thing, because as we turned the ball over and gave up big plays, I couldn't think of anything positive to say about our execution at times. But when we did not get down and lose our confidence and felt that we would come back and then came back and win by 11 points in the fourth quarter, those are very good things that can happen to your football team to make us better.
Oh, the big plays, the long plays, 2 touchdown passes for them, a long run for them. We have a big touchdown pass, a long run. It was an exciting game.
Well, when you have the miscues on both sides, they turn the ball over 2 times on punt returns. We fumbled twice, actually fumbling 6 times, only losing twice, an interception for a touchdown. If you, those things will get you beat on either side. But big plays can change all that. We saw some big plays plus sustained drives by our offense. I think ultimately that's what decided the outcome of this game, our offense's ability to sustain drives and control the football.
Right, that final one was the thing of beauty to run the clock out at the end of the game. We'll go to the interviews now, and let me set this up. Reed McMillan had the longest run from scrimmage yesterday, 64 yards. Now, you know Reed is not the fastest guy in the world, and he had the ball stripped from him as he was tackled. That Stephen Davis, however, got on the fumble, and Auburn went on in to score. Now let's talk to Reed in the dressing room.
I saw you look over your shoulder.
Well, I knew once I got through, I knew I wasn't fast enough to get to the end zone. I figured somebody would be catching up with me pretty soon, and sure enough they did, but thank goodness Steve was there. And you know, the only thing I could think after that guy hit the ball is, man, my coach is going to kill me Monday.
That's supposed to be Frank's act, going up in the end zone and catching the ball.
Oh, yeah, well, Frank, he's capable of doing it. I think I'm capable of doing it.
I believe you are.
Stan did a great job of, you know, throwing the ball, and it begins up front with the offensive line. They did a great job of holding them out.
Brian, on the second extra point, he had to spin the ball to get the lace in proper place.
Hey, that's Sean was at the wrong distance, because I snapped it the same as I always snap it. I'm just kidding. I'm not perfect. I'm sorry.
Best snapper in America.
We came back from little things that can make you lose the ball game. We overcame that and got down. And then everybody knew that we can come back and win, so just went out and played our ball game.
I thought you got your bell on toward the end of the first half.
Yeah, yes I did. It was a pretty good hit on goal line down there. He shook me up a little bit, but like I said, luckily we got somebody like Steve Davis to come in behind me and just pick up the slack.
Call your touchdown back.
Yeah, I'm not upset about it. All I want is to win for the team, and we should go out next week and try to correct the things we had mistakes on this week.
Many more snaps than you thought you'd get today.
A lot more.
What, how did it go, though?
Well, of course, ain't nothing ever perfect, but I got a lot of things I can correct. But we won. That's all that matters.
It's the first one all year that we've had where we were down in the second half, and you know, everybody responded great. You know, it was we had to come back and get a couple of touchdowns, and we did a great job of that. And defense did a great job all day. They got a couple of big plays, but that was it. But you know, it is the first one where we've had to come back in the second half, and everybody responded just terrific to it.
Quarterback scrambled, and we kind of lost sight of our men. They got wide open. They had some big plays. And on defense, we had some big plays also, breaking up a couple passes. Made some big hits coming up from secondary. I think played well, but we did the small things that can get us beat, just like Coach Bowden said, but we can improve on that.
What I see is this team is starting to find ways to win, even when things go bad. You know?
That's one thing that's different, I can say about in the past. You know, we believe that we can win every game, and that's a big thing. If you know you're going to win. They jumped up 28-24. There's nobody on our team that didn't think we could win.
You read the bootleg.
No, it was called by Wayne Hall. It was a great call. Cornerback blitz on third and short, because they was running a lot of option to the boundary side. So, you know, we're trying to get some help over there. And it was a great call. And they ran the right play for me to be wide open on the quarterback.
Well, boy, it was a big play.
Yeah, it was a big play for our defense. You know, we was down and we needed that stop, you know, to hold them down, because they was coming on aggressively, and we stopped them, and it was great.
Highlights of the game coming up with Coach Terry Bowden on the Auburn Football Review. I did want to make the point that we had some audio problems in the post-game dressing room because of some interference in our wireless mic. Sorry about that. We'll do better next week, Coach. Near capacity crowd, 83,000, over 83,000, and you're going to see the crowd help the team in this game when the game gets on the line.
Well, we really did have a great crowd, and we need our crowd to come back and be a factor in these ball games. And as we go on through this season, quiet when we've got the ball, but excited and loud when the other team has the ball. You'll see it make some differences on certain situations when Southern Miss has the ball. But it was a wonderful crowd that was pulling very hard for Auburn.
Turnovers immediately in this game.
Well, they got one. Brian Robinson gets one, and we turn it right back over. And unfortunately, that set the tempo for us a little bit and gave them an opportunity when we should have been taking advantage of ours.
Okay, as we pick up the action now, Southern Miss has the ball out at the 47-yard line, and they are about to go in for the touchdown. And this is one of those crazy big plays, Coach.
Well, we won the toss and deferred because we like that, because we think it gives us the opportunity in the second half. And right off the bat, we've got great pressure on their quarterback. And but watch him make a great play as they throw to the young receiver Brock from Montgomery.
Right.
We have him scrambled, and yet he makes the big play. It's not just the secondary; it's the protection. It's the containment of the quarterback.
Get a break here. Auburn 3 downs and out on the punt, but you're going to get a turnover here.
Well, you know, our kicking game improved. We had no long punt returns or kickoff returns. It bothered us. We go down there and cover. Not only do we cover, but we caused 2 punt fumbles. And so that phase of our game was so much better this week. And no, the penalties were cut down half of what they were before. And this gave us good field position. Now we take it down. Boston runs a sweep on the goal line, takes somebody into the end zone. A great job by Boston. Now watch big Willie Anderson come out here on that linebacker. Watch this 320-pound guy lock up on a linebacker. Great blocking by that offensive line as we made all of our short yardage and goal line plays.
Okay, the score is tied 7-7 now, and here we go with a good defensive stand by the Tigers.
Well, the pressure on the quarterback was important there. Again, that young man, even if he had caught it, would not have made much. Our defensive front, coached by Joe Witt and Kurt Crane, did a great job putting pressure on their quarterback. Gives us good field position. Here's Stan White. Tight end was covered. Going to his second receiver there. Frank Sanders on the outside after the inside route was covered. Made a big 30-yard gain there to get our offense rolling. At this point, we've got some momentum. Running the counter play.
Bostic had another 100-yard day.
Well, if Bostic had not had the turnovers and fumbles that he had, would have been a great day, but he's got to improve that. There he is just running through tackles. They have a defensive lineman, number 94, right here, bursting through right here to make them a... He is a great player. His name is Tobias, and I'm glad we don't play him again this year. He did a great job.
So after giving up the opening touchdown, Auburn comes back in the first quarter to seemingly take control of the game, and must feel pretty good.
Well, I think we have momentum going right now. In football, as much as we try to take things that superstitions out, is a game of momentum. You get things going your way, the confidence factor, get the flow and the emotion, and momentum goes your way. And it was our way here for a while in the second part of the first half.
Going to see now as we go to the second quarter, Auburn plays defense very well, holding them to just 2 first downs, I believe, in the second quarter, and also a big stand down at the 10-yard line.
Well, there's a no gain and an approach there by Terry Sullivan, running him out of bounds.
Here's where the crowd comes up and really helps you, I think, along.
Well, there's a great open field tackle by Calvin Jackson. He needed that, puts up a 3rd and 6 or so. And now the quarterback, with the noise of the crowd, could not get his cadence and his signals down, and they could not check off properly, caused them to have a delay of game. That's where the crowd comes in and caused them not to have a drive there.
All right, they've just broken a 47-yard run now. Here's the stand at the 10-yard line. That's 3rd and 3 there. It's 4th and 1 coming.
Well, this was a critical. I was going to write my post-game script right here where they're 4th and 1, they miss it, and then Reed McMillan, there's a great hit for no gain, and Reed McMillan takes the play, and we end up scoring with a minute left in the half. This was the post-game script, but games are 60 minutes, not 30 minutes, and I learned it as well as our players.
That's why you run that fullback play, isn't it?
Right up the middle right there, went for 64 yards, and there they are stripping the ball. You know, they're the best team I've ever coached taught to strip the football. We lost 6 fumbles, and we recovered all but 2 of them. And great job there by Reed and then Steve Davis. And now instead of them getting a first down out of 10, we've got the ball right here.
Look at him hit up in there. Oh,
now you got to see this on repeat now. Now watch this defensive back try to tackle Steve Davis at the line of scrimmage. Number 32 there. And Steve runs through, gets the score. And now with about 30 seconds left in the half, we're up 21-7. And as we go in, you feel like we've got things under control if we will do our job and take care of business after halftime.
Well, Coach, I don't know what your halftime speech was, but I think you ought to throw it in the can.
It wasn't very effective, I promise you, because it was defense, don't let them score and we win. Offense, score the very first drive and we win. And neither of us did any of that. And we were very disappointed in that part, but the great comeback was much more important.
Okay, we'll be back in just a minute with a talk with Bobby and Ann Bowden. Well, yesterday was something of a Bowden family reunion. 26 members of the Bowden clan were there. Coach Bobby Bowden, and he was off, Florida State off this week. He and wife Ann were there and consented to do a news conference after being requested, and they did that prior to the game. Now, Coach, we need a little setup on this little soundbite we're about to play, because you and your dad went head-to-head on a recruit during the recruiting season, and would you please fill us in on what transpired there?
Well, we had a recruit that had narrowed his choices down to Florida State and Auburn in the last week of recruiting, and I told the young man,
in the heat of the battle that he better play quickly if he goes to Auburn because my dad's 63.
If he goes to Florida State.
If he goes to Florida State because my dad's 63 and 65 is mandatory retirement in Florida. And my father came back and said, well, I promise you one thing, I'll be at Florida State longer than Terry's at Auburn. And so it got kind of hot, but that leads you into this discussion, I think,
right.
that they have.
Now, as we go to the sound bite, Ann is talking about worrying about her sons more than she worries about Bobby these days because she wants them to do well, and he's already established. Now we pick up the interview.
For them, what I'd like to do is forget these nepotism loans, get Jeffrey up here with the rest of them. Let's retire him and bring him up here. Let's all get together and coach together. Well, I mean, you know. Excuse me.
That's her.
I didn't mean to mention that word.
Oh, a family joke there.
Dad, you know, after that recruiting thing got over, he quickly came out publicly and stated, I'm going to coach to the year 2000 for 25 years at Florida State, so we may see him around for a lot longer.
Yes, I suppose we should make the point that Bobby Bowden will be around at Florida State for quite some time yet. We'll be back with the second half in just a minute. This is going to be a wild third quarter. I guess if you were just a casual fan, this would be very entertaining, but I don't think it's very entertaining from the sideline.
No, it wasn't. I mean, everything that happened was the worst thing that could happen to us. Halftime, we said, hey, offense, you get the ball first series, go score, and this game's over. Defense, don't give up 1 point regardless of what the offense does, and we're going to win the game. And yet we came out there and fumbled a snap and went for a loss and let momentum change. The wind was blowing this direction. The kicker kicked 3 of them out of the end zone. We were always on our 20. You'll see where Southern Miss takes advantage of some Auburn miscues.
Okay, as we begin the third quarter highlights, Southern has already scored a touchdown and looks like they're about to score another one here. This turns out to be a big stand here at the goal line, Coach.
Well, it sure was. They're about here to go out here and score another touchdown. It's just getting their momentum up higher and higher as they do this, but they come out and make a great bootleg, and the young man almost makes a great catch. Chris Schilling over there to cover, and they have to settle for a field goal. And again, our defense is playing very well, goal line situation.
But still, they are about to come back and get a turnover and score again, score 17 unanswered points two-thirds of the way through the third quarter. It's really a wild
Well,
game.
this was just a poor call on my part. They were not, pre-game, I studied film all week, the screen was there. But it didn't take me too serious to know that they weren't rushing the quarterback, and I made a poor call. Stan didn't help matters, made a poor throw, and got us behind. And I felt very bad because I didn't think our players needed that to happen. But our defense came on now, and this is where we found out what we're made of.
Right, the game is really on the line now, and that's the third down play stopped Southern Miss, and now the drive.
Well, that's a 3rd and 8 right there, a big 10-yard reception. We come right back off that, see the open receiver, their defensive back's playing too tight, and there's the big play by Stan White throwing to Thomas Bailey for 7 points, puts us back on and gives us a little breathing room.
An interesting fourth quarter coming up. You've taken control again. Well, you've gotten the lead, but still you don't have control of the game. They still are feeling like they can win this thing.
Well, it's too close. The game is too close, and we've got to do something in the fourth quarter. But what we did was go out there in a 15-minute quarter and hold the ball 12 minutes and 16 seconds. They had it 2 minutes and 46 seconds in the fourth quarter. We scored a touchdown. We had a 7-minute drive. They had no chance to come back. Our offense finally put this game away.
Okay, let's look at that final drive, that final put-away drive. We don't have time to see that great 7-minute drive to close the game, but this is the drive that won the game.
Yeah, great catch right there. Thomas Bailey making a big catch on a 3rd down play. And again, James Bostic comes back in. He had been out in the third quarter, got his bell rung a little bit by a big hit by their linebacker. Comes back, we're running 4 straight times. You're seeing the last 2 runs as he goes in for the score with that front line blocking so well on that play and puts us up 11 points. And now, as we had a 7-minute drive, we pretty much iced it away. But come back, watch Calvin Jackson again as they tried their last about attempt they could to pull it off in the last minutes of the game.
And the play that we didn't show was that great corner blitz by Chris Schilling on a key play late in the game. And I'm sorry we don't have that video, but boy, was that a big play.
Well, you thought the game was turned around by the early fourth quarter stop and the touchdown by us. And then I think it began to turn when Chris Schilling on a 3rd and 1, they ran a naked boot. He comes in, makes a 6-yard loss, and we get the ball, and it kills their drive, go down and score to go us up by 11. That really changed the momentum of the play, along with a bomb by Stan White. But it was a game in which we gave up 5 big plays on defense.
2 or 3 critical turnovers on offense. And when you do that, you just wonder how you're going to win a game. But I think the perseverance and attitude of our players and not giving up made the difference.
And some offensive ability to come back and do some things that you have to do and score the points you got to have in a high-scoring game, as this turned out to be.
Well, we got to remember, 35 points, 416 yards of offense normally would be a good day. We did not have the penalties we've been having. We did not have the punt coverage and kickoff coverage we've been having. We've improved all of that. But we let some other things slip up on us, and we've got to play the entire game if we're going to continue to improve.
And you have some things to coach this week, Coach.
Well, that's good. You know, it's not hard to get your players' attention when they make mistakes, and they see them make mistakes. And like you said earlier, in retrospect, getting behind in the fourth quarter may teach you more lessons than it would have been.
Well, Coach, you know, we all know that Auburn is not on television this year, and some of the creative, innovative folks in the silk screening business over in Auburn have put this shirt out. It says, the best team on radio.
I tell you, at times like these, you think even more. Our radio affiliates and our sponsors who put us on radio, is that's the only way we can get to many of our fans. And then our highlight show right here is the only television we get. And you kind of take it for granted at times when you're on TV 6 and 7 times, but our radio and our highlight show, they have become even more critical this season.
And they're on the air 5:30 this Saturday at Nashville for the 7 o'clock kick, and those guys are doing a great job bringing a lot of good insights into the game. Let's talk about Vanderbilt. They're sitting there watching on Saturday, getting ready and resting up.
Well, Vanderbilt, again, I have not looked at any film of them as we just got finished, but we'll be concerned, obviously, with the wishbone, the triple option. If they can run the football and run it effectively, you may not see it on offense. And so their job is going to be to run the option and to keep the ball away from our offense. We have got to find a way to go out there and stop that option. We did it fairly well last year, but each year there's a new wrinkle in that offense as they try another way to effectively attack you.
Quick word on Wayne Gandy, who was injured in the game.
Well, our preliminary indications are that it's not a serious injury. We don't know if that means back right away or out a week or two, but we'll know more now Monday and Tuesday as we get some further analysis.
Okay, Vanderbilt next week here on the Auburn Football Review. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you then.
Coach, it's up next.
Men, I'm going to tell you, that's character. That's character. That's what Auburn wants is character. You play, I tell you, that defensive stand. Defense, that's the best. Hey, Dean, in that offense went all the way down that field. That's hey, that's the sweetest one so far, if you ask me. That was sweet. 5-0, we got Mississippi State at home.
The Auburn Football Review. Thriller in Music City last night. Auburn 14, Vanderbilt 10. You don't have to tell your guys when there's a big win, Coach. They know it.
You can see it from the locker room. It's total elation. The thrill of victory, they say, the agony of defeat, that was the thrill of victory.
It was so precisely fought. I mean, there was no room for error the way the game turned out.
Well, if you look at the statistics, we had 56 offensive plays. They had 55. We had 230 yards of offense. They had 224. But they had one turnover that went for 7, and that was the difference.
Mm-hmm. And then Auburn's ability to hold the football in the end, play their game, really, in the second half.
Well, when you have 2 running teams, the game ends so fast. There were so few opportunities. We had just 2 or 3 drives in the first half, and it was over. But when it came down to it, it comes down to great goal line defense, a great kicking game punt, and then a long drive to finish the game off. All those were key to making this an Auburn victory.
You're right. It's easy to forget Terry Daniels' punt out of the end zone way downfield.
Well, it took the entire team, the team effort, and you can't just give it all on one person. It was the entire team effort, and 60 minutes, we said we'd have a lot of that, and this was an example of, I think, what we've got to see down the road.
Okay, very excited dressing room, as you've already seen. Now we'll talk to some of the players, and we'll begin with Brian Robinson after that big interception return for touchdown.
Yeah, I was reading it all the way because I was expecting the option. And on the option, I got the quarterback. And so as I seen the quarterback roll my way, I seen the fullback, and he happened to throw the ball.
Did you know what happened on the goal line, or were you in a pile?
Oh, I was in the pile. I was doing my job. I grabbed leg first. I mean, you know, when I hit him, I knew he wasn't going nowhere else, and then the linebackers, they came over the top and just cleaned him off.
Man, he was going crazy on 3rd and goal. What was he doing?
Hyping the crowd up.
He was getting ready.
Yeah. Brandon was getting excited. Yeah, I mean, getting excited. As you see, it took the whole team got excited. I mean, when I did it. That's so hard.
5. Hard to trick Vanderbilt on the bootlegging.
I'll tell you what, on the play, I knew the guy was not going to bite on it because he was out there for support, and I was like, well, I'm going to have to try to fake him with a quick pass and then try to run it. But it was a run all the way. Coach Bowden said, don't you throw that ball. So, I just had to fake him. I don't guess I'm that fast, though.
They were hurting you with the fullback play in the first half.
Oh, yes, it was. I mean, the fullback was getting too many plays on the dive. We had to concentrate and regroup and really stop that fullback, in order to get in the game.
We was on the fire technique where they always hit with the dive, and we was worried more about the option than we was the dive. When we started to squeeze down and play it the way we should, we stopped there, and they sure had to go to something else, We took them out of the basic thing.
And then you won the game with that goal line scrimmage.
Hey, that was great. Everybody dug down, and, we was establishing a new line of scrimmage, knocking their players back, and the linebacker was just cleaning up.
We needed a big play bad.
Well, I tried to do my job, and Stan made a great throw, and I guess I did my job.
Yeah, you're right. I guess you did. But boy, this was a tough road to hoe tonight.
Yeah, this was a tough game. They really stalled the game by running the ball, and defense had to put a clamp on. That's what they did. And once the offense got on the field, we tried to execute and scored. I mean, and then when we got the ball in the last quarter, we tried to hold the ball. That's what we did.
Boy, they made you guys play their game for a while, and then you beat them with that ball control on that final drive.
Yeah, they came out playing. Coach Bowden said they're gonna come out playing. He said they might go up 7-0, but we still had to keep our composure. And we went out there and did it, kept our composure, drove that ball down the field. And fortunately, we didn't score, but defense held them, got the ball. We got it back.
How'd you come through first?
I did all right. He was kind of shaky at first, but I think all the excitement kept me going, and I wanted to be out there, and I promised you and the rest of the press that I was going to be out there all night. And I stayed out there, and I'm just happy we won.
Point to be made is you go on the road and play a tight game like that, and you almost have to play error-free to win, which you did.
Well, you're exactly right. No turnovers, no interceptions, no fumbles. We were concerned after last week we couldn't hold on. Really regrouped in that manner. And when you have a tight ball game like that on the road, when the other team is so easy with their fans to get into the game, no turnovers were key for our football team.
Back in just a minute with Coach Terry Bowden's insights into the game on the Auburn Football Review. Talk about the first quarter of this game. Really went like you wanted to early. You stop them on the first drive, and then you put together a long, sustained drive, but it doesn't end right.
Well, we stopped them after a couple of first downs. We get the ball. We go for a 14-play drive and move it down and get into field goal range and miss the field goal, and now we're into the second quarter. It's a typical type of game. It's very hard to get a feel for offensively because it goes so fast with two rushing teams.
And in a sense, that played right into Vanderbilt's hands because they want to control the football, and you actually took a lot of time off the clock there without getting any points.
Well, it was their desire to get the ball into the game into the fourth quarter, to make it a game that came down to the end and not an early game where they got behind like before. And it was one where both teams played to that final conclusion.
Okay, we're going to pick up the action now with Vanderbilt with the football late in the first quarter. Auburn is having some difficulty stopping the fullback play, but they're going to hold them here and then get the big play on defense to get up 7-0.
Well, our defense was designed to stop them from sideline to sideline with an option. You don't know where they're going. And they worked between the tackles. They saw we worked what they call 5 technique or outside shoulder tackles, and they worked the inside game. Every time they tried to get outside, you could see where we stretched it out. But the fullback had 50-plus yards in the first half. And the defense, though, slowed it down, And then this is the big play early that comes. There's Brian Robinson jumping in front. I throw my headsets off right there. I thought he was going to dance a little bit. He had me burning 2 holes in the back of his jersey, but he held his composure.
Look at it again. He steps up in perfect position.
And made a fine play. Brian Robinson's coming into his own from Fort Lauderdale, playing great football right now from the safety position.
All right, as we move to the second quarter now, Vanderbilt has put together a long drive here that will end with a touchdown, and they're still getting that good movement inside.
Well, right here, when you're playing an option team, you know they're going to get yards early while you're trying to figure out what they do. But what you don't want to do, and which I know our defense was disappointed, instead of giving up 3 points or a little bit of field position, we gave up the 7 right here. And again, not what you want to do, but again, as you develop the game, the true value of your team is how you do in the second half. And you'll see our defense correct their mistakes and do a fine job, Coach Hall. And there's James Bostic running very hard. We only had 50 offensive plays this year. We've been having over 70. James Bostic and Steve Davis ran well, Tony Richardson well. The offensive staff did a super job. The receivers, Tommy Bowder with the receivers, Rick Trickett and Rodney Allison, and Rodney Garner and Jimbo Fisher did a great job with the offense also. The defense come back. Great stop there by freshman Derek Robinson. He played a lot along with Jason Miskett in the middle.
3rd and 7 here, and they hold them again and get a near fumble, but Vanderbilt gets the ball back. Now, again, Auburn misses an opportunity, and these opportunities are so rare in the first half because you only have the ball 3 times.
Well, like I say, there we had Willie Anderson made one of his first early miscues. He hadn't made many, but allowed a sack. And then we line drive a punt, very unusual for us, and really kick a line drive punt, lose some contain on the punt. That's been a problem. There's so many things that you have to worry about, and that's one of them. And they kicked, not only did they kick this 53-yard, they kicked a 48-yard that was called back with a penalty and came back with a 53-yard. They go into the halftime dressing room with a lot of excitement and a lot of momentum.
Right, and that's the 3rd longest field goal in Vanderbilt history. And, I mean, it really picked them up, and they have to feel really good about the way the game has gone so far.
Well, you got to remember they had a week off to prepare, a week off to get rested. It was a game that they themselves was an urgent game for them, that they needed to play their very best. But we came out and tried to just do the things that we knew we had to do. Our fans were fantastic. We had so many fans, you couldn't tell if it was a home game or away game. And with that type of enthusiasm, it just worked out for us, as we'll see in the second half.
Okay, and we will be back with the second half in just a moment.
When we were first told that Tyler...
That's, well, some people call those vanity tags. That's because my wife is going to pick it out, and that's what she'll have something on the back of that.
It is a normal $50 donation to the scholarship fund, and of course then on top of that you pay the normal costs for the tag, and of course they can be picked up at your county probate office anytime now. So get your tags and get the new ones and put those old ones away. They've been more than 5 years now. So we'll one question before we go back to the action. You had to make some adjustments to stop the fullback play, and what did you talk about offensively?
Well, I think one, defensively, we had to go ahead and do some more, moving our tackles inside, sitting inside a little bit more, making them run wide, although they had some effectiveness in that there too. Offensively, we just knew we could not waste opportunities. We did not have many. We had to take advantage of our opportunities, and you'll see it took us 2 series, but in our second series, we go for a long drive and did the things we had to do to win the football game.
And we'll take a look at that when we return with the third quarter. Vanderbilt returned for the second half. You could see how excited they were because they knew they had an opportunity to win this game.
Well, they were very emotional, and again, you've got to take your hat to Vanderbilt. They played an outstanding football game. You feel sorry for a team that worked so hard, but not that sorry. But they came out emotional. They came out ready to play, but so did Auburn University.
They certainly did. Now, actually, Vanderbilt stops Auburn after a couple of 3 first downs to begin the third quarter, and we pick up the action now with Vanderbilt's first drive, and after you stop them here, this sets up the winning touchdown drive for Auburn.
Well, we had a quick key stop there, kept them on their side of the football. Defense makes a great third down stop right there. Great job by the defense. Kirk Crane was so excited after the game. His defensive front, the way they played, and Jack Hines and Joe Witt along with Wayne Hall. Now here's the little shuffle pass we used all 3 or 4 times we used it. If effective, Stan loves it because each of them are completed passes. And here's the big play. Rolls out for a short little hook. They overplay it. Frank Sanders makes a great run now and is out running the corner, but the safety comes over, gets him down at the 4-yard line. And this is where we've done very well lately. When we get inside the red zone, we put 6, 7 points and not 3. And a great run by James Bostic and the great blocking up front as now we get back on top and you see the excitement start to begin on our sideline.
Frank really has a feel for where he is on the field, doesn't he?
He really does. Frank has outstanding hands. He's a very physical receiver. He's become our clutch go-to receiver in critical situations.
Now the game is on the line. You have the edge, but you know this game is going to go down to the wire.
That's right, because you've got to remember they've now begun to run the option outside. We've shut the inside down, and when you get outside, any mistakes out there go to long gains because you've got nobody out there, and it's going to be a battle right down to the wire.
And as Vanderbilt now will spend the last 5 minutes of the third quarter grinding out a drive, and we pick it up in the fourth quarter, 1st and goal at the 3.
Here's the first down play. The quarterback picks up all the way 2 of the yards right the very first play on the option. Anthony Harris comes out along the rest of it.
And Otis Mounds.
A great run there. Look at Calvin off the outside. And there are all 3 linebackers, Miska, Solomon, and Harris right there. They go again. The defensive line penetrates. Now we've got 4th and about half a yard. And you'll see the great player. Look at there. Look at the defense come back through. And what a great emotional play. It was just, now we're in trouble because there's the great stop again. So we have to come back and punch the ball out 6 yards so we can get a decent punt. Of course, there's some fans of Auburn celebrating early. Now here's the last series. We put Steve Davis in that last series, run 7 minutes off the clock. As it goes down to 1 minute, you'll see Steve Davis on several key runs. The blocking now, you've got fresh legs at tailback. And this was a critical drive after the 5 defensive stop. And there's Stan White. Very big play to Sean Carter now on a 3rd down play. Run the naked reverse to the quarterback and then throw the ball. Come off with a very tough win, very excited win. And again, the fans were right there in the corner. You have to give a lot of credit to them.
Now, Auburn did not have the usual rushing yardage that they have, but you don't run that many plays. It was a really strange game in a lot of ways.
Well, you have about 30 rushing plays instead of the usual 50 to 55. And again, that took away, and we had 2 sacks that took away some yardage, but the rushing per carry was very good. We just didn't have many at-bats. 2 running teams run a clock out, and it's hard to get a lot of scoring without big plays.
Coach, what does this do to the team that now for 2 weeks in a row has found a way to win? That builds confidence.
Well, I think it does. I think it prepares you for tight ball games. And again, you better get yourself ready because if we're going to win some more ball games with the schedule that we've got up there, we've got to keep these games to the fourth quarter. And now I think we know, not just like Southern Miss where we got ahead and then got 11 points, but a game where it came down to the wire, where everybody's hearts were thumping. This is the kind of game you've got to prepare for to get some big wins down the road.
Yeah, the meat of the schedule is upon us now.
That's right. It does not get easier, but I tell you, 5-0 is the best way to go into the last part of this season.
You have that splendid chemistry now. You could tell in the dressing room. I mean, these guys, they believe in one another. They think they can accomplish anything.
Well, I think for the first time in the dressing room, you saw some just unadulterated just love and enthusiasm. Sometimes some people are excited, other people are disappointed they didn't play as much. There wasn't one person that was unhappy with his performance at the end of the game, unhappy that he didn't get to play as much as somebody else. That was the team that we look for, and when you get that, there's no hiding it.
Well, it's difficult to close the book on a great win like that, but it's absolutely necessary because Mississippi State comes in next week, and we'll be back to talk more about that in just a moment. I think we've got a big hit on our hands. The Auburn Best Team on Radio T-shirt is a rip-roaring success. They had a run on them in Auburn.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it's the only game in town, the radio, and again, we've had great support there, and I know all those people that weren't in the stands, I know were listening right by their radios.
I saw a lot of these T-shirts in Nashville. By the way, the crowd, we didn't mention, 6,000 to 8,000, maybe swelled to 9,000 because there were a lot of tickets bought by Auburn people in Nashville. And Stan White comes to the line late in the game and quiets the crowd on the road.
I mean, it was amazing, the crowd. I mean, we go in and probably have as good a Tiger Walk as we've ever had going into Vanderbilt 2 hours before the game. Tiger Walk's becoming traditional on the road as well as home. And again, you don't know how much that means to our football program and to our players to go in and feel comfortable seeing the same faces.
Back to the T-shirt just a minute. Let me mention that they are on sale at J&M Bookstore, at Anders Bookstore, and at Gaffer's in Auburn in case you just have to have one of those best team on radio T-shirts. Now to the task at hand. Mississippi State played Florida in an excellent game at Florida Field yesterday, where it is so hard to be poised, and they were.
Well, I tell you, I think the talent level we face this week, they step up a notch, and they are playing outstanding football. They started out slow. Their record does not show, but we know what they've done. They've played outstanding football. Florida had all they could handle, and we know the talent level at Florida. So Mississippi State, the talent they bring in here, it's going to be a big one for us, and it puts us a chance to win 6 ball games.
Todd Jordan's having a great year throwing the ball deep.
Well, we're going to see a different type of attack. This is different than even the last 2 or 3 teams that we've seen. The ability to throw deep, they've got great speed, and they've got very, very powerful running backs. They're averaging over 400 yards a carry. Defensively, they have got great athletes, not the numbers they had last year, but we're going to see a big physical football team that can do a lot of things.
And kickoff at Jordan-Hare Stadium for a big crowd is 1 o'clock. The Auburn Network is on the air at 11:30 with all the guys, and if you can't make it, tune them in, and we'll have, of course, the replay for you on Sunday. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Coach. Cast back to the campus site of the game that's being played, the team that's playing. So they'll see Terry Bowden's Auburn team. Fans are going to watch on a jumbotron in Florida Field, and they get to see Stan White, maybe Frank Sanders. 57 yards on this hookup. Auburn led 7-6. It's up 21 in the second and goes on to win 31-17. Auburn has beaten all 3 Division 1A teams in the state of Mississippi, and the best start by an Auburn coach ever for Terry Bowden. Tennessee going to Arkansas. Remember that.
BP on the move. Auburn playing in Auburn, Alabama, and of course, Coach, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, we got the opening kickoff. We won the toss, elected to receive, and you went with no huddle offense in the first series. Worked it for a first down, and then got an opportunity on that punt.
We had a lot of opportunities the first quarter, and we had, like I said, 3 times, which we probably should realistically had some points out of it, other than just 2 field goals. But even at that time, we felt, you know, when you're playing a team like Auburn and it's going to go down maybe to the wire, and we all of a sudden turn it back over on roughing the kicker, then that could have been avoided. And I think that's something that is a penalty that is a very costly penalty, and it was. It was costly because it gave them the ball 15 yards field position, and the next play they went for the touchdown strike, and they got it. In the first half going into the game, I felt that they would run the football, which they did in a lot of play-action passes, but we were at the right place at the right time and made some very good plays in the first quarter.
And in the second period, of course, Auburn took advantage of the opportunities they had and built out that advantage of 21-6 at the halftime. We're going to take a look at those first half highlights. Auburn and Mississippi State football. Mississippi State traveled to Auburn to play an undefeated Tiger team. The Bulldogs trying to bounce back into the victory column as they closed out 3 road games. After taking the opening kickoff and making a first down, the Bulldogs stalled at their 29. Jordan punts upfield. The ball inadvertently hit Chris Schelling, the Auburn back, and the Bulldogs' Wesley Levy recovers at the 41. Michael Davis went to work immediately. Found the going tough up the middle, but climbed out 7 yards. So Todd Jordan from the shotgun used the shovel pass, and Bowie, number 34, turned it upfield for a gain of 5. Bulldogs were 4th down at the Auburn 24, and Tom Burke came on to attempt a 41-yard field goal, pumped it through the uprights, and the Bulldogs had scored and took the lead 3-0, 10:41 to go in the first period. Auburn in possession. Number 11, Stan White, back to pass, dropped by Lateef Travis for a loss of 9. So White went back to the air and found Frank Sanders open, and his catch and run was good for a first down. The Tigers went back to the air again. This time, Wesley Levy alertly picked it off and returned it to the Auburn 49. Mississippi State went for the big play on the first down after the interception. Jordan's pass unleashed toward the end zone. However, Auburn intercepted it at the 1. Interception by Calvin Jackson. From that point, the Tigers were unable to move. Trying to go to the air, Frank Sanders, covered by Harris, incomplete. White quarterback sneaks it and gets about a yard. So on 4th and 4, Daniels punts out of the end zone. Bernard Ewell at midfield. fields it for the Bulldogs, and brings it back to the Tigers' 36. The Bulldogs are trying to pick up a first down at the 30. Jordan complete to Davis, but Michael could gain only 2. And on fourth down, Mississippi State called on Tom Burke for a career-long 45-yard field goal, and he responded, and Mississippi State built their lead out 6-0, 3:45 left in the first period. Then in the second quarter, Auburn started their 28. Bostic found 3 yards before Juan Long, and Artie Gibson made the stop. So Stan White went to the shovel pass, but Juan Long snuffed the play for a loss of 3. And the Tigers were forced to punt, and Daniels got it away. But the Bulldogs were guilty of roughing the kicker. Play was nullified. Auburn got the advantage of the penalty and had the ball first down at the 43. So the Tigers went right back to the air. Sanders found an open area in the secondary, and big number 81 grabbed it, and in stride raced into the end zone. Auburn was on the board. Successful conversion gave the Tigers their first lead, 7-6. After an exchange of possessions, Auburn went back to work with number 33, Bostic, on the carry. He found yardage, 16 of them down the field, and a first down. Tigers called on Bostic again. Starts inside, bounces it outside. James Holloway finally stops him at the dog 42. Auburn moved to the 35. And Stan White hits Stephen Davis out of the backfield. The big guy catches the football and does the rest. Breaks the tackle and goes 35 yards for an Auburn touchdown. The Tigers converted to make it 14-6. 3.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Following the Tiger kickoff, the Bulldogs went back to the air. Schelling made a fine diving interception for the Auburn Tigers at the Bulldogs' 28. Auburn threw deep on first down, but Walt Harris, doing his job, gets back into the end zone and breaks it up. So the Tigers went back to the ground, and it was Bostic again on the carry, finding good running room and running hard to the Bulldogs' 10. From the 7, Stan White caught Tony Richardson from his fullback position out of the backfield and hit him in the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn, and the Tigers led at the intermission. Auburn built out a 21-6 lead over Mississippi State.
Game probably was in the fourth quarter when we came back, and all of a sudden we finally inched back into the game, and then they held the ball for 5 minutes and 32 seconds, and that was awful tough. But at that time, we had a lot of players that were not in the game. We were very, very thin, and it's, as we said at the beginning of the season, let's don't get the players hurt in certain positions, then we'd be in trouble. We're playing a lot of young players, and even though we may have some players that may be, say, well, they're juniors, but they haven't played any football before, and that unfortunately, that comes and shows in a game that you have to be in the right place at the right time.
Let's take a look at Mississippi State and Auburn in that second half, as the Bulldogs did outscore Auburn, as Coach mentioned, 11-10, but the Tigers had enough of a margin to win the football game. Bulldogs and Tigers, second half of activity. Auburn led 21-6 at the intermission, and in the third quarter, Auburn took the football first, but the Bulldogs stopped the Auburn Tigers and took over. And in the third quarter, Todd Jordan throwing to Bernard Ewell. Ewell with the catch and the run is good for 18 yards and a first down out to the 37-yard line. Number 34, Kevin Bowie, sweeps the right side. Out of bounds after a 7-yard gain. They tack on 5 more for a face mask violation. And then Jordan goes to number 1, Eric Moles, who has a nice move and a good gainer to the Auburn 33. Mississippi State calls on number 37, Michael Davis, who bowls ahead and keeps going and going and going to the Auburn 19. But the Bulldog drive stalled, and Tom Burke once again is called on for a field goal effort. His 31-yarder is good, his third of the ball game, 8th consecutive of the year. The Bulldogs cut the margin. Auburn 21, Mississippi State 9. 9 minutes left in the third period. But the Tigers started a drive of their own. Bostic knocked down by Herman Carroll, who makes a fine tackle. Auburn calls on Stephen Davis, And the big guy, number 48, rambles for 5 yards before Lateef Travis and Wesley Leasy stop the play. And it's Davis again, this time to the right. But Derek Higgins is on the stop. So Auburn is 4th and 1 at the Bulldog 20. Bostic swings to the left, is cut off and stopped short. And Mississippi State takes over the football. But Auburn gets a big opportunity after the Bulldogs had gotten possession. Jordan throws to McCrary out of the backfield. Ball is jarred loose, and Auburn recovers at the Bulldog 13. And the Tigers wasted little time. They went to Frank Sanders, their wideout, on a reverse. And Sanders, with good speed, takes it to the 4 before Lateef Travis can chase him out of bounds. After a gain of a yard, the Auburn Tigers were at the 3-yard line. They went to number 40, and he went up and over. Tony Richardson picked up the touchdown, and Auburn had gone out in front 28-9 at the end of 3 periods of play. Homestanding Auburn Tigers had possession the 4th quarter. Dan White going to Tony Richardson coming out of the backfield. Johnny Harris makes the stop. The Tigers had gained 12. And then Bostic started inside, kicked it outside, motored to the 22-yard line. Johnny Harris making the good stop. Stan White back to throw again. And Juan Long, number 40, bats it in the air, makes the interception, and Mississippi State has possession. Bulldogs made it pay off. Jordan, out of the shotgun, completes to Darren Clark for a gain of 16 over the middle. Jordan from the other side. Looks for Chris Jones, the number 17 in the crowd, makes the grab at the Auburn 40. Jordan this time comes out of the backfield. Kevin Bowie on the stop. Was injured. Left the ball game, but the Bulldogs continue to move. From the Auburn 22, number 1 Eric Moles, a fine catch and some good moves, takes it to the Auburn 4-yard line. The Bulldogs off of play action go to the air. Todd Jordan to Fred McCrary, who's open and who scores. Mississippi State went for the 2-point conversion to close the gap, and Todd Jordan was successful to Chris Jones. Auburn led 28-17, added a late field goal, and won the football game 31-17. Communal Group.
Cheer. Come here, Coach Trick. Come here. Come here with me.
Come on, Coach Trick. Get out there. Get out there. Start it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Leonard, there ain't words I can say now, except you deserve to be 6-0. It ain't a mistake. It ain't a fluke. You deserve to be 6-0 because that's what you worked for and that's what you wanted. It was a great win. It was a great win. And I don't even have to tell you what we got coming next week. Great week. Great week of practice. Great week. We'll bring the Gators in here.
And welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Auburn is 6-0 after a 31-17 win over Mississippi State before 84,000 at Jordan-Hare yesterday, and an early shower for the coach.
My first time to be thrown water all over me, and first time ever 6 games into a season, but we were excited about the win.
I like you called Rick Trickett to the front there in the dressing room, because I'm sure he was proud.
Well, it was a big game for him because, like Sanford, those were a lot of his players over there, his boys that he recruited, the ones he coached. And a coach wants to do well against players, and he did very well, 270-plus yards rushing against a team that was giving up only 83.
And at a time in the second half when you needed to run the clock, and they were able to do it on the ground. That's
very, very big factor in this ball game.
What a contrasting first half, first quarter, second quarter, Coach.
It was. I mean, if you could pick something you did not want to happen, it's exactly what happened. Everything we did was wrong. We hold them to hold them. They punt, hit someone in the back. We throw a nice pass. deflected, interception. Great run by Bostic, extra yardage. He fumbles the football, but they only get 6 points. The defense held strong early, and then finally the offense did their part.
That was the key. They only got
2
field goals, 6 points out of all those turnovers, and Auburn cashed all of their mistakes in the second quarter.
Well, that's right. When you get people turning the ball over, you need to score points. You need to put the knockout punch in. Mississippi State had the turnovers. They did not produce touchdowns. They produced only 2 field goals, and then they turned the ball back over to us on the third turnover. We came back, and we had opportunities. We scored 3 touchdowns, and ultimately that was the difference that they could not overcome.
Okay, we'll be back to look at that crazy first half of play, but right now let's go to the Auburn dressing room and talk to some of the players immediately after the game.
It was a matter of keeping cool and waiting for things to come around this week.
Yeah, it was. We started off slow. I think we had 5 turnovers on the whole day, and still to win 31-17, we had to have a good offensive effort. And came out and, like I said, started slow and came around with some big plays to Frank and to Steve and to Tony down there. And defense just doing an outstanding job. I mean,
they held the game for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've done it week in and week out. It hadn't been just a off and on thing. They've done it week in and week out, and they deserve total credit for it.
I don't know how many times I've said this, but when we needed a big play.
The coach is making a great call. They're picking up the defense real well, and they're making great calls. I'm just having to be the guy to throw the ball to.
Stan laid it up there just right, too.
Yeah, Stan made it perfect, though. The line gave him a good time. And we practiced on that all week. We thought they was going to give us that type of defense. So we came out and, executed, and it worked.
You made a good cut, though, and hit it for the corner over there, too.
I felt Buddy on my back, so I said, I'm not going to get ran down this week. The team, they joned on me all week to my son. We didn't get, Brian Robinson didn't get ran down and stuff like that. So I decided to just go ahead and cut and go for the big one.
Looks to me like you're starting to get comfortable and see the holes.
Yes. A lot of people been, giving me advice. JB, we talk on the sideline, telling each other what happened on plays, and just giving each other, telling each other what's going on. Just letting us know what a hole is going to be and stuff like that. So it's basically the team helping me out.
Yeah, what kind of challenge to run it against this team today, weren't you?
Yes, going into the game, we knew they only gave up about 90 yards a game, and Coach told us that we was really going to have to get at them if we wanted to run the ball. But we know we needed to establish it so we can get the pass off, and we had success early at it. And as the game went on, we kept running it pretty well.
You Florida boys going to get ready?
Yes, we've been talking about it for a good while, and we're excited to be 6-0 and have won this game. And I'm sure, it's not going to take much for us to get ready for the Florida game.
It was first interception for me. The guys been joking on me about not getting an interception, so today I told them I was going to get one, and it happened for me.
You probably enjoyed knocking the ball loose from that guy as much as you did interception. Huh?
That was the biggest play of the game for me. Got that big hit on the fullback out in the flat, so it just lit me up.
Schilling is back in the race, huh?
Both of us are, really. Ryan's still ahead with 2, but we're coming for him. With Florida coming in next week, we're going to have our chances.
The challenge today was not let him get up top, and you didn't, huh?
We definitely prevented the deep ball today. They caught some short stuff underneath, but that's something you can break up on. We did a great job in secondary and the whole, though.
Other than the one you kicked on the ground, didn't they all go in the end zone today?
Yeah, they all went in the end zone.
Felt good today, huh?
Yeah, it felt real good. It was hot out there, a little bit used to what I'm used to, Florida weather and all that. So
against a team like this, it saves a lot of bodies to kick that ball in the end zone.
Yeah, I don't know what they did on the one. They decided to hold in the end zone that one time, and I think they were just trying to play us for a bunch of fools.
Yeah, he just started walking up, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, but he was going to get himself in a lot of trouble.
Highlights of the first half and Coach Terry Bowden's insights when we come back on the Auburn Football Review. Start of the show, things don't get started off very good. The first thing that happens is Chris Schilling is blocking downfield on the punt, and he touches the ball, and they get the ball in field position.
Well, we had 3 turnovers. This is the first of the turnovers, and they were all turnovers that you can't really get on a young man for the mistake. It was a very short punt. It was not a good punt. He was blocking in the area that we teach him to block in. It hits him in the back. No chance to get out of the way. And as you'll see, we have some other turnovers that are just a quarterback being pulled down, interception, extra effort by the tailback, fumbles downfield. It just seemed like it wasn't going to be our day, but the defense held strong.
That's right. Just gave him 2 field goals with those 4 turnovers. Now we pick up the action right after a tipped pass that it's 3-0 already, and here comes another turnover, and things don't look very good for the Tigers right here early.
It was just amazing how they, of course, they go to some gadgets. I think they watched too much of our film against LSU, But they're a great play. I think that's Calvin Jackson. Great interception there. Although now it's not a turnover, from an offensive standpoint, we're on the half-yard line, and all we can do is get the ball out a little bit and punt. But later on,
and they kick another field goal at 6-0. This is the only good thing that happened in the first quarter.
That's
really,
right. Steve, we had one big play offensively. Steve Davis had a beautiful run. I think it was an indication of things to come, though.
Yeah. Okay, we're in the second quarter now, and after another interception, State has the ball, but again, the defense is going to stop.
I'll tell you, there's just so many names to mention on that defense. Our defense continually put pressure on the quarterback. They couldn't sack him early. They did late, but he hurried throws, did not have time to throw it deep.
After a roughing the kicker penalty, Auburn still keeps the ball, and that was a big play right there.
That right there. We had seen it on film. We knew the formation that we needed. We knew where they needed to be aligned on the field. The penalty on the punt gave us an opportunity to run it. It went right for the touchdown, just like we were hoping. Jason Miska played a great football game, and I know the fans are excited about him and the way he plays and what he represents and the effort that he provides. But the overall defense, super job, and he also did a great job.
This is a first, second, and third down sequence here where Auburn really stuffs them and sets up the drive, probably the best-looking drive of the day right here.
Well, we started, I mean, the second quarter was just the opposite of the first quarter. Of course, James Bostic, what a tandem we have with James Bostic and Steve Davis. He runs with so much determination. It's inspiring to our football team and to our fans. And then Stan comes back and makes a big play. Sean Carter catches the little slant pass there, and now the offense is clicking.
Watch this play. Thing of beauty.
It's short yardage play. We side run the screen outside, and Steve Davis does what we've been waiting for. Breaks a tackle and runs all the way to the goal line.
Great block by Gandy, and also Sean Carter on a comeback block there. Really set up the play.
Well, it's good. I think with Mississippi State, as big and as strong as they are, you have to use misdirection. You've got to catch them off balance, and we tried to do that throughout. And again, the defense played so well. Big interception there being Chris Schilling. Interception, he had a key fumble, caused a fumble. Probably his best game of the year.
And Auburn is going to cash this turnover.
There's a toss sweep. You'll see James Bostic take it down to about the 12-yard line or 10-yard line. Just hard running. And now we'll fake the counter play. Stan turns quick, throws the fullback. The same play we scored on against Ole Miss the first game that was called back. And it came back again 6 games later.
Now, State's going to make one desperate try at getting back in the game, going up top, as they have done so successfully all year.
Well, this is the thing I think that people maybe not notice. They could not get the big play. It worked against Florida, worked against LSU. They wanted the big play. It did not happen. And at half, we're up 21-6 with that excellent effort in the second quarter.
That's about as good a quarter as you could have dreamed of, to score 3 times and turn the game around as well.
It's funny because that's the way the Southern Miss game went. You know, we did not start good against Southern Miss, but all of a sudden, boom, 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 we were up 21-7. Southern Miss. And that was the emphasis of our halftime. Southern Miss, we were up 21-7, and yet all of a sudden we were down 24-21. That was our emphasis. We did not come out immediately, but we took it to them much better in the second half.
Okay, and we'll come back and talk some about halftime after these words. Talking about the chemistry of this team. I'm not sure I understand what chemistry is, but I know that when things are tough for the offense in the first quarter, the defense was playing as good as they could and keeping things in check. And then later on, it's the offense that takes over the game and runs the clock out when State makes a little run in the second half. I guess that's chemistry, huh?
Yeah, I think when you can get the entire team to buy into the goal, to say, okay, this is what I personally want to accomplish, and everyone buys into what we're trying to accomplish this year, then you get a team. You get everyone wanting to do everything they can. One time it's the defense. One time it's the offense. It's the coaches. It's the doctors. It's the trainers. It's the managers. It's everyone. And everyone wants so much to buy into this turnaround, getting us back. And that's what you're seeing out there on the football field. And it's getting us through some of these tough situations.
Mm-hmm. And then an outgrowth of that is suddenly it becomes fun for everyone, and practice is not so difficult and all of that. Huh?
Well, you know, that's the one thing about winning. Winning makes football enjoyable because football is very hard work. It's very tough. It's very physical. It's very demanding. But when you win, it's fun. And you want football to be fun, and so therefore you want to win. So all these things go together, and right now at 6-0, the winning does not make us complacent. I don't think it makes us overconfident. It makes us prepare even better.
And preparation will be very important this week. We'll talk about that later in the program. But a program reminder, the Auburn Network will be on. Into the third quarter, State stops Auburn on out and 3 downs, and then drives and picks up a field goal to make the score 21-9. And as we pick up the action now, the Tigers appear to be headed for a long drive and a touchdown to answer that field goal. But you're going to get stopped on 4th and 1 down on the 20, Coach. That had
Yeah, really disappointed because we needed good drives. There's a big third down play right there to Stan White to Thomas Bailey, and here's a big play to the fullback on a fake counter, throw the boot in the flat, big play there. We need to get something going. We started out slow in the second half, just like against Southern Miss.
Here's 3rd and 1.
Big 3rd and 1 run right there to keep a drive going and get us down there. Although we missed a 4th down play, we were able to run a lot of the clock out and get the ball down into their side of the territory to change field position and put them back here inside the 20 to start with in their drive.
Right, and as it works out, it's going to be a good deal because they're going to get the turnover here.
Well, that was big. We missed the 4th and 1, but the defense, as they've been doing, gave it right back to us. A big hit by Chris Schilling on the pass in the flat. Now our offense gets the ball down on the 14, and this time I believe we'll take it to pay dirt now. There's the reverse. You'll see this reverse by, we run the fake reverse so often. Finally, when you run it, they don't seem to cover it quite as well. We don't have great speed at the wideout position, but we do like to run the reverse every now and then. We get the ball inside. Lead play, Reed McMillan made a great power block on our lead isolation, and then look at Tony Richardson jumping over top for the touchdown to give us the 28-9 game.
I noticed the quarterback got a block on the reverse, too.
Yes, he did his job on the reverse, Stan White.
Okay, now State comes back and puts together a drive that lasts for the remainder of the 3rd quarter and now into the 4th quarter. They are still moving the ball, trying to get back into this game.
Well, we coaches are like fans. We sit there and start adding up points. 2 touchdowns, 2 two-point conversions, and a field goal is what they need, and we start watching the clock. And we start saying, okay, they've got to do all these things, and if we can keep running that clock, and that's what you're beginning to see. Big play here. They have a guy deep. The new quarterback came in when Jordan went down. Great play, deflected there by Chris Schilling. Otis Mounds right there again, and big play.
This is the thing they did so well against Florida that the Auburn defense did not allow them to do, is throw the bomb.
Crucial 3rd down right there. They run the shuffle pass like we do on the draw. They did not get it. Defense was wide awake. They saw the play.
Miss a field goal, but then they come back on their next drive after an Auburn turnover and score. So it's now 28-17 with about 8.5 minutes left in the game. What Auburn needs now is a long drive.
Well, I was very concerned now because, again, we needed to have a long drive, and this guy came back in. Steve Davis had been ripping them pretty good. We go back to James Bostic. He's fresh. He's sharp. Makes a great run. And watch the determination here and how it excites our football team and our fans. Look at the run for the 1st down. Did not go out of bounds. Knew that would stop the clock. That's the type of thing that's making Auburn successful right now.
My. Here's Reed McMillan, the old worker. No, this is Tony. Tony had a big day.
Tony had an excellent day, and Reed and him changing positions at fullback, but there's a big 9-yard gain.
Here comes
and then Reed comes back, the same play. The pile kind of wads up there, but he pushes the pile forward, and we began to run the clock, and then again, Scott Etheridge, 6 out of 7 this year. That's his 6th. Now it puts it pretty much out of reach for the final of the 4th quarter.
You got your shower just before you went on the field there, Coach.
I've never been doused with water 6 games into a season, but believe me, the winning season was so important to our young men as our first goal, our short-term goal, and to get that in 6 games is very important to us.
That is a goal.
And we talked about it very much, and I don't know who showered me, but it felt very good.
Another goal is this is the 2nd team that beat Auburn last year that you've turned the tables on.
That was really our first goal, was to beat a team or beat teams that had beaten us before. And there was Ole Miss, and there was Mississippi State. And so we've done that. In doing that, we've been able to acquire a winning season. And now you search for bigger and better goals. And again, these things make the next goals possible, and those are all ahead of us.
Back for a big goal. Talk about that when we come back on the Auburn Football Review. Auburn, Florida, next Saturday, 1 o'clock at Jordan-Hare Stadium. You have 7 starters from Florida and at least that many more who play, and they're going to be excited about that game this week.
Well, there are going to be some individual reasons for wanting to play this game very well and to win this football game, but this has become a big game for Auburn. I'm excited because it has some national or conference significance. We can't compete for a championship this year. We can't compete for a bowl game, but we can be a factor in who plays in those bowl games. And this becomes one that we're very excited about. of course, against a football team that's far and above the best football team that we played.
State throws it 41 times and only gets 155 yards. That has to give some confidence going against the best passing team in the league.
Well, Florida really does an outstanding job of executing the passing game, not just throwing it. A lot of people throw it, few people execute it.
Precision stuff, huh?
They execute the passing game, they understand it, and they do it with great athletes. We're going to obviously need to have our very best game. But, you know, at first there were games that I thought we might have a chance to win and games we may not. I really don't there's opportunities. This team can win anything, I think, if they play well.
I think they've reached that level where they have that kind of confidence. We'd like to remind you of the Auburn Tailgate Show beginning at 11:30 Saturday, and Coach Pat Dye will be on the first half hour of that, 11:30 till 12 o'clock, and we'll have the Auburn review playback for you on Sunday. Hope you can join us then. Good luck to you and the Tigers, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Coach Bowden.
15 to 45. Here's a screen over the middle. It's caught by Rhett. He's at the 40. He's behind a blocker to the 30. Still behind a blocker. 25, 20. Inside the 20, 15. A cut at the 10. Down to the 8-yard line. Oh, my. What a great run. And what a catch.
I don't think this is going to put us down or get the team down. We think we went out there and played very hard. We scored 35 points. Auburn did a superb job on offense and defense, and sometimes you lose.
Welcome to Florida Football Highlights.
Tuning us in, I'm Mick Hubert, along with head coach Steve Spurrier, welcoming you to Florida Football Highlights. Well, it was an overcast and drizzly day at Auburn on Saturday, and Coach, Gator spirits dampened following a 38-35 loss at Auburn. I know it was a very tough day.
Well, it was a disappointing loss, Nick. There's no doubt about that. We had some bad things happen to us, a couple of crucial interceptions during the game, sort of a questionable call that kept Auburn's last drive alive and so forth. But those things happen to us a lot. Yesterday, we just were not able to overcome it. But the bottom line probably is that Auburn played better than we did. They coached better. They outplayed and outcoached us, and probably played with a little bit more effort than we did, Mick. So we really don't have anybody to fault but ourselves. If we'd played a little smarter and maybe a little harder, a few plays here and there, we'd had a better chance.
A great atmosphere, sold-out stadium. I thought both teams really laid it on the line. There was not much left after the ball game. Gators had them on the rope several times in this one.
We did, but still, we couldn't get far enough ahead, and I don't know if we're going to ever be far enough ahead unless we're playing some team that's really at the bottom. But Auburn was 6-0 and certainly got a lot of momentum, and their crowd was behind them. But certainly there was a lot of crucial plays in the game that made us a loser. But I was really proud that our guys kept playing hard. They fought back. Some things happened that haven't happened to us in the past. But we got to sort of regroup now. We got to hopefully learn from this one. But it was a tough loss. But we're not the only team in history that's ever had a heartbreaking loss. And we got to bounce back from it.
This was a very different game in the second half than it was in the first half.
It was. We came into halftime probably a little too full of ourselves because of the spurt we had right there in the second quarter, and we didn't come out with the necessary fire there in the third quarter, although we did stop them when they missed the field goal. And we had our chances offensively in the third quarter and fourth quarter, but something bad kept happening to us, and then Auburn was able to make some plays there. They made some big plays, and we didn't there towards the end.
So Auburn wins by a score of 38-35, and we'll come right back and show you all the highlights as we continue in just a moment.
Today's show.
Let's take a look at the highlights that most of you have not seen from this game yesterday at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Gators and the Auburn Tigers.
Right, this was third and about 7 or 8, and Danny makes a nice throw to Harrison Houston, and we pick up the necessary yardage for the first down. I think this is a little pass to Kelvin Randolph. Kelvin makes a nice grab, turns it up for about 15 or so. We've got a pretty good drive going, but we bogged down, and Judd Davis kicked a 49-yard field goal. He was 2 for 2 yesterday. He is kicking as well as any kicker in the country. I think he's something like 8 out of 9 for the year and just does a super job, he and Shane Edge.
That was his career-long field goal.
Right. Here was a 3rd and 1, I think, and as you can see, we stuff them up. They did not run the ball well against us at all. I think they only had 116 yards, something like that, Nick, but they were able to hit some passes that kept their drives going. And here goes Eric. What a day he had, almost 200 yards rushing, and broke numerous tackles also. He had some good holes, but he also broke tackles. Here's
we get Jack deep, and Danny throws the perfect pass, and he shakes out right there, and this puts us up 10-0, I think.
And that was a 60-yard score, and it was 2nd and 1 on the call from the 40, and here it is again, another look.
Danny does a good job of stepping up in the pocket and getting rid of the ball, and that was what he should have done on one of those interceptions. We'll see a little bit later, but he'll learn from that, and hopefully it won't happen again.
So the Gators had a 10-0 lead, and driving again on the Tigers. Here's 2nd and 7.
Right, here's a little hitch pass out to Chris, and I think we follow back with a little out pass over here to him. Excellent protection, good route and throw, picks up 12 yards there. I think we get a penalty or something. Oh, here goes Eric on the draw play. As you can see, a good hole, and he does an excellent job running that play. I believe this is the little middle screen right here, and really well executed. Our linemen are down there, cuts it back. We get down to about the 7-yard line. First and goal.
Yeah, this was a 37-yard completion, and what a convoy of blockers in front of Eric Red here on this play.
Right. Yeah, the Auburn fans were extremely quiet right here. Who knows what would have happened if we could have scored, but you can't look back. You've got to keep playing the entire game. But we did, you know, after this bad play happened right here in a minute, we came back and got a 13-point lead, but we couldn't put them away.
So the Gators are looking at 2nd and goal.
Right. This is the first time, as you can see, Willie sort of gets bumped by the defender there, but Danny got the wrong signal. I signaled him in a different play, and he thought it was that one. First time that's happened, but still, hopefully we can learn from that, but we were hoping to throw on the other side of the field.
10-7 Gators as we move to the 2nd quarter.
Hit a little rollout here.
This was 3rd and 14.
3rd and 14, yeah, we're not close enough there. You know, at times you don't want to get beat deep, but when it's 3rd and 10, 14, you got to try to protect that area, and we didn't do it very well there yesterday. Here's a little bootleg, and you can see our outside backer fell down, and he goes in standing up.
And it was 11 plays, 75 yards, and Auburn leads.
Okay, another little run by Eric. Good 6-yard run.
Here's 2nd and 3.
And this is just a super run by Eric, bouncing out, breaking tackles. Got to get our receivers. Chris is blocking down the field well. Get them blocking a little bit better.
It was a 38-yard run to set up this 36-yard field goal by Judd Davis.
Right, Judd knocks it right on through, and it's 14-13. And we've got a little momentum now. We're moving the ball, and our defense has played extremely well in the 2nd quarter. Here's a slant pass to Chris Doing for a big gainer.
23 yards.
And here's a nice play by Willie Jackson. 3rd and 10. He fights them off and gets the first down there. Here goes the draw plays. You can see Eric gets a gaping hole. Jason Odom and Jim Watson really opened it up nicely on the right side, and he was able to, I don't think anybody touched him the whole play here. Right, he's able to go right on in.
So it's a 59-yard drive in 6 plays, and the Gators had regained the lead in this one at 20-14 late in the 2nd quarter.
Right, our defense stops them. We get the ball back, and we do some of the same stuff. Do little draw plays and passes. And here's Harrison Houston on a slant. Nice audible by Danny against the blitz. And Aubrey Hill, I think, came back and said, they're not covering me deep. Throw it down there. And sure enough, Danny caught him. He was sort of clearing out and threw him the touchdown down there.
So this was a 68-yard drive, 6 plays, took 2 minutes, and the Gators had a 27-14 lead as the two teams went to the locker room at halftime. Florida leading 27-14 as we take a look at the action here in the 3rd quarter.
Right, I think we knew the game certainly wasn't over. As you can see, they ran the reverse quite well. We practiced on it all week. Looked like we'd never seen it, but they run that play a couple of times every game, and we thought we had our players taught up to cover it, but they didn't do it very well. And fullback snuck out on a bootleg there. We had a missed assignment again. But here goes Eric on another beautiful run here.
22 carries, 196 yards, but the Gators are unable to move the football after
Right,
this run.
we get a couple sacks in a row. We got to sometimes throw the ball away rather than trying to make something happen. Here's another sort of poop. See the ball get knocked out there. They called it a completion. It's another questionable call there, but and here was a 3rd and 10. I think they hit on us. Very similar to another play that we get the penalty on later. Here's the 4th down. As you can see, Dexter's got him, and then Lawrence overruns, and he cuts back in for the touchdown. We had a good defensive call on. We just didn't execute the play. And Auburn scored on 4th and 1. Big play in the game there. Here goes Eric again. Good blocking by Willie downfield, Jim Watson. And here's another crucial play. As you can see, both of our backs go for the same linebacker, but then Eric peels out, and Danny tried to throw the ball away and threw it right to their guy. And it's good hustle by Eric to pull him up, and then Willie Jackson makes the tackle. And at least we got him right there on the 10-yard line, and hopefully we could hold him to a field goal, but they run the reverse. As you can see, we got a player coming around, but he acts like he doesn't know a reverse is possible, and they go in standing up.
So Auburn leads 35-27 as the Gators take over midway through the fourth quarter.
They lead by 8. This nice little scramble play here by Danny. Finds Jack downfield, and we've got it on their 40.
That was good for 35.
Right, this is an excellent catch by Willie on just a little streak route that he goes up and gets 1 foot down. And we catch Jack Jackson on a slant route. He goes up and makes a nice catch. Beautiful catch there by Jack, and then he put it in a nice place for him.
Now, Jack 5'9", but he got up high to make a beautiful catch here. The Gators are within 2.
Right. Now we go for 2, and we hit Willie Jackson on the slant as he really beats the defensive player, and it's 35 off. They fumbled the kickoff, Mig, but doggone, we couldn't get it. We didn't get a turnover the whole game. And here's the questionable plays. You can see Lawrence is just really running for the receiver. We had excellent coverage, and they sort of collide out of bounds, but both of their feet left from inbounds. You know, did they hit out of bounds? Yeah, they hit out of bounds. Was that intentional roughness out of bounds? Well, you know, just he's going for the ball, and that's awful close there. You know, I'm not supposed to talk about the officiating, but that was an awful close one.
It was 3rd and 8, but gave him a first down.
Well, it was 3rd and 10, and they get the first, and nice tackle by Larry Kennedy. Larry had a solid game. He's one player on defense I think really played well yesterday. And their kicker makes the 41-yard field goal, and we did nothing with it when we got it back with a minute left.
So inside the numbers, the Gators had a total yesterday of 560 total yards, but the 2 key turnovers.
Right, the 2 crucial turnovers took us out of scoring position and actually set up Auburn with 14 points. So that was 2 big plays. There was a lot of big plays in the game. We didn't quite make them. We've made a lot of those plays in the fourth quarters in games past, but yesterday it caught up with us.
So the Gators now 5-1, 4-1, still atop the SEC Eastern Division. We'll come right back and take a look at inside Gator football and have the coach's corner when we continue in just a moment.
Ash marches to the guard line. Here's a toss back to Bostic. He's hit and driven back on a beautiful tackle by Ed Robinson.
I was just trying to, keep them guessing what we're going to try and do. I mean, we ran some games up in there, and just wanted to get some pressure on them, just make them get happy feet and just try and run around, tackle.
Going out line to the right. Werfel dropping back, looking, steps up under pressure, fires the ball deep for Jack Jackson. He makes the catch to the 25, the 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown!
Just our offense, when things are working, we're executing, it's clicking, and we move the ball and put up some yards and put up some numbers, and Rhett had some really great runs, and they opened up the draws. And that was when the offense was working, and unfortunately it spluttered on us there in the second half.
The handoff on a draw to Rhett, 20, 50, 10, 5, see you later, touchdown!
The game is over, we can't bring it back. We could try to fix up on the mistakes that we made during the game. We watch the film, try to correct the errors that we made, but this game is behind us. We have a week off. Enjoy it with your family and get ready for the Georgia game.
Steve, as Eric mentioned, our second week off coming up, and then in 2 weeks over in Jacksonville against Georgia.
Well, right, Nick, and again, it was a difficult loss there yesterday because I'm not so sure Auburn's better than us, but they played better than us yesterday and maybe outcoached us and deserved to win. But we got a lot of football ahead of us, a big game with Georgia in 2 weeks, and we're still in control of the Eastern Division. We got Georgia, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt. We'll be favored probably in those games, so if we want to play hard enough and smart enough, we'll have a chance for an outstanding year.
Steve, thanks so much. Talk to you again in a couple of weeks. That's our show for today. Thanks for being with us. For Coach Steve Spurrier, I'm Mick Hubert. So long, everybody.
National Car Rental is...
Men, listen now, man. Hey, no, everybody here, I can't say offense, like everybody here, great job. Men, you believe in yourself, you can do anything. You go to top 4 now with that, I don't care where they rank. They can rank us nothing for all I care. You're there now, you're there. It's a great win, man. I'm so proud of you.
Welcome to the Auburn Football Review, an exciting game, as exciting from start to finish as any you will ever see. Auburn 38, Florida 35. Coach Terry Bowden, no longer can we say this is a nice little football team. These guys can play.
Well, they deserve everything. This team showed that they deserve to be considered an outstanding football team, not just a lucky football team or a team that just plays as hard as they can. This team can be as good as it wants to be, and after Saturday, I believe this team can play with anybody. And I'm so proud, one of the biggest wins I've ever been a part of.
Big plays throughout, facing defeat so many times and disdaining it and going and coming back.
Well, again, they just kept trying to make something happen, you know, and we just tell them to keep believing, have a strong attitude, that something good's going to happen, keep trying to make something happen. We don't know when, we don't know where, but eventually it'll happen. And we just saw a bunch of fellas out there that each of them were trying to go out and win a football game.
Just an amazing, amazing football game. Let's go in the dressing room now. And first off, we will see a couple of really great sights. There's Coach and his quarterback. Two brothers congratulating one another. Two great players right there. That's wonderful stuff. And there's a former coach and his quarterback.
I tell you, Coach Dye was about as excited. I tell you, he's an excited person and loves Auburn, I will tell you.
And the fans would not leave, so some of the players went back on the field. Coach, that's Dennis Collier. He had a big win over Florida in Pat Dye's first year at Auburn.
I tell you, the fans were great. I had to go out there and lead them in a War Eagle, and the players wanted to go out, and the fans, I tell you, they were a big part of that win.
What an effort in the second half. Man.
Yes. Like we even though it came in behind, we just kept our poise and kept our confidence up. They would come out and ball with them. And like I said, we just came out the second half and turned it up a notch and came out with a win.
If I'm not mistaken, Brian may have pressured him when you intercepted that ball. Wasn't he on the blitz?
Yes, we had a blitz going on, and he just threw it up, get rid of it. And I was right there, just lingering in zone, and I just picked it off.
Well, why didn't you score?
I got kind of tired down at the end. They were throwing some good blocks for me. I was cutting and slashing, and I just ran out of gas.
When you going to Haines City?
I don't know. Right now, I'm just so happy we won today. And it ain't no feeling like this. I mean, this is a big game. It's our 7th win, and it's been a long time since we beat Florida. And I'm just happy right now.
And the way you had to do it makes it all the better, huh?
Yeah, it took a total team effort. It came down to what coach had told us. It probably come down early in the week. He said it come down to a field goal, and it did. We was down early, but we kept fighting, and we had a 60-minute plan, and it turned out how we wanted it.
Didn't you have pressure on Chris' interception?
Oh, yeah. I tried to press the quarterback, and I did. He threw it up.
How about, Otis? You got these guys to come up here, and they won a big game.
Oh, yeah, it's a great win for us. I mean, we all pulled together, and we played hard tonight, and I'm just glad we won.
Nickel package wasn't working early, but it was late.
It's a total package to begin with, and we had confidence in it going into the game, and, we messed up on a few situations here and there, but all in all, it came out right.
And this little dude turned the game around.
Short dog.
Short dog.
Trying to catch Brian. One more, and I got him. I wish I could be out there with him. I look at the defense. Each game, they're getting big plays and just going all out. Look at Scott. His little man come in and made a field goal for us, and we love this game.
But that was for the Dillard boys right there. That's for them boys from Florida.
Picked a good time running the reverse, too.
You're right. It picked a great time. Stan said he made the call. Coach was looking for another swap boot rail to Tony on the tight end, but Stan made the call, and Coach let him call it. That was a great time to call it.
Had some big plays on coverage, didn't you?
Yeah, they moved me to defense, and today I just concentrate on special team and just try to get down there and make a big play.
You learn in the outside linebacker spot, huh?
Well, I'm learning. I haven't learned it quite good enough to get in the game yet, so I didn't play at all today, but I'm learning it.
I'm going to write across your chest that you're the designated sack man.
Well, it just happened to work out well today. You have those days where the guy actually is rolling out to your side, and it just was fortunate enough. I really can't pronounce the guy's name, whatever it is. Werfel, I really don't know the spelling of that, but he ended up coming to my side. It just worked out well. It really did.
What a comeback for defense in the second half.
Oh, we had a blast. It was just, it was a lot of fun.
And what a great memory for Ace Atkins. Of course, his father, the late Billy Atkins, was a great player for the Tigers.
Well, he represents really what I think the Auburn athlete is all about, a young man that plays hard, good student, and loves Auburn.
We'll be back with Coach Terry Bowden's comments of the game in just a minute. Okay, at the beginning of the game, the Florida offense hitting on all cylinders. In fact, it looked like the fronts were controlling the line of scrimmage early, Coach.
Well, I think, the thing that you didn't want to happen was happening. They hit big plays. They're an explosive offense, and they're hard to stop. And it was something we just had to adapt to and adjust to.
Think Wayne Gandy's ready to play, Coach?
Well, Wayne's from Florida. Some of those Florida guys, I hate to admit it, but that Florida game is right up there with Alabama.
Okay, before you know it, it's 10-0, and it looks like they're going in for another touchdown to make it 17, but watch what happens.
Well, you're so afraid right here that the score's going to get too much before you can make something happen. And Calvin Jackson steps in front of an out pattern, goes 96 yards for a touchdown. A big play, Calvin, of course, one of our best coverage men. That got things rolling. As you'll see, the offense comes back now and changes the early flow of the game.
And the defense comes to life, holds them on 3rd and 1 right here to get the ball back for Auburn.
Well, then we started mixing in, hitting some of our passes. We throw a little screen to James Bostic. This play right here got us going real good. And what happens, we had to mix the run and the pass together, and we clicked this series. You'll see us move right down.
Huge play here, 3rd and 14.
3rd and 14, and Stan makes a beautiful throw to Thomas Bailey to keep the drive going. Stan had probably as good a game. I haven't seen him play better than he played. Big 3rd down play there.
That was it, right?
The post to Thomas Bailey right there, very, very big. Stan comes back, throws it again. You see about there's great pass to Frank Sanders. And again, we're trying to roll the pocket to keep the pressure off the quarterback, prevent the sacks. And here's the little naked off the sweep. Everybody knows we run the sweep on the goal line, but they better cover the reverse and the nakeds because they're going to come.
Nifty Stan White dancing into the end zone there.
Yeah, that's just, again, he handled it very well.
He made some terrific decisions, didn't he, Coach?
Well, he sure did. When we got back the lead, the crowd was getting into it. But Florida's a great football team. They came back and reestablished control. We're at one of the finest backs in the country. You can't cover everything. When you put everybody out there covering pass, you give up the weak side draw. That's what we don't want it to hurt us that bad. We had to go into halftime. They scored, I think, 17 unanswered points there. And now is the time that you would imagine fellas say, gosh, it's over. We can't stop them. There's nothing we can do, but they didn't. They came out still trying to make something happen.
Do you think this may be the only SEC football team that's ever given up 386 yards in the first half and won?
I tell you, if you ever get into that, all I know is one thing. Florida was averaging 41 points a game. If we'd have given up their average, we'd have lost by 3.
Isn't it amazing? Just amazing what heart can do. Because this team was facing, early in the game, facing defeat if they go down 17. At the half, certainly facing defeat because they are hot as they can be. Come out in the third quarter, miss the field goal, and if you don't stop them then,
That's
they're
right.
going to. And then when they tie the game, if you don't drive the football, you know they're going to drive with a hot field goal kicker and win the game. So
That's right. I mean, you're exactly right. I just think if you keep people focusing on the positive and focusing on the things they're going to do to help us win, then you don't think about the things that the other team's going to do to beat you. You get away from the negative. Oh, no, this is going to happen to us. That's going to happen to us. No, this is what I'm going to do to help us win. And by doing that, you just eventually start making plays, and that's the game plan, and it'll work for you a lot.
And the Tigers made them yesterday. We'll be back with that exciting second half in just a few minutes. Around any Auburn players or coaches or members of the staff lately, you may have noticed a lapel pin they are wearing. It has the word attitude, but with the AU in bold letters. Now, Coach Bowden is wearing that attitude lapel pin you're seeing right there. How did that come about?
You know, I've always worn an attitude pin. I believe so much the attitude is the one thing we can bring into life that makes a difference, and that's been our motto as a team this year. We have pins for our players and our coaches, and I've had so many requests. I asked Mike Hubbard and the Auburn Network if they could make it available to our fans because, you know, we've got the Auburn family, Auburn spirit, but we have an Auburn attitude that's so important, and I want our Auburn fans to have that available to them, and they've asked so much, so I think Mike Hubbard's put something together for everybody.
And in addition to the lapel pin, there are now Auburn attitude T-shirts. Now, here's how, if you want to get in on the Auburn attitude, you can order the lapel pin, $5 plus $1.50 postage handling, or the T-shirts, $15 plus $2.50 postage and handling. And there's the address, Auburn Attitude, P.O. Box 696, Auburn, 36831-0696. And, of course, the sales of this benefit the Auburn Football Letterman's Club Scholarship Funds. We'll try to give you that address a little later on in the program if you missed it this time. This must have been a very busy half for both sides of the ball.
Yeah, it really is, because you've got defensively especially, they are just trying to make so many, explain to the players what they're seeing out there, how they can play a little better. You'll see an unbelievable change. All that yardage, all those points, defense turned it completely around the second half. Offensively, we really never got that much offense to show them. We made one key decision. Let's get out of the I formation a little bit. Let's find out if we can go out there and throw and catch with people that do it. And you'll see in the second half, we got out there and threw and catch the football like a passing team.
All right. We'll see that when we come back. Half yesterday, they put together a 10-play drive, but you missed the field goal, and this becomes a very critical moment in the game, Coach.
Well, it was important for us to get a drive to open up the second half to these fellas to see we're going to do it. But we came away with nothing, and that's when they could have gotten down, but it didn't happen. Big third down play there. Defense trying to make something happen. Gives the ball back to us now a second time. And now things start to get cranked up.
Start a touchdown drive here at the 24-yard line.
Big block by Stan White. He called that reverse, wanted to run a reverse, and got it on my mind. I let him call it, and threw a big block for us.
And call a big one a little later on, too.
And there's the screen to Steve Davis. Steve hurt his ankle. A lot of people wouldn't know why he didn't play that much second half. Hurt his ankle a little bit. I don't think it's too bad, but he couldn't run as well. Look at this critical third down play. Stan White was scrambling. At 1 yard more than we needed, I tell you. He was in a zone. He was every ounce of his energy was playing to win.
All the decisions were right.
They blitzed us, and anytime they got inside the 25, Florida was blitzing us. We threw the little bootleg pass out to the flat, and they couldn't cover the fullback.
So Auburn is within a touchdown now. Got to play some more D and get another shot.
Well, the defense right now is holding them. They're got down field position. We come up with a huge sack here. Not only does it keep them getting the first down, keeps them out of field goal range. Now they get to the point where we get 2 sacks in a row, I believe. There was one and then another. And now they can't even make he gets really hit hard here. I tell you, the young man's a great football player from Florida. He's lucky to get up right there. We had 3 great defensive players on the sack.
The crowd, oh man, are they in it.
The fans were so critical to this ball game Saturday, you just can't believe.
Starting at the 20 on this drive.
There's that same bootleg pass you saw earlier, but into the boundary. We turn it up the sideline and make a bigger play there for about 30 yards. Fine throw and catch there to get us back in the game.
Second and 8 is the 39. Look at him hum that football on the run.
So I tell you, we rolled him out to keep away from pressure. Here's on the naked. Look at him pull up. Usually that's the guy's going to sack you right there on the naked, but he pulls up quick, hits a little quick out, and it's a big play. And everything is important right now, and you got to make it all work.
4th and 1 as the 4th quarter begins. Same drive.
You can't coach it. You can't coach it. You don't always block it. But when you don't, JB is going to do it. He's going to find a way to get it in. And Oh, that's why you got him in there.
Now it's you have the lead. You got to hold the best offense in the Southeastern Conference, and you hold them one time on a great play here.
Well, you know, we had a big sack by Ace Atkins, but we had him on a 3rd and 4, and we held him to an incomplete, but we hit the quarterback as going out of bounds. They get a 15-yard penalty. It leads to their score down the road here. They leads to their score. There's a big interception right here towards the end. This was really big here as we go in and get an 8-point lead. Look at that, Chris Schilling. The pressure put on by Brian Robinson. Look at all the blocks. Everybody blocking, trying to get him a score. Gets us down there now, and we've got there. The defense comes off the field, and I think this is one of the biggest times where you want a misdirection play. The defense has been sitting. All of a sudden, they run on the field. You open with a reverse because they aren't thinking about all that things. And it's often the best time to call a trick or a misdirection play is when you can get a change of possession.
Auburn now has an 8-point lead, but it's not over. The proud Gators aren't through now. They're going to come back and march 81 yards in just 8 plays.
Well, it's just so hard to stop them. They put so many people in the end zone throwing. Again, they had a big roughing the passer, got them down there. Now we had to come back, and now you can sit there and worry about a tie game that if you give it up, they'll kick a field goal. Or you say, heck, let's go down and get the score. And
you know they're going to win if you don't move the football.
That's right. They've got too much firepower. You might hold them, but they got a great kicker. And so we failed to go down. There's a big 3rd down play here that we had to have, or we would have had to punt it. And got us the ball back, and now we keep rolling.
3rd and 8 here.
Here's the big hit. You look at it. You can see the late hit on the sideline. I know Coach Spurrier said that was a big controversy. Didn't look like much of a controversy to me. That was a critical play. We had a late hit. They had a late hit. Stan Bostic getting down closer. Now there's the big bootleg again. Stan makes it's closed up. He runs for a few more yards, gets the 1st down.
Oh, my. This is a 1st and 20 here. You're backed up.
Had a penalty, and he comes back and gets another good play inside the 30. We're just trying to get the ball down where we can get a field goal. Bostic makes a great break, picks up about 4 or 5 more yards to get one little bit closer.
That's the bouncing you're talking about there.
That's right. As a kick, my brother Tommy said, don't even look at the kicker, just look at the fans. They'll tell you what happens. And they tell me what happens.
I was standing on the goalpost, Coach. I know it was good. It was perfect, as a matter of fact.
Well, we have a lot of confidence in Scott Etheridge, and he's done it many times before. He already missed his one. We knew he was going to make.
1:21 to go. Got to hold him.
What a big play. We thought that was a fumble there, picked up for a touchdown. We did get the sack, and now there's too much time there. I get doused again by the guys. They can't even pick me up. As little as I am, they can't even pick me up. I haven't been on the shoulders very much in my life, but they have a hard time with. Maybe I was too wet and slippery. I don't know, but I feel bad. You know, we had 2 celebration penalties. I should have probably gotten one after the game, and we've really got to work on that. It could have cost us the ball game. I really wonder how it's so hard to contain yourself when you have an exciting game for an exciting play. And I know Frank Sanders feels awful about the 2 he had, but I was going to say I should have got one because I couldn't control myself either. A great win for Auburn.
What a win. What a win it really was. And we'll be back with some final comments in just a moment. I think the schedule has fallen well this year, and particularly now you have 2 weeks to get over an emotional win.
Well, you really need it. I mean, I think we've got people on so high in the clouds. We would not be effective preparing, I don't think, this week. I really think we need time to celebrate and appreciate. But after a couple of days, then it's time to get back to hard work because we're a team that just we have to go out there and play hard every snap. And so Arkansas is a major challenge for us. And so we'll take a few more days, celebrate, and we'll have a week and a half to get ready for Arkansas.
Okay, there will be no television shows this coming weekend with the off date, but Tiger Talk will be on the air with Coach Terry Bowden Thursday night, so you may want to call in and give your comments. And let's put that address for the Attitude products back up. Coach, we didn't say Auburn played errorless football in a big game.
Well,
that probably was the difference.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, no fumbles, no interceptions. That's so important in a game like this. If you're going to say, gosh, we can't win if they get big plays, or we can't win if they score 35. Well, if we have a great kicking game and we don't turn the ball over, yes, we can. We can overcome it. And so you never know what part of your game is going to be critical. But when you talk about they have 2 interceptions, we have no fumbles, no turnovers. All that goes together and is the deciding factor in that football game.
Now, Auburn couldn't win a high-scoring game, but they did. We'll see you 2 weeks with the Auburn-Arkansas playback, so join us then. Congratulations to you and the team, Coach.
Thank you.
Coach Bowden's apparel provided by The Locker Room.
television team a gas on game day. Just don't put it in the football.
Well, we'll get to the details right after these messages.
Jackie Sherrill had accused Auburn punter Terry Daniels of kicking an illegal football. Sherrill alleging that while it was made of leather and all that, the ball was indeed doctored with a little lighter-than-air helium. Well, the suspect's footballs were checked out in Birmingham, and the SEC found nothing in them but air. State lost to Auburn October 9th, and Daniels hit 2 punts for an average of 57 yards per. Daniels, by the way, leads the nation in punting.
We don't do something illegal to our footballs. There's no nothing there, and I think the SEC is informed me that there's nothing wrong with our footballs. That's the main thing.
I heard about that, and at first I thought it was just a joke, just a rumor or something, and then I found out, it was really true, and I just couldn't believe, that they were saying something like that. I guess it could be like, make me feel like I've done something good, or either it could demean me a little bit, saying that, oh, he's not supposed to be able to kick one that far.
No, if it doesn't have any people riding in it, I think it's legal.
I guess not. It couldn't be sour grapes, could it?
No, not at all.
Time now for us to bring you up to date on some other items of interest out there, like the Blues and the Blackhawks in Chicago.
That was a great win because it was a tough win. It was work. It was cold and it was ugly and it was work. And they came out and gave us the best. You fought out there and you proved who the best team was in that second half. That's a great second half. You went out there and you did what you had to. Defense, way to go out there and take it to it. Robinson, great job. I had somebody step out there and make the play. Great job, defense, going out there and changing that thing around. And offense, way to run that thing in that second half and stick it down that throat. I'm proud of all of you. Proud of all of you. Now you're in position, right? It's all in position. Now, fellas, in Mexico State now, we got to go rumble. We got to go rumble next week. There ain't no, we're in position. We're in position. I'm proud of you. Let's bow for a word of prayer. Oh, God, we thank you for the efforts of these young men, for all those that help this team and work with this team. We thank you for the strength and the guidance that you've given us to strive, to do our best, to work hard, to play together, to love each other, and to appreciate the things that have been given to us. Watch over us and take care of us. Take us home safely. Be with the other team. In Christ's name we pray. Good job!
Football review, the Tigers are a perfect 8-0 after a hard-fought road win in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Coach, what a hard road trip, and what a way to play and overcome all the obstacles.
I tell you, every season you look back at certain points and you'll see some parts that'll be like no other game you ever play. I'm not sure we at Auburn will ever play a game any colder. About 10-degree wind chill factor, tough circumstances, but we stuck to our game plan, kept our minds on business, and won a very, very tough ball game.
And again, somebody has always come up with the big plays, both sides of the ball, and the defense makes the big play and gets things started in the second half.
Well, I tell our players, somebody has got to take it upon themselves to see themselves making a play to win a football game. I don't know who it's going to be. It might be a lineman, it might be a back receiver or defensive back. Brian Robinson, the game was tied up 7-7, makes the big interception for a touchdown. We were always a step ahead of them from that point on.
And you hold them on 4 downs twice when the game is on the line?
Well, the short yardage defense. We say we have to win short yardage to win the ball game. We made 7 of our 12 third down situations. We stopped them 4 times on 4th down. They were not going to punt, but that 4th and 1 finally iced the game.
They weren't going to punt because of their field goal problems, and if they're down close, they were going to run it on 4th down.
Well, we saw in the papers midweek that Coach Ford talked about we're not even going to try field goals. We'll go 4-down territory. We're going to go for it. We watched it, had some game plan ready for it, and were able to prepare for it and stop them over and over again.
Okay, now, we'll go to the post-game dressing room for some comments, but first a little setup. Late in the game, the Auburn offensive line did a tremendous job and Reed McMillan had his best game on one play. They give to the fullback play number 34, and that's what we talked about with Stan and Stan's roommate, Reed McMillan, to begin these interviews.
Hey, man, he was a workhorse on that last drive. I told him we were running 34 out the middle every time, and I would yell, hey, let's run something different now. Let's run a sweep. And I'd say, let's run 34 again, right? And then I'd get the defense, but he did a great job.
He'd actually come back there and say, all right, we're going to run a new play. All right, 34, here we go again. I was kind of going when he came back there and said, I was like, well, good, man. I'm going to get a rest this time, you know. I won't have to exactly run the ball, but we kept running all the way down the field, and like I said, the line did an outstanding job. I mean, I'm not sure. I think any back on the team could have made the runs I made.
Had to have a big play to start the half, huh?
Yeah, Coach Bowden told us we needed a spark, and I provided the spark coming out in the second half.
You knew the guy had fallen down?
Well, I didn't know he had fallen down. I was just breaking to the ball, and I made a good kick.
The balls felt like bricks. I mean, I think my foot is killing me from kicking. It was not easy at all. At least, you know, I felt sorry for the other kicker. His only went to the 2. I at least got mine almost in there, but you know,
well, you got one in there, and it was big, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think I hit that thing as hard as I could, and I don't even know how much it cleared by, maybe 5 yards at most, but it was tough out there kicking today. Yeah, it was the worst.
I thought my foot would break off from the cold ball. I got too many layers of clothes on right now, so I got to get undressed, but no, he's a hero of this day.
Let's talk to this guy right here.
Oh, man, I'm thinking I'm the luckiest one out there. Got to kick with the wind both times I had to kick. It was great to finally get out there and get a start, and I'm just glad I could contribute, and finally 8-0, and it's cold and I'm ready to get home.
Yes, we just buckled down, decided, you know, we had to play hard to win the ball game, and that's what we did.
Time to admit it, this is a good football team.
Yeah, it's a pretty good football team. I guess they looked at Vanderbilt's film, and, you know, they figured they, you know, can come in and run the ball on us, but, I mean, we really went out and worked on, you know, stopping the option, and, I mean, that's what we did. And as you see, I mean, it didn't work that good.
You didn't let Big Henry disrupt the offense, did you?
No, I knew that going to the game, that's going to be a big key for me to control him in the game, especially on the pass, and I think I did pretty well in blocking him.
You know, it's amazing how the offense did not let the conditions bother him, you know?
Yeah, Coach Bowden and all the other coaches said, you already know it's going to be cold, so go out there and play Auburn football and don't worry about the weather, because they had to play it just like we do, and they weren't ready for it, but we weren't ready for it, but we just went out there and played football.
Back with Coach Terry Bowden's comments on Auburn's 31-21 victory over Arkansas in just a moment. It began very much like the Vanderbilt game. Long drive, but going into that 20-mile-an-hour wind, you get nothing out of it.
Well, I tell you, very concerned first half. We let opportunities slip by. With the conditions like they were, with a coach like Coach Ford and the way he played, I knew if we could not let many opportunities miss. We missed that field goal. We fumbled the snap on the next field goal on short yardage. We lost opportunities. It scared me and concerned me that we need to concentrate a little bit more in the second half. You'll see in the first half, very, very tight ball game.
And they went into the second half very, very encouraged because of it.
That's right. I mean, we just kept them in the ball game. This would have been a big win for them, and we needed something to happen. But you'll see how all this transpires as the game goes on.
Okay, after that, as we go to the tape, after that drive that Auburn comes up with nothing on, Arkansas takes it and scores to lead 7-0, and we pick up the action now. A mark of this very successful football team this year, Coach, has been their ability to answer scores.
Well, they had come back down and scored. We had some critical third down play there. They would not let us throw the ball over the middle like we had been throwing in previous games, so we had to throw the outside. Here's the deep ball quickly to Frank Sanders. We recognize man coverage. Safeties were up tight. Frank Sanders makes the catch. Stiff arms, gets down to the 6-yard line, puts on the 6. First run gets us to the 1. Stan takes the quarterback. Look at the surge of the offensive line. Great push on the goal line. Quickly got it tied back up. Need to do that to keep them from being ahead for a long period of time. There's our crazy fans. Had to be crazy to be there, but there's a lot of crazy Auburn fans that were in Arkansas.
The road Tiger walk was a thing of beauty.
It was unbelievable.
Defense takes over and holds them in check.
One of 3 sacks. Anthony Harris had 2 of them. We had no sacks against us. We sacked them 3 times. A critical factor that you have to study to find, but defense really came to play and played very well and jumped right back in the game and shut down the running attack again.
Stop them there deep after a turnover. Big stand there. Here goes another big stand.
Well, it's a great defensive play. They moved the ball down to the 10 on a, I believe it was on a fumble. Long pass, that's right. Now here's the good play. They get the ball. They're pressure on the quarterback. He throws it out of bounds, gets called for intentional grounding, and puts them way out of field goal range now and really helped us there as the defense applied pressure. He threw the ball away because of the pursuit of that defense.
And you got to stop them one more time as they get another drive going here and get down deep one more time.
Well, Jason Miska, hey, when you play middle linebacker and they run the option, you've got to take the dive for the middle linebacker position. You'll see him over and over. Look at him firing there. Beautiful play, Damon Prentice. Everybody jumps in there. A great play. Now, they were not going to kick field goals. They went for fourth down. 4 times they went for it on fourth down. We stopped them 3 times. That is another statistic that was very vital to the outcome of that football
really
game.
puts pressure on your defense. It is amazing to me how each team moved the ball in the first half under the conditions. I thought we'd be, 7-7, but I didn't know that you would have 24 yards of offense, and they would have 175 or something like that.
Well, on AstroTurf, the conditions are not going to affect the AstroTurf. Unless there's a wet, rainy substance that freezes, water that freezes, that hurts it. But they scraped the snow off. It was in good condition. The winds were tough, but you didn't see too many real long passes. You saw some low-line drive long passes, but everything was pretty much kept down there. Everybody executed pretty well, much better than you'd think.
You thought your team was lacking some concentration in the first.
Well, when you bobble a snap or you miss something, we missed a running play right before that bobble snap. We let a big pass get by deep on us. I thought there's just a little bit of concentration there. Not so much that you're not wanting to win the game, but you're not out there intense about doing everything you can every minute. We talked about that at halftime. I challenged the young men to go out there and make a big play, spark, get something going, and take this game for the importance that it was, and we saw a great turnaround there in the second half.
You certainly did, and we'll be back to look at that in just a couple of minutes. Coach, the Auburn Attitude Pins are a big hit. You and the Auburn Network got together and put these little pins together, and I see more and more of them. How about you and Auburn?
Well, I've always worn them. That's great, because now I go out and I see someone, I don't know where they're from or who they're for, but when I see that pin, I know they're for Auburn. I know they got the attitude that's helping us win, and that's big. It was a great attitude. The fans had a great attitude up at Arkansas.
It's remarkable the attitude this football team has had this year,
Well, I really strongly believe that the positive attitude that make things happen was what we wanted to work with, and I've always tried to get everyone involved with that, and I'm kind of glad the pins got out and everybody's kind of gotten into that. It's just been a great feeling around Auburn right now.
The supplies ran out, but they have replenished the stock, and now you can order yours. The Auburn Attitude lapel pin is $5, $1.50 postage and handling. The T-shirt at the place Auburn stayed the night before, we got up, and this is a shot outside the lodge of the little golf resort where Auburn stayed. And that was a very interesting sight, I'm sure, for some of those South Florida guys, Coach.
Well, when we woke up to all that snow the next morning, it really was different, and I think it was kind of a shock to some of our players and all of our coaches too. But it's a beautiful resort that you can't stay anywhere close to Fayetteville. You can't fly into Fayetteville. We fly into Tulsa. We stay at a place, the closest hotel that had any availability, about 45 minutes away. But it's a beautiful resort, and Jay Jacobs handles all that. Did a wonderful job, and it'd been nice if it hadn't been so cold so you could get out and walk and enjoy the outdoors, but it was beautiful with all the snow up there.
And as you saw, the Auburn cheerleaders were able to make this trip, and I know they had a time they'll be talking about for some time.
Well, they had to probably dress a little warmer than they thought they would, but it's always good to have them down there leading our fans and with their spirit. They've done a great job, and our cheerleaders are just so enthusiastic and spirited. We enjoy having them with us on special occasions.
Part of the home advantage is the difficulty it takes to get to a place, and you rode buses and flew airplanes for 6 or 7 hours to get there. It's really difficult to get to Fayetteville, but in spite of all of that, the players shrugged it off and did their business.
I think the important thing is to underplay or underscore anything that happens like that, and it's just that it's different. I mean, when I was at Sanford or Salem College, we never had a plane. We bused 7 hours to every game, or 6 hours, and stayed in 4 guys to a room. We didn't have any money to put 2 guys to a room in a hotel. And so it's the difference. It's the different time before the game that really causes you opportunity to get your mind off the game. But I told you, you need to be mature. You need to focus on what it is we're out there for, and don't let those things be excuses or distractions from what you need to do. And we didn't let that happen. I was very pleased.
Stay tuned now for a big second-half highlight package. We'll be right back with that. That with temperatures around 30 degrees, a north wind at 20 miles an hour, and a wind chill of 10 as the Tigers take the field, and like you say, they need something to happen.
Well, we challenged them, and they knew it was business. They knew we were in for a battle, and somebody had to make something happen. In the very first minute, you're going to see right here, really the change in the game, the big momentum changer. Brian Robinson makes the big intercept right there, takes it in with a block there from Otis Mounds, and takes it through the end zone for the score, up 14-7, only a minute gone the first half.
And with that spark, the defense comes out, holds them, and you get another drive going and get some distance between them.
Well, they're really getting after it. You start to understand. In the second half, there's a little bit more scoring, but again, we continue to put pressure on them. There's another almost interception as they work to their tight end. They have an all-conference tight end, very good tight end. They kept working back to him. We covered him very well. He made some big-time catches.
Here's 3rd and 3 on the field goal drive now.
Well, there's twice Stan made critical runs on 3rd down to hold drives going. He's done that all year, and he's done it especially well this game and the last. Another big passing catch. Watch Frank Sanders now. I believe he had over 100 yards of catches on 6 carries. Big play, just positioned his body perfectly because the wind just held that ball up. Scott Etheridge, I don't know how the ball went. He just came to the side and said, Coach, I can make it. I wasn't going to kick it. And he made it. When he tells you he's going to make it, he's going to make it. He should tell me every time. But
it would make coaching easier.
It's a lot easier.
Okay, now they come back and score, and really this becomes the critical point of the game.
Boy, the quarterback was almost sacked, and there we just fell asleep, let the deep ball get by us, and they hit the deep ball on our best cover man, and it kind of wakes you up there when they do that, and but maybe we learned something from that.
Okay, and then a turnover, and they have it deep now. The defense has got to come
Well, we're
forward.
only up 17-14. We turned the ball over and give them the ball in our territory. There's the 4th down play. They would not kick the field goal to tie it. They go for the 4th down. They don't get it. We get the ball back now and try to establish it. Reed McMillan begins in the second half to take over. You know, I really felt like he was the most valuable player on the offense in this game because of the thing he was able to do running that football when we had to have something to control the ball.
Thomas Bailey had some big catches.
Thomas continued doing a great job there. Nice critical play there. That's a big 3rd down run right there. It really helped us. Got in the shotgun, ran the split back sweep. We had some nice nakeds off that play where the quarterback fakes it and rolls out.
Same drive, 4th quarter. Great blocks up there by Anthony Redmond.
Oh, Anthony Redmond had a great block. We faked the reverse. It held the linebackers up for a little bit and created a seam. Now we're up 10 points, and that's a kind of a good separation. But, you know, it would not have mattered, though, except you're going to see here. There's a great stop on this drive now to stop them for that was like the 2nd down play. Here's 3rd down.
Yeah.
3rd down puts it to 4th and 1. You'll see Jason Miska and Gary Walker and the entire D, Anthony Harrison and Willie White. Here's 4th down. Now watch. Otis Mound comes up from the secondary, makes the hit, and everybody else jumps in. Critical 4th down. Pretty much that iced the game right there.
Okay, Auburn gets to going the other way. The Auburn offensive line is beginning to dominate this football game.
Well, Reed, Jake, the very first play for about 16, 18 yards and gets us to midfield on the very first handoff up the middle. We continue to run that same play. Got the change field position. Although they stopped us there, we changed field position and we ran time off the clock and put them deep in their own territory. There's Joe Frazier, made 3 tackles on the day, played on defense and on special teams. Joe Frazier, one of the guys you just love because the way he plays and helps this football team.
Stop him one more time here.
Well, good pressure. There's another sack by the defense now as we get a lot of our defensive linemen continue to put pressure on.
And here comes the number 34 drive.
Well, 34 is just a number of the play that he runs up the middle. We called it 6 straight times. No, we threw a naked right here. We ran a naked with the quarterback. We faked it one time, and Reed just took over the line. We're blocking in between the tackles. Now we fake it one time and let him run out. They all step inside. Stan runs for a good 1st down. Does his little slide in there safely for a 1st down. Try to keep the clock running once the chains are moved.
Watch the Auburn interior line.
There's a little crack right there. There's a lineman lock up, pick up linebackers, and sticks him in there. Watch the slow-mo. Watch the lineman. Watch Shenro Beek pick up the blitzing linebacker. Great job there of picking up all the players. The safeties are too wide out on the wide receivers. Leaves the hole out the middle.
And so that gives Auburn the 31-14 lead, and then Arkansas drives for a late meaningless score, and that is the final right there. A tremendous road win. When you go on the road in the SEC and win, and also when you go on the road in conditions like that and win, that's an accomplishment, Coach.
Well, we were at homecoming at Arkansas, and they've got a team that's played very, very well. And they played their best games against Tennessee and Georgia, 2 of the best teams on their schedule. Only had 1 bad game against Alabama. And they played well. They had a good game plan. They really did the things they wanted to do, gave us all that we could handle, and it's a credit to them. But our young men came back and played just a little bit better to win that game in the second half.
We'll be back with a final comment in just a moment. The ticket and an Auburn attitude pin for homecoming. Kickoff at 1 o'clock against New Mexico State Saturday at Jordan-Hare. The Auburn Network on the air at 11:30. Congratulations to you and the team, Coach. See you next week.
Well, thank you very much.
Coach Bowden's Apparel provides
That was a great win now. You went out and took care of business. A little adversity at first, a little turnover to score, and no panic, just took care of business. We did exactly what you had to do. You went out there and you blew the team away, which is exactly what you should do. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. Now we get down to business. We had a team or two drop ahead of us, so we'll move up a little bit.
Good go.
But we got Georgia. Man, let's commit everything this week. Don't miss your studies, but let's commit our lives to beating Georgia this week. Everybody here, let's go after it. Sitting there for us.
Welcome to the Auburn Football Review. Auburn 55, New Mexico State 14. Coach Terry Bowden, had you been able to write the script, I doubt if you would have written it any other way.
Well, it was a perfect homecoming. Great crowd, one of our biggest ever, considering they had no one from New Mexico. We were able to play so many players, including some great seniors who don't get to play a lot. They got to play for Auburn, play in front of their parents, and have a great homecoming victory.
And as usual, Auburn gets behind before it gets untracked.
This is the last one, and we're not going to take this anymore. I don't know what happens. We have a turnover again, as we've had some problems. But thank goodness, quickly we put that behind us and scored and got back in control very quickly.
I'm sure the best one-quarter output of the season.
It really was. There weren't turnovers. Every time we drove and scored. They got one first down the rest of the half, and we scored at will and began to just do about everything we wanted to. And you hoped you might be able to do that against New Mexico, but you weren't sure. And I think our thoughts that we might be a little too tough for Mexico were found true pretty quickly.
And it was a great day, and let's go in the dressing room now and speak with some of these young men who played such a huge part in the day.
You guys liking those long sleeve t-shirts, aren't you? Well, I'll tell you, it was nothing like Arkansas, but it was close. I mean, you know, it was a lot colder up there, but it got a little cool toward the end of the day today.
He got to feel like what it feels like to stand on the sideline with that wind blowing a little bit today.
He got to give
he got to get a little cold. So
does he give good signals?
He takes them better than he gives them. I have to say that. But, you know, he takes them real good.
Hey, this is a great day. 16 in a row. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. We were talking about it on the sideline, but I didn't know how many it was. We just figured we were doing all right with our completion percentage, but we didn't know it was that many. But you know, it was great play calling and you know, a good team effort.
This is a good day for you too. You need to work.
You know, it's always good to get in there and play. You know, Stan's having a great year, but you know, you got to keep your head up. You never know what's going to happen in this big of a year. You know, we're 9-0. We can't have any slips or anything like that. So you know, you always got to keep your head in it. But it's great to see Stan doing great and us winning.
Did you think you all could get something done on the punt returns today?
Well, I mean, not, you know, previously before, not looking at the films and everything, but I felt, you know, that it's time for me to do something and try to get something started. And our punt block team, they did a great job of making a wall for me, and I got to the wall.
I thought you would have scored if the quarterback had blocked for you on the first.
The cornerback came up, Stan said he didn't see him. He was looking inside like the lineman was doing, and the cornerback just came around the corner. I think if he'd have got him, I don't went the distance.
Stan put on a clinic today.
Yeah, he had a great day today. We work hard during the week, and it shows on Saturdays.
Why is the 34 play so good?
Because you know, with the great tailbacks we have and the success we have in running 46, they pile up on the outside and open up the inside for us.
Boy, you made a good cut today on that touchdown.
Yeah, it was exciting. I saw the guy out there, and I was like, well, ain't nobody outside on the right, so I just cut outside.
Just planted that left foot, and he was gone.
Yeah, had to do it.
Did you have a little talk with the quarterback? Say, look, we're out there too, or what?
Nah, Coach Bowden put it in the game plan this week. I guess it's decoy for Georgia. I don't know.
This gets everybody ready to go into the Georgia game, right?
Yeah, it's a big game coming up for us, and hopefully after today, you know, everybody be ready, and they'll be back next week, so we'll be deeper at tight end.
Might take them all with those guys.
Yeah, I hope so.
Many catches today.
Well, Stan and I connected quite a few times today, and it was exciting. It was a great homecoming for us.
Is that a design play, or is it you come back when you see you that he's scrambling?
Well, I read him scrambling because I saw the defense pick up Frank's kind of banana route there, and I saw Stan break out left, so I kind of cut my route short and came back to catch the ball.
How's vet school going?
It's pretty rough. I got to hit the books tomorrow. I got 2 tests next week. Got to try and fit in that studying sometime.
Yeah, it was a good win for us because we know we got a big game with Georgia coming up next week, so it was a good win.
Going to have to get the pressure to Zaire. You just can't let him stand
Yeah, you
back.
can't let him throw. You can see what he did last week to Florida. And it's going to be a big challenge for us. You know, big challenge, big game. You know we're going to be up for it, so it'll be a good game next week.
Zaire, Zaire's a great quarterback, probably the best quarterback we're going to face. You know, and this dude here, Cody, he was a pretty good quarterback, but Zaire going to be behind a better offensive line and we'll have better running backs, and we'll have a better unit to work with. So
it's pretty good rehearsal for him, though.
Yeah, it was, because, you know, they're going to pass the ball probably 40 times a game also, and we got to just get ready to come off and do a lot of pass rush to get some also.
I read the papers, and they said they were going he quoted from the Florida game, he shouldn't have ran the ball those 15 times they ran it, so he said they expect about 75 passes. So we'll be up for it.
Schelling is back in the interception race, only 1 behind.
I'm back in it now. You know, Brian is here with everyone. He's had 4 and I have 3 now, so, you know, secondary is just looking forward to a chance to play Georgia with their good passing game.
You're going to get a lot of opportunities next week, aren't you?
Yeah, everyone's going to get a lot of opportunities. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be very exciting.
Back with the first half here, a little on the breezy side, and all the activities of homecoming made it quite a day to be on a college campus, Coach.
Well, you know, I mean, Tiger Walk from the very beginning was wonderful. The fans have just become an event that's almost as big as the game itself, and weather was beautiful, a little chilly, but you know, that's we all can kind of enjoy that football weather too. That's fall weather.
Right balmy after the week before. Huh?
That's right. But it was a great day, and the crowd got into it early.
It occurs to me that as we see some of the seniors now who were presented, they presented footballs to their parents. Occurs to me that you've only spent a year with these guys, but this is an exceptional bunch of young men.
Well, I'm so proud of them, and what they've done and what they've meant to Auburn and what they've been through, they're going to be stronger because of it. And I think people are going to have a special place in their hearts for these seniors and for how they've come and led Auburn back to where everyone is so proud of this institution, as they always are, but for them and what they've done. And I know Coach Dye is proud of them because he really has brought them and nurtured them, and we're very proud of our seniors.
This guy was 6 yards under his average because all of the punts today were in the middle of the field. But look at him back that one up. Now, that's not just an accident, is it?
That was a 9-iron shot right there. He put it right down and set it right there, but he lost a yard on his average. There's Stan. We did a lot of moving. That's our tight end coming across, Derek Dorn. Came through a big catch there. He's excited because we've been trying to get him the ball a little bit. Get stopped, kick a field goal. We're down 7-3 right now because we had a fumble to start the game, and for y'all that weren't there, they had like a 20-yard drive, but we come right back and didn't get a touch, but we started moving it good, and I was very pleased.
That's 3 downs and a punt for them the rest of the way, and the Auburn offense just clicks beautifully.
Well, it was a good sack by Gary Walker. I think their quarterback wasn't quite used to a lineman having that kind of speed at the level that he plays at, and Gary caught him up and kissed. And here's Stan White going through. The first half, Stan was remarkable. If you could have seen the way he was throwing it, the receivers that he was throwing to, his first, second, and even third receivers, very calm. There's a little fake sweep. He finds they cover his first receiver. He goes right to his second one and does just a super job. And hitting Derek Dorn again. And there's the belly up the middle. Beautiful move by the fullback. Richardson had 2 carries for 2 touchdowns. And had a great day there, and it catches us up quickly.
Okay, back on. They make 1 first down. This is in this drive, and that's the only first down they made after their initial touchdown, really.
Well, the coverage was outstanding here and put a lot of heat on the quarterback, and I think it was good because next week, as they said, we're going to see one of the top quarterbacks in the nation. Defense continues to play well, and they gave up less than 200 yards of defense. I know they were disappointed because the team scored at the end. Good to see Steve Davis back. I know we're happy to see that. This is what we've been needing. A good combination of James Bostic and Steve Davis, and you'll see us mix them up in the second half. Good to see that big fella back.
A lot of linemen downfield getting blocks.
There's a great play by Thomas Bell. He's just coming to himself. He fights to make the catches. The defender had it covered, and then scrambles into the end zone instead of going down after he caught it.
3rd and 1 play right here.
Great stop there. You see that defense, everybody on the side come in, and the right side to stop that play. Great day for our defense, really needed. Here comes James Bostic back now. First play he comes in, he takes it about 30 or 40 yards. and almost scores right down about the 10-yard line, I believe.
He ran to the 1 on another play later. And here comes the fullback play.
There's Tony Richardson. And Tony was right in the pregame. If they take the sweep and run to the outside, then the little handoff up the middle hurts them in the inside.
2nd and 5 play here at their 25.
Good play by Gary Walker. Again, much improved there. He needed to have a good game this week and deflects it. They had a man open that play. There's the good faking that Stan does. Makes the quick throw to Frank Sanders. And he really mixed his pass. I think 6 different receivers. And
12 different receivers.
Well, 12 different receivers. And notice Derek Dorn again making a nice play and getting a big pickup.
I'm sure that's a pickup for Derek to get some catches.
Well, Andy Fuller was just sick that he was out. We held him out, and Derek got to make all the catches this week.
Carter's that little comeback play, he really made it work.
Well, that's a super ding. And there's James Bostic catching a touchdown pass. And good to see James catching a touchdown pass. Sean gets 6 catches. Carter, in his senior year, a big homecoming game.
Yeah, in fact, he had 5 career passes, and he got 6 yesterday.
That's great. I tell you, Mike Felton had a super day.
He
2 sacks and a tackle for a loss. And he's worked himself into a starting position, and he's got a lot of future ahead of him. Got great quickness. Beautiful throw and catch by Stan and Frank Sanders on that one. There, that's about good. If he doesn't get more excited, then I'll be okay. He has to fight to keep from. Isn't it awful to have to fight to keep from celebrating? It seems like to me I'd want to celebrate if I scored a touchdown.
I don't know about that rule. Something needs to be done. But anyway,
Jim 5 gets to celebrate. Can't the player celebrate?
That's right. About as good as 13 minutes of, actually 18 minutes of football there from the field goal on to the 5 scores that you could imagine.
It was really an outstanding team working together. And again, I think about, there were so many bright spots, but I still think, offensively anyway, Stan White, when he's hot like that and picking people out and moving around against a team that you're a little bit better than, it's unlimited what you can do. And the defense giving up 1 first down in about 18 minutes, you're going to win ball games against when people do stuff like that.
19 for 21, I believe, and 16 straight passes. What a
we had 2 drops. It was 19 for 21 with 2 drops. It should have been 21 for 21. It was one of those things that just went. But we were a better team than New Mexico, and we were just doing what we need to do, is play well against a team that's not as good as us.
We'll be back in just a minute with some halftime coming. That Auburn is having a marvelous year, perhaps a record-breaking year, and we want you Auburn fans to know that the Auburn Network is already at work on a season highlight videotape. And the difference this year, Coach, is they're going to make an effort, and we'll have it out in early December so that people can get it into their Christmas gift plans.
Well, I was hoping we would do that, and Mike Hubbard's going to assure us we're going to have that for. I was thinking about our Auburn clubs and all of our visits and how good it would be, but there are individuals who probably want to have a highlight, and I'm sure they can contact someone at Auburn Network, at the Auburn Network, and get that.
And we should have some definite word on when the tape will be available and how you can get it on our program next week, so make a note of that. What a great thing the 38-point explosion was. Now you're in position to use a lot of people on homecoming. I know you were glad of that.
Well, that's right. And to get those points in the first half, we usually come back with the first teamers, the first series of the second half, to make sure we come out mentally sharp and not let the tempo go away from us. But we got to put so many people in. At the receiver position, it almost got humorous. We used 8 receivers and 3 scout team defensive backs. That's one place you can get them in as you rotate every play. And so it was a great chance to play a lot of young men.
I think I counted 65 and all. That's a lot of folks.
Almost everyone.
All right, we'll be back with the second half of play in just a minute. Fitz comes out and takes some time off the clock and gets a field goal and makes it 41-7. As we won't show that part of the third quarter, but now the scene is set for you to use a lot of folks.
Well, that's what you want to do. Late in the season, you've used so many people in your scout teams, in your organization and preparation. And to keep morale up, to get them into a game like this, really keeps your morale up. The players that hadn't played much are going to come back today talking about what they did or the mistakes or the good things they did. Really helps your team when you have a game like this.
And here comes Chris Schelling with his 3rd interception of the year.
Yeah, they threw it up for grabs. The quarterback, he makes a nice return, gets a big hit here, is coming up, made some good yardage there, and just kept things rolling.
And Patrick Nix needed some work, didn't he, to get ready for any situation that might develop, man?
Well, he did a super job there. Sean Davidson getting his catch. He's been a great, hard-working fellow. But Patrick Nix has to do the hardest thing, I think, in our team. He has to be ready every minute. Willie Gaucher getting a catch. He has to be ready every minute all season to take the entire responsibility of the team on his shoulders. and he has to sit in the wayside. We hope that Stan will be all right all the time. There's James Bostic, but Pat never knows when his number's going to be called, and he's going to be required to lead this team on the rest of the season. Beautiful throw from Patrick Nix to Ramon Malcolm. Good to see him getting a good playing time. We're going to see a lot of him. He could be as good a receiver as he is a running back.
Move now to the fourth quarter of play, and Auburn's, well, we'll see a couple of good defensive plays here.
Well, that's a way to dominate that line. There's Joe Frazier comes off a good tackle there along with Mike Pelton. Joe made a good play. Continue to make pressure, good pressure on the quarterback, and that was what we wanted to see, a few sacks, and make sure these players worked hard all week to put pressure on that quarterback.
And on Lester in there. Here comes the touchdown drive.
Well, I tell you, he ran real hard on those sweeps. Ramon Malcolm did. And then here's James Bryan, one of our senior walk-ons, did a good job there blocking and running at the fullback position.
Patrick Sullivan at quarterback.
We're all using second and third team people now. Good block there by Sean Davison. And boy, it's good to see us. Then we're down to now Pat Sullivan is getting his work in. Of course, he's waiting in the wings for his day, and to be able to play and have a good show there and lead us to a touchdown right here to finish it off. It was nice to see our third teamers go in there and do so well.
And a young War Eagle who had himself a good day.
The only one we didn't get in. He's the only one we didn't get in.
These guys from their action seem to be appreciative of the opportunity to come and play a major college ranked football team.
Well, they really did. They hadn't been able to ever be in front of a big program like this. They enjoyed it. They played hard.
Yeah,
it was just a situation where we hoped we'd be better.
I read where the quarterback said, it helped us because we could play with these guys. They were better because they had more people, but we could play with them.
Well, that's right, and that's always the case. We've got a few too many at a few too many positions. They really can gain from something like this, and I was just glad that we gained from it, that we kept our intensity up and our emotion up, which is sometimes hard to do, and played a game that should help us as we go into next week.
And next week is a big week. We'll be back in just a minute. It's interesting, Coach, that under the old scheduling system before the divisional scheduling, Georgia had to play Florida the week before they played Auburn, but that's not the case now. They were sitting home watching.
Well, again, that's something that's going to be an advantage for Georgia. They have had 2 weeks to prepare for us, and we couldn't just ignore New Mexico State. We had to prepare, and so they're going to have a little advantage there. But these two teams know each other well. Even though I have a new offense, Wayne McDuffie, their offensive coach, it's the same thing. He'd been at Florida State for all those years. Coach Hall has been here running defense. These two teams, the two systems everybody's using, we know each other. It's going to be who out there and plays the best because we've got the hottest team against right now the top team.
And they were having problems earlier, but obviously they have corrected their problems. They are hitting on every cylinder throwing the football.
Well, and again, that's obviously a big concern that we're going to have because the records you can throw out because what they did the first 4 or 5 games is unimportant. It's what they have done the last 3 or 4. Even the games they've lost, they've improved their play. And right now, they're at the top of their game in their 2 probably biggest games, Auburn and Georgia Tech, after the Florida game. And so it's going to be a big one. We're going to see one of the top athletes in the country at quarterback, and our defense is going to be truly tested first. Then our offense is going to be tested because what we're going to have to do probably just to try to score and keep up with them.
And one of the great series in all of college football.
Is Bowden stay unbeaten? James Bostic did a lot to do that. 19 carries, 183 yards, and 3 scores. Would Air Zaire be able to bring Georgia back down 21-7? Trying to do it, but the tip is intercepted by Chris Schelling. 73 yards later, Auburn has a lead that would turn out to be insurmountable. 28-7 at this point. Tigers win 42-28, equaling their best record ever. Chance for the perfect season next week at home in the Iron Bowl against Alabama. Florida just needs to in a fierce battle in the desert.
Now just 1 win away from a perfect season. The Tigers made it 10 in a row this afternoon between the hedges in Athens, Georgia. James Bostic had a huge day coming off the bench to run for 183 yards and 3 touchdowns. Tigers led 21-7 at the half. Key play of the game happened midway through the 3rd quarter. Eric Zaire's pass is tipped. Chris Schelling picks it off and takes it back all the way. 73 yards. It's the 4th time this year the Tigers have returned an interception for a touchdown, and a nice little exclamation point by Schelling on the dive. Still in the 3rd, Stan White hangs it up for Frank Sanders. Auburn on top 35-14 after 3. Zaire brought the Dogs back with a pair of touchdown passes. This one to Brian Bohannon cut the Tiger lead to 7 with 3.5 minutes to go. But big James Bostic put it away from the 27. It's his 3rd touchdown of the game. The Tigers are still undefeated. They beat the Dogs 42-28. Up next, the Iron Bowl, 1 week from today.
Today, we became the best team in the SEC in our mind and on the field. And they can't take that away from us no matter what happens the rest of the season. Alabama's next with our last of our goals, undefeated in the state championship.
Well, like I said, it feels real good, you know. And like I said, I give all the credit to my offensive line and fullbacks and receivers for the great blocking they've done for me this year.
I never felt like it was put away until the last minute of the game. I mean, that's the way Georgia's offense is, and that's the way Eric Zara is.
Murder, She Wrote will not be seen tonight due to the
spot in the new AP poll. The Tigers are now number 6. Alabama is ranked 11th. Notre Dame is the new number 1. Florida State falls only 1 spot to number 2, so the stage is set for a possible game of honors. Bama linebacker Lemansky Hall picked up the defensive honors by returning a blocked kick for a touchdown and making 2 interceptions and 8 tackles in the Tide's win over Mississippi State. James Bostic is the offensive player of the week, 183 yards and 3 touchdowns between the hedges. So the stage is set for the Iron Bowl Saturday afternoon at Jordan-Hare.
Now, not only do we have the biggest rival that we've got, not only do we have the state championship, not only have the undefeated Seaman, but it's the championship for us.
We're looking forward to playing Alabama. We're going to go back to work tomorrow, study their films, and I think if we prepare well, I think we can come out with a victory.
Personally, I prefer to be the underdog. If you can remember, we was an underdog. We played in the Sugar Bowl, and we came out victorious. And we probably be the underdog going into the Iron Bowl, but that's fine. It's going to make us work harder and just play a little harder.
I think this is a good enough win for us going into the long game, even though they beat Georgia pretty bad today. But, you know, we're going to go down there and play them hard, you know, like we've been doing the whole season.
Are you glad they beat Georgia so you can be the first team to give them their loss?
Yes, I am glad to beat Georgia, you know, so we can go down there and beat them in their home stadium.
Ooh, that is what the coaches call bulletin board material. I wonder if the VCRs were rolling in Auburn. Now, if you started coaching right now and you won 10 games a year, it would take you until the year 2025 to catch Don Shula. Amazing. 325. Shula finally reached the magic.
They can play for the conference championship, but we're the best in the conference. One on the field. Fellas, I'm proud of you. I am so proud of you. Nobody, they don't believe somewhere else, but you believed right here. They can put you an underdog and you're 7th in the nation, but you believe. And then I'm proud of you because you don't need nobody else to believe as long as you believe. And you did. And that's a great job. Defense, great effort. Offense, way to put the points up. Great overall win, man. Great overall win. We're going to savor it all night long. And then on Sunday morning, it's Bama. And you want to say something, man, real quick now?
Hey, fellas, like Coach just said, Sunday, that's where it all starts, baby. That is where it all starts, baby. We got to carry it from Sunday to Saturday, baby.
Auburn Football Review, Auburn 42, Georgia 28, and a wonderful Saturday afternoon football game at Sanford Stadium in Athens. And congratulations, Terry Bowden, the first Auburn coach ever to win 10 games in his first year.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm pleased and excited, but all because of those players. Our players have dedicated themselves, and they've gone out and done it. I'm glad that I've gotten to come along for the ride.
You know, it's time to acknowledge that this is the best team in the Southeastern Conference.
Well, we talked about that. We didn't get in the paper and talk about it, but you know, we're not eligible for the conference championship. And before they had divisions and a bowl game, a championship game, you won by the best record. And right now, we're a lock. We have the best record in the conference. If there was the old way, we'd be in the Sugar Bowl right now. And so we wanted to recognize that goal. It's not the ending goal, and we have plenty more to shoot for. And maybe the biggest prize of all. Above the conference championship. but they wanted to be the best in the conference. This team has risen in 1 year back to be the best in the conference.
And they proved it yesterday with a really resounding victory. Let's go to the dressing room and talk to some of those young men who played so marvelously yesterday.
Their offense is so potent, and we knew they were going to drive the ball, and we just knew we had to run some time off and try to get some points while we were doing that. And you know, Bostic made some great runs. Line did a great job, and we passed the ball when we needed to, and that's what counts.
Mark of a great team when you can answer a big score.
Exactly. I mean, you know, they came out and scored and got another quick one, and you know, we answered right back, and that's the reason we're 10-0 right now, and we just got one more to go.
This was an all-day job, wasn't it?
I'll tell you what, it was about 75 degrees out there. It's a little bit hotter than we've been used to, but you know, we got a ring, and that's all that counts.
It was a 60-minute game, and that's how most of our games have been this year. And we knew that they was going to come back, even though we was up at half. We knew they was going to keep fighting because they really need this game. And we just kept playing hard, and we ended up on top.
We just got after him, and we got Bosco. He just got 1,000 yards this game, and we're real proud of that. That's a big accomplishment for us linemen, for our running backs to get 1,000 yards, and I'm just as proud of that as this win.
Yeah, they came out and blocked too hard today, you know. Like I give all the credit to the offensive line and Tony Rizzi and Reed McMillan, fullback, and Sean Carter and Frank Sanders was good, tremendous blocking today.
You know, in the second half, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot a couple of times, but, you know, a great offensive team as we are, you know, we just picked back up and put the points on the board.
One more.
Yeah, that's it, one more.
That was surprising the way they came back. But our defense stepped it up when it was important. Mark Johnson made a great interception. Our offense went out there and said, look, we got to win it. And the guys on the sideline kept saying we will not be denied. And as long as they believe that, we won't be denied.
You know, Coach Bowden just said, you know, the best team is going to win, you know, and I feel that we were well prepared, came in the game. They had time to scope us out, but I feel that Coach Bowden and his staff did a great job of preparing us for it.
It was all day. It was a tough game. It was a hard fight. The offense ran up and down the field, and they did it for us. Defense made a few mistakes. We coming out fourth quarter. We stuck in there. We put pressure on Zaire.
You got them a big touchdown, and you stopped them 2 or 3 times deep, too. That made a lot of difference.
Oh, yeah. I think everybody just got together, and we just dug deep in and just fought.
The defense, we just went out there, and, you know, we had to get a good pass rush and keep it moving around, and we managed to do that.
Well, that was an all-day job, huh?
Oh, yes, it was. We had to get after it all day. We knew Georgia had the type of offense that can score at any time, so we had to stay in the whole game.
Brian got hurt right then, so I got a chance to go in, and we were right down there on the goal line around the 5-yard line. Guy went inside, and I just happened to get up underneath him and caught the ball. It's a good catch.
It was a blitz call, and the quarterback kind of checked off to the man who Chris was sticking, and I happened to back up and tip the ball, and he came up with a good catch.
And you knew what to do with it, huh?
Yeah, I kind of knew what to do with when I caught the ball. They've been joking on me a lot about not scoring when I get the interception. So today I had to go out and try to make it. I wanted it bad today. That's why I dove in the end zone. They moved the ball up and down the field on us, but we came up with the big plays when we had to, and we prevailed in the end.
That's right. It must be remembered that the defense got to score and stopped them on several key times.
We knew we had to score at least one touchdown today, get some turnovers for the offense, and that's exactly what we did, and came out victorious. Yeah, it was a good game. I mean, it was a good win for us. We went out, we prepared well for it. They caught us in some situations sometimes, but defense made big plays, and we were able to overcome the obstacles.
I don't know what your situation will be next week, but I know you'll be there one way or the other.
Yeah, we're going to take a trip up to Birmingham Monday and have a look at it, and we'll just go from there.
12 days work all the way to the end. All the way to the end.
Your guys hung in there a long time.
I know. Heck, we give up we make a big play, then we give up a big play. You know, it's been one of those years, but it was fun.
Remember that you got a touchdown and you stopped them 2 or 3 key times.
Oh, Lord, it was a lot of fun. Kids are playing hard. You know, Phil, you look at what we got, you know, they just playing their hearts out. That's all I can say.
Wish we had more than 5 minutes today. We'll be back with Coach Terry Bowden and the highlights of the great win in just a minute. It's a warm and humid day at Sanford Stadium, and I bet the coach was worried about the pass rush. Going to have to rush him 50 times?
Anytime you got warm weather, and warm weather this late, we haven't had that much lately, it's going to affect your pass rush because those guys get out earlier. But it didn't happen, and they were ready. Our fans were there. It was a great day. I tell you, fans, y'all are helping us win ball games.
That's
and
true.
What your excitement before the game, during the game, and after the game meant as much to our victory as anything else.
You really set the tone on the first defensive series here this is the first 3 plays they run, and you stop them every time.
3 straight series, and stopped everybody. Big Anthony Harris knocks one down. We get 3 good plays, and boy, I tell you, everybody's rushing him hard.
Primus was right there.
Primus right there. Now, here we almost had 7 points the other way right here. You see how close it actually came. Third play of the game, watch this. Boom.
Oh.
Nobody there to get him, but he throws a hard ball. The quarterback does a good job. It's hard to break on it quite the same, and we come right back and to get this thing going. Critical 3rd and 10. Nice play from Stan White, Sean Carter. Little out pattern. We had to change some of the things we were doing. Then a big play, Stan ducks under the pressure, hits old Richardson. Tony for a big first down and get this thing going. And we come out with a pretty good first series.
At the Georgia 38 now. Great block.
Steve Davis took the opening call. He started for us, just not so much because of anything other than to take some attention off of one. There's Tony Richardson coming back. The same score he had against New Mexico State last week. Same type of play field position. Offense cranked it up. Defense cranked it up. Good start for us.
Okay, on their next series, you stopped them. This is a 2nd and 7 you're about to see with Zaire getting sacked by Primus.
Well, I tell you,
pressure was good early.
Pressure was super. Primus had an outstanding day, and all defensive front. I think Kurt Crane and Joe Witt did a great job preparing those young men for what they had to do, and pressure was there all day. Another touchdown-type interception, Brian Robinson, and so, boy, it makes you frustrated. It frustrated them, too.
In the interim there, though, Georgia went 96 yards to tie the score, and now Auburn has a comeback
Here's a 3rd
drive.
and 2. It's a 3rd and 2, and they're trying to stop a short yardage. Too many the defensive backs are up close. James Bostic popped it right through, and we're up 14-7. And we began to build a little bit of a lead here that they could never come back and catch up.
2 wild defensive plays right here.
Well, look at this. Well, see, when you first go to the ball right here, you're supposed to pick it up and run. Now, as other people get around, the job is not to pick it up, but to jump on it. And so there's a time to pick it up and a time to fall on it. Right here, that cost us. But thank goodness, right here, come back. Watch Damon Primus' hand rip around right there and strip the ball. Great job there, causing the fumble now as he stripped the ball carrier.
And Calvin Jackson came up with it. And so Auburn's going to turn this turnover into a touchdown for a 2-touchdown lead.
Put into a touchdown. Here's a boy, I tell you, scrambles. Beautiful play to Stan White to scramble and hit the second receiver, Frank Sanders, who if he had stumbled down, he could have scored.
Watch 82, blocking on the Butkus Award nominee there.
Boy, Eddie Fuller did a great job. We ran a stretch right there and got to the side of the end zone and got in on a quick 3rd and 2.
Now you'll have an opportunity to go up by 3, but you can't quite do it. But you got to stop them first here. This is 2nd and 4.
Boy, good defense. The defense swarmed and played so hard. We had so much riding on this game personally. We didn't talk about it much in the public, but we wanted this game so much. Oh, there's another one. Almost looked identical to the other. And kind of scares you when you see that. But we go in with a 14-point lead now, and you get that great halftime talk. If they don't score, we're going to win the game.
You must, did they do with the week they had off to prepare and maybe add some stuff, did they present you with anything unusual that you had to adjust to?
Not really. I think defensively, we know the best ways to stop our offense, and we know what they know is the best way. They just weren't able to do it with who they had. Offensively, I think they worked a little bit more in the running game. Early in the game, if they had not gotten behind, their running game was going to be a factor. But they got behind so much, 21-7, they discarded it and went to their pass, and then we got exactly into the game we thought we would have.
And we'll be back with some halftime comment in just a minute. Network is preparing a couple of items so that you'll remember this magical season the Tigers are having. First, the highlight video, which will appropriately be titled Attitude, is in the works right now. Will be out well before Christmas, early in December. It will be $29.95, and the soft-cover book, pictures and statistics and the whole story in a soft-cover book will be just $14.95. And here's how you can order each of them now. Get your order in early. That's the phone number to call right there, 1-800-488-3883. And I'm glad to see you have your attitude pin on again this week. You got some calls about that, huh?
Oh, yeah, I had to wear it. I get nervous talking about the season like it's over. I guess we have to do it to get everyone their abilities to get things for Christmas. But it makes you nervous, though, when you got one more big one, because the book isn't finished,
right.
Is it?
No, there's still a chapter.
There's a chapter unwritten.
There's a chapter to be written. The Attitude pins, by the way, can be bought at several retail outlets, in particular the Auburn bookstores, and then they will also be on sale again at the Auburn Tailgate Show prior to the game at the stadium. We'll be back in just a minute with an exciting second half. To the second half, you actually come out and put a good drive together, but you get stopped on 4th down, and then Georgia starts the other way, and the big play.
Well, that's right. We got stopped, and then a big play comes. The very first, here it is, there's nothing happening, and all of a sudden they're about to score. Brian Robinson bats the ball up. Chris Schilling, he just wanted to score. I'm not sure he's faster than those other two fellas. He just wanted to score more than they wanted to tackle him. It's a great effort. I think he was exhausted when it happened.
And he made a great cut there to run to the other side and put some distance between them.
You know, that could have been one of those turning points in the ball game, but, you know, within 45 seconds, we kick off them on the very first play. They hit one going across the middle, caught us out of position and score, and it negates that in one shot. But there's a key right here, a key 3rd and 8. We get 8 1/4.
We got to come back on this drive.
Here's a key 3rd and 12. Stan steps around.
Wow.
He gets 17 to Reed McMillan. Offensive line just continues to block well with Coach Trickett and Stacy Searles, and continues to block well. And now there's a key play, and then there's that counter. We haven't run that but 3 times in the last 5 games. It showed on our self-scout analysis, but it was a big play. The counter play was a big play to James Bostic. The fade in the corner of the end zone. We haven't seen that all year.
Wow.
Stan's been wanting to throw that, and Frank's been wanting to catch it. My brother Tommy made the call, and I said, let's go with it. And it was something I never get to watch them practice work on that when they do it during kicking practice, and they were perfect. There's our fans.
They begin a drive. Now it's in the 4th quarter, and they go all the way on this drive, and they're still in it. It's 35-21 now, but with Zaire throwing the football, they can score very quickly.
Well, that was I thought it was a bit of pass interference there as he pushed off and worked back the outside. There's that counter play again. And boy, I tell you, every time they scored, this was frustrating for Georgia. Every time they made something happen, we countered with something else. And Bostic, 180-something yards on less than 20 carries. Boy, is he super in the backfield. And again, when you're heading towards that end zone with our fans down there and those shakers, boy, those players they just want to get in that end zone. But the pressure, see how they put pressure after pressure on him. Another near interception, the 3rd one for Brian Robinson. He's going to see that in his head over and over again. Here's the step up. Big Mark Johnson, what a great play. Maybe the play of his career that helped win the football game for Auburn, as Mark Johnson made the interception that probably was broke the camel's back with that one. But later in the series, we had scored. They come back and score much later in the game, and now it's in the last quarter, and it's only 7.
Only 7, and they're going to try the onside kick.
There was about 3.5 minutes left. They got a chance. Chris Schilling makes the big play right there. And now, if we can just run some time, 3.5 minutes, if we can just run some time, move the ball down. Here's a 3rd and 2, and they expect us to run the football. You take Stan White, you throw it to Frank Sanders. That's as good a chance as anything else. Key 1st down, and then watch the little play right here.
Reed got a great block on
Great block by Reed. Todd Bowen had a great day on the offensive line blocking for us on several plays. And there's the difference right there as the defense held on. Our fans, boy, I tell you, the fans were there every minute. And, of course, it was a tough loss for Georgia, I know, as they had wanted to go to a bowl game. The win might have helped them, but they've had some great days the last few years, and we've struggled, and this conference is tough.
That's the coach. Remember the crowd.
You can't help but help to thank that crowd as they're there as strong as they are during that game. And it's so far, I mean, and we've got maybe a whole season ahead of us. But so far, it has been, you talk about the Auburn family and the Auburn spirit and the Auburn team, it's all been together, and it's been everybody's been helpful.
Back in just a minute with some closing comments. Comments now, and we will put this great win to rest. This was a textbook case of what the run can do, because Georgia actually gained more yardage than Auburn did, but those 300 yards rushing were vital to this win.
Well, I think any coach would tell you if you can have 300 yards passing or 300 yards rushing, you would like to be the type of team that can have 300 yards rushing, because the type of team that can rush for 300, when it gets to be short yardage or it gets to be goal line, or you've got to just hold on to the ball to stop the clock, to run the clock out, it's the running game that helps the defense out and helps you win ball games. So the excitement's passing, and that's always going to be a part of our future. But the running game, you can never cast away that running game. I believe that's I don't care where you are, that is still part of football. It's always been there and always will be there.
Now the big one.
Yeah, now the big one. You keep wondering, can it get bigger? But you really know it can. You throw the records out. You know, the 10-0 is we've said what we're excited about, what we've accomplished. But now you've got one where you throw the record book out, Alabama, and my players. I'm going to ask them to help me on this one. Help me prepare, because to me, it's always been something I've had to look from the outside. And we've got to play a great game against the defending national champion, the defending conference champion. for the state championship and for the 11-0 season.
Auburn fans will never forget the 1989 game, the first ever game played at Auburn. This is the second one, and there have been some incidents in college football this year where emotions are high that have really been bad, and I know Auburn fans want to avoid that. And you have some plans for Tiger Walk.
Well, that's right. You know, everybody that I've talked to that's associated with Auburn thinks that the '89 game is one of the greatest experiences they had at Auburn Stadium. They never forget it. Their children never forget it. And the Tiger Walk is a major part of that experience, but we have got to really think about how we're going to conduct ourselves, because the Tiger Walk is only for Tiger people. If someone got hurt, it would just be one of us. And we saw what happened at Wisconsin, and we have got to really do some thinking about how we handle ourselves, because one child, whether it be mine or yours, to fall down and have problems, it may jeopardize the Tiger Walk forever. And we really need to do some thinking. We're going to come out with some things, I think, from the university to help each other. We're going to communicate that to our fans, and I hope we will all get together and have the most beautiful Tiger Walk we've ever had, but we'll all be careful in how we conduct ourselves.
It will really be just a marvelous occasion. I'm so sorry we don't have television, but that's the way it is. Alabama has shown some improvement. 20 seconds on Alabama if you got it, Coach.
Oh, they're just, I mean, they're going to come here with the best defense that we played all year, the most explosive player maybe in the country in David Palmer, a quarterback that's now healthy, and he has led them to no defeats, never been defeated, I don't think, Jay Barker, in 20 or 21 games. A great football team.
Really will be a great day, and we'll have the replay for you on Sunday. Thank you. See you next week.
Coach Bowden's apparel provided by The Locker Room.
It's the road to the Grey Cup Championship on Sports South's Canadian League Football. The playoffs get bigger with the finals of the Eastern and Western Division. CFL, Southern Exposure. Live Sunday starting at 1:30 on Sports South.
Georgia football with Coach Ray Goff and co-host Lauren Smith. Brought to you by Trust Company Bank. Does your bank suit you to a T? Coca-Cola Classic. Always a good call. Always Coca-Cola. Delta Airlines, the official airline of the University of Georgia Bulldogs. Golden Flake Snack Foods, the crispiest chip in the South. Osmos pressure-treated pine, only from Great Southern Wood. If it doesn't say Osmos on the yellow tag, believe me, you don't want it. Likes hot dogs. One bite, and you'll know why they say, when it's likes, it's gone. Your local Toyota dealer. I love what you do for me, Toyota. And by Georgia Sports Video, the makers of the national award-winning video series and the creators of the official Centennial Video.
In the final home game of the season, Auburn a winner over Georgia, 42-28, but the Bulldogs really fought hard. How frustrating is it, Coach, to fight hard, as your team did, and not come up with victory?
Well, I think it's even more frustrating to learn when you lose and you don't play very hard. But we had some opportunities in the game. We have an interception return for a touchdown. We have an interception in the end zone. We have a turnover on the 20. So we had some opportunities, but Auburn's a good football team, and they took advantage of the opportunities they had, and they made big plays when they had to.
Well, Auburn is a very physical football team. That was obvious. Compare Auburn to the teams on the Georgia schedule to date. How good are they?
Well, anytime you lose, everybody's a good football team, and obviously Auburn's a good team. No one else has beaten them this year. Whether or not they'll go through the season undefeated, only time will tell. But Coach Bowden and his staff have done a good job, and you've got to give them a lot of credit.
There's a lot of big plays to show you. Those plays coming up. But first, we get this message from Dr. Norman Hers of the University of Georgia Geology Department.
Did you know that
Several seniors played their last game in Sanford Stadium Saturday. One of them, Brian Bohannon, who made a couple of outstanding catches, and we'll see those in the second half highlights. Now, these thoughts about his Georgia career from Brian Bohannon.
Well, I just feel that, you know, the things I do, I want, you know, to benefit the team. I want to contribute to the team. And on, you know, making a first down catch, we could be having a drive, and it could be, you know, a 3rd and 12 situation where it's a key point in the game. And sometimes, you know, fans don't realize everything that goes on the field. And it could be a simple catch. It could be something, you know, Eric puts around the money. All I got to do is stick my hands up. But to the team and to the offense, we all know that, you know, those type of things are big because it, you know, it keeps our drive alive. Well, I think it's a role where, you know, I might not be the guy to go deep every time, but just in any situation where we need a big catch or we need something to maybe lift the team up, that I'm going to be there. And I think I'm real unselfish in that, you know, I'll do whatever it takes for us to win as a team. And I think our group's pretty much that way. I mean, we got a good group of guys who don't really have any prima donnas. It's just a good group that works hard, and that we got a lot of talent, too. I'm a business major, and I'll graduate this quarter. I'm applying for graduate school for winter quarter. Probably going to end up going into coaching, but that's not a definite right now.
They're on the floor at a 24.5. The stadium's rocking pretty good. Zaire looking and going in the corner, and it is touchdown.
Brian's an outstanding young man. He's been a very good football player for us for 4 years. We're going to miss him. He and his family are really outstanding people, and we're proud of Brian's success here at the university.
In the second half, a batted ball was caught. Georgia about to score. They return it for a touchdown. You come right back and score. How big was Hassan Graham's touchdown pass?
Well, it was a big play in the game. There's no doubt about it, Lauren, because it gave us an opportunity to get right back in it after a big disappointment. So it was a big play for us, and Hassan made an outstanding run. So at this time, let's look at the highlights in the second half.
Well, you were down 2 touchdowns at the half, but coming out of the locker room, I felt that your team had confidence and took the field with a good upbeat mood.
Well, we did, Lauren, but again, the big thing in the game is right here, third down plays. We just never stopped them all day. Of course, we stopped them on this drive, and we wind up getting the football back, but it was our inability to shut them down in third down situations, and that was a big difference in the football game. And their fullback, our defense did a nice job there. And 4th and 2 and big play in the game, we stop them. Carlo Butler misses him in the backfield, and Charlie Clements and Will Muschamp come up and make the play, and we get the football back, and Eric comes out, hits Brian Bohannon, and Brian does a nice job of picking up 7 or 8 yards. Our offensive line did a good job on this drive protecting. Jeffrey Thomas makes a nice catch over the middle. They get a pass interference. Again, Eric comes back, hits Hassan Graham on the sidelines. Hassan had his best game.
10 catches. Good day.
Really did a nice job. Biggest play in the game. It was a tip ball, and they come up with a big play, and we got to dive for him here. We got to make Frank Harvey comes back and tries to catch him, and their guy does a great job of intercepting the ball and getting the ball in the end zone. And, I said earlier, it's a 10 to 14-point swing because of the interception.
24. Shotgun. Zaire looking, and fires right down the middle of Graham, complete on the 45 to the 40, the 35, the 30, the 25, the 20, going down the sideline. Touchdown!
Well, it certainly was nice to answer their score and their big break with a touchdown, and a terrific job on Hassan's part.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And I think this is, you know, what makes you feel good, if there is any good feelings out of it, that our football team was down 28-7. And they came back, rallied back, and gave ourselves a chance to be in the game and an opportunity to you know, to get back in it. And Hassan did a great job. As I said, it was his best game at Georgia this year and over the last 2 years, and showed a lot of speed. And then our defense goes back on the field, and 3rd and 8 again, big 3rd down, and we don't stop them. They pick up the first down by a yard. And again, that was the big difference in the game. Derek Smith does a nice job on a little shuttle pass, stops them in the backfield, and we make a nice play there. Here comes our tailback, Bostic. It was a 3rd down play again, and we don't stop him. And they get the ball down to our 20-yard line, and you know, we're fighting, trying to get back in it, and we just can't seem to slow them down. Mitch Davis and Carlo Butler and Derek Smith make the play on the quarterback in the backfield, and they throw the little fade route, which is a tough play in college football, and man coverage on the goal line. And, they make the play, and they go up 35-14. At this point, our offense really
did some nice things. Eric comes in, and we hit, I believe it's Shannon Mitchell over the middle. Shannon makes a nice catch for about 4 or 5 yards.
Two tight ends and an eye. Zire looking. There's a man wide open in the corner. Touchdown. He hit Bryce Hunter in the left corner. He beat it.
A nice route by Bryce Hunter, and Eric did a nice job of laying it up for him. And now the football game's 35-21. So our offense has cut the lead. And now it's up to our defense to go out and stop them, which they did. We got the football back, and Shannon Mitchell makes a nice run on the shuttle pass. Shannon didn't practice since the Florida game. He had not been able to practice, which hurt him a little bit and hurt our chances of doing some things with him. Brian Bohannon makes probably as good a catch as you'll see. Pass interference, he concentrates on the football. He comes up with a big catch on the 9-yard line, first down on the 9. And big play for Auburn. Unfortunately for us, we get a pass interference, interception. But we're able to stop them. And we're still down 35-21. Chris McCraney hits the shoulder pad and goes over. And Chris has got a good knack of running back punch, and he does a great job, gets the ball back to midfield. But unfortunately, we get a push in the back, and we get a 10-yard penalty.
Down on the 8.5. Zire takes the snap and rolls right and throws the ball handed. Touchdown in the corner.
But we were able to take that drive, go down the field, get points, and we're within one touchdown now. It's 35-28. You can see a replay of it. Eric hits Brian Bohannon. Brian does a great job getting the ball in the end zone, and he's been a very reliable receiver for us for the last 4 years. We attempt the onside kick. It hits him, and it bounces 5 yards back right to where their guys are. And, it's just one of those breaks, and instead of bouncing towards us, it goes towards them. Now they get the football at the 50-yard line. And, we've got to stop them, and again, it's a big third down play coming up, and they convert on 3rd and 3. We don't get a lot of pressure. They hit him in the flats, and we're not obviously playing very good pass defense there. And they pick up a big first down, then they toss it to Bostic, and he just runs right through us and scores a touchdown. Now they're up 42-28. And now we've got to score twice again with about 3 minutes to go in the game. And we went for it on 4th down and didn't make it. And we get the football, but we're unable to convert any points. And unfortunately, it was a disappointing loss to a good Auburn football team.
It was my senior year. We were going for a championship. We had been beat by Auburn basically a couple years before that and had stopped us. And we were on our way to the national championship, so a pretty big day in my life.
Another open date coming up, Coach. Your team is still a little beat up. Shannon Mitchell had a tough time Saturday going full speed. Do you think you might get a little help to protect with this open date?
Well, we hope so, Lauren. We were really a beat-up football team going into Auburn, and that's not an excuse for the outcome of the game. We were beat up, and Shannon was one that didn't practice for the last week and a half and really didn't put on pads till the Auburn game.
Georgia Tech is an improving football team. A winner over Wake Forest Saturday. How good is Georgia Tech?
I don't think there's any doubt that Georgia Tech has made improvement. Their record is now at 5-5. They won this past weekend against Wake Forest, and it'll be a good football game. What we've got to do is regroup and get our players ready to play the biggest game of the year.
That's it for this week. Thanks for joining us. Next week we have an open date show, and we have a special guest joining us, everybody's friend, Louis Grizzard. For Coach Ray Goff, we are signing off until next week. Look forward to seeing you then.
Inside Georgia football. Month of
Auburn and Alabama both worked out this afternoon. Gene Stallings and Terry Bowden say they're doing their best to prevent their teams from peaking too early. The Crimson Tide will bring the second-best defense in the nation to Jordan-Hare Stadium. Bama is allowing only 10 points a game on average, but the Tigers are scoring 33 a game. SEC Defensive Player of the Week Lemansky Hall is primarily concerned with the Offensive Player of the Week in the conference, Auburn running back James Bostic.
I think he's the man. He's a tremendous tailback, and he got a lot of experience, so he's the threat for us. So I think we'll be ready for him. I feel real strongly that our best defensive game will come this weekend. You'll see the best. You'll be to see the The Bama defense are old Saturday.
I think it's going to be a week of not too much sleep. I think it's going to be a game where you could go over and over in your mind every possible way that you can win this game.
There's a good chance the Crimson Tide could be working out in Montgomery Friday afternoon. Gene Stallings hasn't decided yet whether to practice in Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, or Auburn. He'd like to get a good look at Jordan-Hare Stadium since he's never been there before, but since the Tide is staying in Montgomery Friday night anyway, Stallings would like to avoid the extra bus ride on the eve of the big game.
And if I were going to guess, right now, I'd guess that we would probably work out somewhere in Montgomery. We'd go there, and that's where we'd spend the night. That's what I'd guess that I'll do. But I have the prerogative of changing my mind about that.
Tomorrow is Media Day in Auburn. Phil Snow will have the story at 6 and at 10. When the Troy State
Director David Housel and his staff have been overrun with folks today.
Wouldn't have been as bad, would have been even worse had Alabama not lost the game and taken a little of the national spotlight off the game, but there were plenty of state media at Auburn today. And what is new Auburn coach Terry Bowden's approach to the biggest game of his career? Here's the quote: "Exactly nothing different."
Whether that's right or wrong, it seems to be the strategy that I want to use, because it seems that it's helped us to be 10-0 by not getting involved with a lot of changing things or getting caught up in a lot of outside distractions. And they should be greater this week, and so if we can block them out as well as we blocked out some adverse distractions earlier in the season, I think it's been good. So far we've tried to keep our players and our coaches as much in the same groove and grind as we have the rest of the season.
But this is Alabama, and Bowden knows Auburn will face the best defensive team they've seen all year.
I mean, if you're looking for us to score a lot of points this week to outscore people, I don't think that's in the cards. And I'm not going to say they're the same team they were last year. I saw them last year. They were even better last year athletically. But they still play defensively better than anybody we've played all year.
And containing the Alabama offense enough to win begins with number 2, David Palmer.
We're going to try to have a plan to slow him down. And how they use him, we don't know, but from what I have seen, he has been the one person that can change the outcome of a game. And on this field, he'll be the one person that probably stands out from either team.
You really just can't stop a guy like him, but you have to contain him. And I think the biggest thing to do is make sure when he does catch a pass, no yards after the catch. That's a big thing for him after he gets the ball, what he does after he catches it.
Bowden plans to take some pressure off his team by taking them out of town Friday night after the seniors take part in a late afternoon pep rally. Former Auburn player Eric Ramsey believes he played some part in the Tigers' success this season. Ramsey's attorney, Donald Watkins, says his client takes credit for helping to force change at Auburn, particularly the head coaching position. Former Auburn coach Pat Dye resigned over the controversy created by Ramsey's complaint to the NCAA that he received illegal benefits from an alumni and assistant coaches. Watkins says Ramsey will be pulling for Auburn this weekend. You may wonder what Pat Dye's been doing this football season. We visited with the former Auburn coach last week. He's looking after horses and cattle, doing a lot of speaking, restoring an old home on his farm near Reeltown, and enjoying the success Auburn has had this year, particularly proud of the seniors on Auburn's 10-0 team.
I'm so proud for Wayne Gandy and Anthony Redmond and Stan White and Reed McMillan and Tony Richardson and, all those guys that have been here and stood tall when times were tough. And you could see, I could see the hurt in their eyes. It wasn't their fault, the things that went on and the things that happened and the way the media tried to destroy them and me and the program and the thing. And to see them come back and prove that they are a special group has been a thrill to me. And I'm just thankful that Terry, had the ability to come in here and not destroy, the things that had been built over a period of time that were there in place. He just fit it all together and made it work, and he's just done a masterful job at it.
On our live Iron Bowl special Friday night, Pat Dye looks back at the first ever Alabama game at Auburn. We'll be live from two locations, Jordan-Hare Stadium and the Alabama team headquarters, Friday night at 7. Well, you have a brief period of good wildlife movement just after sunup tomorrow. Our WSA
Well, better take your earplugs. No doubt it's going to be the loudest game of the season at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Some people who were there back in '89 say their ears are still ringing. When it comes to the noise level and the factor it should play in the game, there's a little difference of opinion between Alabama coach Gene Stallings and Auburn coach Terry Bowden.
We need for the crowd to be a factor in this game. With there are over 85,000 people here and all but a few being Auburn fans, if they can make more noise than they've ever made, 50% of the time, that is when Alabama's got the football, maybe we can affect their execution, their ability to communicate during the field. I don't think you can intimidate these young men. They've been in big stadiums before. What you want to do is affect their communication skills, the ability of the quarterback to speak loud enough to reach the tight end or to communicate with the wide receiver or everybody who has to work with no verbal communication at all. That sometimes causes just one or two plays a game to mess up. Those might be vital plays.
The game is to be settled between the players, you know, and when they're playing a game here or wherever, you'll never see me encouraging the crowd to holler, because I think that the players need to be able to hear. I think that needs to be a courtesy to both sides, really. I know people holler and yell and make a lot of racket. Just so happens I don't encourage it, because I think the game needs to be settled amongst the players.
Auburn and Alabama both spent about 2 hours on the practice field today for the second straight day the Tide worked out in Bryant-Denny Stadium. Gene Stallings says running back Sherman Williams is still not at full speed. On the Plains, the Tigers spent most of their time working on their offensive and defensive game plans. Last year, the key play of the Iron Bowl came early in the third quarter. Antonio Langham's interception return for a touchdown broke a scoreless tie. Both coaches might have had that play in mind when they were discussing the keys to this year's game.
Alabama thrives so much on other people making mistakes. So many games they've won the last 2 years by you just making a mistake and giving them a touchdown, giving them field position, make a mistake, and then they don't give you a chance to catch up. And so that causes you to be very, very concerned about whether you're going to try a risky play or try for a big play that might have a turnover, because they are so good at creating turnovers that once they get ahead of you, their defense does not allow you to catch up. Now, that doesn't mean that David Palmer's not going to score 80 yards the first play and put you behind, but as far as what they force other people to do, it almost forces this into a waiting game and to someone trying to get this game into the fourth quarter.
I think the key to most games is turnovers anyway. You know, you take the game that we've lost, you know, we turned the ball over 5 times and we were -5 in turnovers. You're not going to win very often if you do that. I think the kicking game is going to be awfully important in this particular.
Montgomery. And I'm Phil Snow, live from Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, site of tomorrow's 58th meeting between Auburn and Alabama.
Return to Auburn. This preview of tomorrow's game between the Auburn Tigers and the Alabama Crimson Tide is brought to you in part by Alpha Insurance, by W&J Propane, and by Glenn Smith Chevrolet Geo Jeep Eagle.
Good evening. Here from Auburn tonight, we will get the very latest word from Coach Terry Bowden. We spoke to him just a few minutes ago. Pat Dye will reminisce on that first ever Auburn-Alabama game here at Jordan-Hare Stadium 4 years ago. We'll bring you up to date on what's happening here on campus on this exciting day, and we'll have some useful information in case you're coming to the game tomorrow. Let's go to Jeff in Montgomery.
Hi, Phil. When it is Bama time, we're going to check in with Crimson Tide head coach Gene Stallings. Alabama's in Montgomery. They worked out this afternoon at Crampton Bowl. Plus, we'll talk live with Alabama athletic director Hootie Ingram. We're going to take a game-by-game look back at the 1993 season for both Auburn and Alabama. And we're going to meet an Alabama assistant coach who's fighting a big battle off the football field. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you'll make plans to join us. Stay right here for Iron Bowl 93. Stick around.
Unbeaten Alabama has dominated Auburn for 3 quarters. Gardner Jett kicks what looks like a meaningless field goal. It's 16-3 Alabama with 9 minutes to play. Auburn's Bill Newton blocks the Alabama punt. David Langner scores. It's 16-10 Alabama with 5 minutes to play. With less than 2 minutes left, Bill Newton, rushing from the inside, again blocks the punt. David Langner again returns it for a touchdown. Jett kicks the all-important extra point, and 17-16 becomes an eternal part of Auburn folklore.
Confused. No TV.
No TV, I think, is the biggest
No TV
factor.
is the key, and it's something that everybody wants to see.
A lot of people are going to be here tomorrow just to be around. I'm sure some of them are going to want tickets. What is your advice for someone coming without a ticket?
Well, my advice would be to bring a real good radio. I don't expect to see a lot of tickets tomorrow. You know, usually any game you go to, you see some tickets on the street, but just last week at the Georgia game, I saw 2 tickets outside the gate the whole time. Yeah. And so I think the no TV thing, and, you know, when people come, they want to see the game. So I would say it would be hard.
Thank you for coming by, Tim. And I know you're glad that this is over, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes, this is a tough ticket here, but it's also a tough ticket in Tuscaloosa. Let's go to Montgomery with Jeff.
Phil, this game is so big, it's sold out not 1, but 2 stadiums. Get ready to see the biggest television that I've ever seen. This baby is 20 feet tall, 28 feet wide, and as you can see, they spent the whole day installing this bad boy, this Jumbotron, they call it at Bryant-Denny Stadium. And when tickets went on sale 2 weeks ago, they sold out in 4 hours, all 45,000 seats, and now those $10 tickets are being scalped, if you can believe it, for $75. Joining us now is Alabama Athletic Director Hootie Ingram. And Coach, when this decision was made to do the closed-circuit telecast, I remember reading a quote from you saying, we hope to sell 9,000 or 10,000 tickets so we can break even. Obviously, your expectations have been exceeded a little bit, have they not?
Well, we really were shocked that it sold that fast, that many seats, but I just said the 12,000 to 15,000 area was our break-even period, and but we were glad to do it for the people and let more people, both Auburn and Alabama fans, have opportunity to see the game.
And what's the reading that you've gotten from your people? Obviously, they checked it out today. How did that go?
Well, I left before they had it completely checked out, but they were going to run some tapes on it and so forth, and we don't anticipate any problems. We had some people down in Gainesville that saw the Auburn-Florida game at Gainesville. We sent a group of people down there, and they were all very impressed with it, and it was a very effective show.
I can't let you get away without your prediction. Tell me why you think Alabama is going to win this game tomorrow.
Well, this kind of game you always look forward to. And I know from a coaching standpoint, coaches don't have to worry about either team playing in games like this. You know, a lot of times during the year, you have a game or two where you're afraid your team's not going to be up. But in a game like this, both teams get up, and let's let the best team win.
Hootie Ingram, I know your presence is requested at several functions tonight. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us. We'll let you go.
Good.
We're going to be back with Phil Snow at Jordan-Hare Stadium after this Iron Bowl memory. Don't go anywhere.
In the last 2 or 3 days, for the first time in my life, it's dawned on me that it's very important to all of them because they are a part of it, and it's very important to me because they're looking to me to see that it gets done.
Bear Bryant's first opportunity to become the all-time winningest coach in major college football comes against his greatest rival. Alabama rallies to 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns, the first on a Walter Lewis bomb. And the put-away score by Lenny Patrick gives Alabama a 28-17 victory and Bear Bryant's record-breaking 315th win.
Minimum
price and backing it up with Jack Ingram's award-winning priority service. This weekend, buy your new Nissan at the lowest price in the region. It's all happening this weekend only at Jack Ingram Nissan.
Anytime you get 85,000 people in a place like this, and with the emotional pitch that will be present here tomorrow, there are always security concerns. Bob Howell has joined us on set here, and you've been working on that today, sir.
It's a matter of fact, I spent quite a bit of time today with the police chief here for Auburn University, and when you say a lot of people getting into an emotional situation, I can assure you that Auburn University has a plan. It's something that they have dealt with on several occasions as far as making sure they have a contingency, and they're very serious about that. And the man who knows all about it is Police Chief Jack Walton.
If anybody wants to make sure that they go to jail, they can get on the field after the game.
The recent tragedy at the University of Wisconsin is a reminder of what can happen when a jubilant crowd turns into an out-of-control mob. Chief Walton says there have been some close calls at Jordan-Hare in the past when crowd control was a problem, most notably after the 1986 Georgia game. That's when the university decided to create a natural barrier between the fans and the field. Closest to the stands, there's a 4-foot-tall hedge of holly bushes with their prickly leaves. But then there's the real deterrent.
See if I can get you a sample here.
Oh,
yeah, I won't have to cut. You see those? Those can be pretty painful in there. When you keep them cut back, they're just thick with those.
The university police operate a command center underneath the stands. Fans who get out of line wind up here in the stadium jail. Women are held in a cell in the back of the bus. The men go here.
Then when we get 12, we load them up in the wagon and take them on over to the Lee County Jail.
So you're serious about this?
Oh, yes.
Chief Walton has this advice for fans at the game.
Come to the game, have a good time, but just keep everything in perspective. We have to draw the line on certain things because we've done this a long time and we know what we're doing, and what we do is for their protection and their enjoyment. Just don't infringe on the rights and privileges of your neighbor. Everything will be okay.
One of the things that's going to be a little different tomorrow, by the way, Phil, is on the Tiger Walk. They're going to put barricades up, and one of the things that Chief Walton talked about is voluntary compliance as far as people simply not pushing up to the barricade. A lot of kids are on Tiger Walk and want to get a chance to get up close and see the players, and so they're asking everybody that comes over for the Tiger Walk, please stay behind the barricades and just stay cool.
Vic backed up against one of those hedges, and I thought we were going to have to take him to the Lee County Hospital.
And that's one of the mild ones. That's the holly bush. He didn't get into bad stuff.
It used to be the Lee County. I don't know what it is now. If you're coming to the game tomorrow, we have a suggestion or two as to how you should get to the stadium. There are 3 interchanges on I-85 that you might consider if you're coming from Montgomery. The first one you will encounter is the Wire Road interchange. You travel down Wire Road to the stadium that way. Now, the more traditional way to get there is the first Auburn exit. I believe that's exit number 51. You can go in that way. If you're coming from Georgia or from the east, you might consider the exit 57. That is the airport exit, which will take you up to Glen Avenue, which will take you into the city. No matter what route you take tomorrow, be sure to be careful. There will be several streets that are one-way for this one day only to expedite traffic, so just watch where you're going. Now, let's go to Jeff in Montgomery.
Thank you, Phil. You know, I've been watching Rich Thomas's weather forecasts all week, and I think the weather is going to be a lot nicer for this game than it has been in past Iron Bowls.
No doubt about it. I can remember there had been some games in the 80s. One comes to mind. Do you remember 1983? This was at Legion Field in Birmingham. There was a torrential downpour in the 4th quarter. It got dark as night, and all of a sudden, they got word in the PA booth that there was a tornado warning for Jefferson County. And, of course, the PA announcer, which is our own Carl Stevens, announced that there's now a tornado warning, and tornadoes had been cited, but what are you going to do? You can't evacuate that many people. And there's been some extremely cold Iron Bowl games. Well, I'm glad to say this one falls happily in between those two extremes. We've got some nice weather. A few showers out there tonight. They're going to clear the area by later on this evening. and I think they'll be clearing by the time the game starts. Let's take a look at that forecast. Sunny, breezy, and cool at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The winds could be a factor for the kickers. 12 to 20 miles per hour. Temperatures running 54 to 59, so the wind chill factors will be in the 40s, perhaps even the upper 30s. So wear something warm for that game in Auburn. And if you're going to be watching the game, if you're going to be at Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa, same forecast. The winds north at 10 to 15. The temperature a little bit cooler, 50 to 54 for that one. But again, sunny, breezy, and cool. No weather problems. And I think a lot of football fans are going to be happy to see that kind of weather, because we don't have any rain to deal with, and we certainly don't have any other extremes to deal with. So a pretty good forecast for Iron Bowl 93.
Rich, we're going to hold you to that. Nice handoff. We've been sharing a microphone. We've worked on our handoffs, and I think we've got it down. We're just taking it one handoff at a time. We're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll come back with Iron Bowl 93 and run down the 1993 seasons for Auburn and Alabama. So stay where you are.
Auburn begins a final drive. Randy Campbell saves it with a third down completion. Jeremiah Castile appears to have stopped the drive, but is called for pass interference. Bo Jackson goes over the top, and the 9-game losing streak comes to an end. Legion Field becomes a wild scene.
It's 10-0, of course. Alabama, 8 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. Here's Jerome Hand with a game-by-game rundown of the 93 season.
The Auburn Tigers cranked up the Terry Bowden era on the Plains with a Thursday night game at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn hammered Ole Miss 16-12. Tailback James Bostic led the Tiger attack with 138 yards and a touchdown, earning Player of the Week honors in the Southeastern Conference. 2 days later in Birmingham, the Alabama Crimson Tide began defense of its national championship with a convincing 31-17 victory against Tulane. In Week 2, Crimson Tide wide receiver David Palmer set a school record for receiving yards in a single game by hauling in 8 passes for 217 yards. Behind the Deuces' performance, Bama moved to 2-0 on the season by sinking Vanderbilt 17-6. Later that evening at Jordan-Hare Stadium, Terry Bowden's Tigers trounced his former team, Samford, 35-7. Alabama's Antonio Langham tied the Crimson Tide career interception record on September 18th at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and he did it in style. Langham returned this one all the way for a touchdown, and the Crimson Tide cruised past the Arkansas Razorbacks 43-3. After the Crimson Tide destroyed Arkansas here at Bryant-Denny Stadium, the Auburn Tigers played their first road game of the Terry Bowden era down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It was a record-breaking game for Stan White. The Auburn quarterback passed Pat Sullivan as the Tigers' all-time passing leader. His 20 of 28 performance for 282 yards also earned him Player of the Week honors. Auburn handled LSU 34-10. The Tigers had to come from behind the next week to drop Southern Mississippi 35-24. That pushed Auburn's record to 4-0. Alabama had no trouble with Louisiana Tech up in Birmingham. The Tide blew out the Bulldogs 56-3. The Crimson Tide ventured to Columbia, South Carolina in Week 5 of the season to battle the Gamecocks. Sherman Williams scored 2 touchdowns and rushed for more than 100 yards for the 5th straight week to tie a school record. Bama beat South Carolina 17-6. That same night in Nashville, Auburn's defense made the difference against Vanderbilt. Brian Robinson scored on an interception return, and the Tigers came through with a big goal line stand in the second half as they slipped past the Commodores 14-10. Another defensive player, Chris Schelling, picked up SEC Player of the Week honors the next week against Mississippi State as he intercepted a pass and recovered a fumble. The Tigers blew past the Bulldogs 31-17. After a week off, the Crimson Tide's 28-game winning streak came to an end on the 3rd Saturday of October. Tennessee stopped the streak, but the Volunteers couldn't win the game. A last-second flurry by Bama and a nifty 2-point conversion by David Palmer left Tennessee and Alabama tied at 17. That same day, Auburn pulled off its biggest upset of the season. The Tigers came from behind in the second half to knock off the highly ranked Florida Gators 38-35 in one of the most exciting games ever at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Stan White led Auburn with 267 yards passing, which earned him Player of the Week honors in the SEC. The Tigers took the next weekend off while Alabama ventured. The Tigers outscored Georgia 42-28 in Athens. James Bostic was the SEC's Offensive Player of the Week. Bostic scored on 2 long runs and broke the 1,000-yard rushing plateau. The victory improved the Tigers' record to a perfect 10-0 under first-year head coach Terry Bowden. This is Jerome Hand reporting for the Iron Bowl return to Auburn.
Thank you, Jerome. You know, the names Terry Bowden and Gene Stallings, they're household names in our state. But what about the assistant coaches for Auburn and Alabama? We see them on the sidelines, maybe up in the press box, but other than that, we never really hear their stories. For the Crimson Tide, there's one assistant coach who has a very special story to tell. When Gene Stallings became Alabama's head football coach in January of 1990, one of the first things he did was hire Ellis Johnson to coach Bama's outside linebackers. With Johnson in the press box helping Bill Oliver coach the Tide defense, Alabama stifled Miami in the Sugar Bowl to win the national championship. 8 months after that magical night in New Orleans, Ellis Johnson experienced something football coaches rarely confess to feeling: fear. In August, a routine X-ray revealed a lump in his chest, a form of cancer called Hodgkin's disease.
When they first told me what it was, but before they defined it in particular, it's kind of a thing of fear because you don't know. Once they told me exactly what I had, and I'd conferred with some of my friends who have since gone into the medical profession and pretty well knew what I was dealing with, it was almost a feeling of comfort because medically they have come so far with it. And of course the other things that helped out were when they did the series of tests to find out had it spread and found out that it had not. That's obviously a good prognosis there and a good sign. So your chances for curing, or if you will, having it in total remission are very great.
The doctor told Ellis Johnson the chances his cancer will go into total remission are 90%, but that doesn't make the monthly chemotherapy treatments any easier.
There are 2 or 3 days there when I'm actually getting the treatments where I can't function well enough to contribute actually work-wise as much as I need to. And then there's probably about 5 or 6 days after that where I'm not up to par. Have to probably take off a little early and get out of the office in the evenings and catch up a little bit on the rest.
First of all, I think he's gone above and beyond and being at nearly all of our practices and all of our meetings and doing everything that he possibly can. I appreciate Ellis for that. I know he doesn't feel good all the time, and yet when I ask him how he's feeling, he always says he's feeling fine.
I guess sometimes I'm telling him a little bit of a fib, but to be honest with you, I haven't felt that bad, and I really feel very lucky because of that.
It's the eve of the biggest game of the season, the Iron Bowl, but Ellis Johnson has not been able to focus his full attention on getting ready to play Auburn. 3 days this week, he's had to go back and forth from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham for chemotherapy. If everything continues to go well, he'll undergo radiation treatment in February to knock out whatever cancerous tissue remains. Then it's checkups every 6 months for several years to make sure the cancer doesn't return.
The attitude I've drawn is there's certain things you can control and certain things you can't. And all you can do is do what you've been told to do, take the medicine, take the advice, and take the instructions, and do what you're supposed to do, and keep a positive attitude that things are going to turn out right, because there's nothing you can do to stop them from going the other direction. And that's basically what you learn in athletics. If you work as hard as you can and do what you're supposed to do and prepare as best you can, and you take the results, whatever happens.
It takes a great amount of courage to be able to do what he's doing under tough conditions, and I appreciate him for it.
For the first time in my life, something has happened which I can't control. And I've had to develop patience and understanding about that and do whatever the medical advice is and proceed from there and just let it fall where it may.
Whether you pull for Auburn or for Alabama, but you can't help but root for Ellis Johnson. I really admire that attitude. When we come back, we'll meet the man responsible for bringing the Iron Bowl to Auburn in the first place, the one and only Pat Dye. That's next. Stick around.
Reggie Ware powers in for the touchdown. Auburn takes a 23-22 lead with a minute to play. Alabama's Mike Shula waits and waits. Greg Richardson comes open and somehow gets to the sideline to stop the clock with just 6 seconds to go. Van Tiffen boots a 52-yard field goal with no time remaining. Alabama wins 25-23 in one of the best college games of all time.
We hope you're enjoying our Iron Bowl 93. We are live from Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn. This game will be played here tomorrow, probably more than any other reason because of the iron will of Pat Dye. He was very instrumental in getting that 1989 game, known as the first ever, here to Jordan-Hare Stadium. Last week, we spent a morning with Coach Pat Dye, and we reminisced about that 89 game and some other things.
That's the first thing Coach Bryant said to me when I talked to him after I got to Auburn. He said, "Well, I guess you'll want to move." I said, "You're right." And he said, "Well, you ain't gonna move it for the next 4 years," because we had a contract that actually went through 86, 87, and
I think it was 87. Yeah. Pat Dye played a key role in bringing the game to Auburn. The success of the early 80s led to the expansion that made Jordan-Hare Stadium the largest in the state. When the Birmingham contract ended in 1987, the two schools agreed that Auburn could bring their game to their stadium. You may wonder why Auburn's home game in 1991 was played in Birmingham. In his book, In the Arena, Dye says that was a compromise for the city of Birmingham. The Tiger Walk became a tradition for Auburn players during the Dye era. 2 hours before game time, the team leaves Sewell Hall, walks down the street by the baseball stadium to their dressing room in the south end zone. There was never, and may never be another, Tiger Walk like the one that day, December 2nd, 1989.
My biggest concern when we got to the dressing room after going through the Tiger Walk was what in the world would I do to try to hold that emotion to kickoff and for another 2 hours during the course of the contest. But it really wasn't a problem. It was kids were ready to play, and we had a good football team, and the rest of it took care of itself.
Once the game started, quarterback Reggie Slack electrified the home crowd with a long pass to the speedy Alexander Wright. Moments later, James Joseph powered in for the first touchdown.
You know, we probably wouldn't have called that play, but we scripted the first 10 or 12 plays that day. And that particular call, I think, came on 3rd and 5.
Right.
Where you normally wouldn't throw a long pass, you just try to make a first down. But we went ahead and threw it, and Reggie and Alexander made the play.
After Alabama rallied to take a 10-7 lead at the half, Auburn exploded for 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals to lead 27-10. Auburn fans will always remember Vic's shot of you dancing down the sidelines when Alexander Wright went in and out of bounds and caught that pass. Remember that?
Well, it was actually pass interference on the play, because when the defensive back hit him, the ball was in the air, and of course Alexander had enough ability to come back in bounds and make the play, and it was a great play and a big play in the ball game.
Darrell Electron Williams, who battled knee injuries his entire Auburn career, scored his most memorable touchdown.
It's just a shame that his physical, that he didn't get a chance to display the kind of physical ability he had as a junior in high school, because he'd have been truly a great college back.
Gary Hollingsworth brought Alabama back with a touchdown and a field goal to trail by only 7 late in the game. An onside kick failed, and Auburn's Win Lyle kicked his 3rd field goal of the day to ice the game. 30-20 was the final score.
The game was secondary to me is to the event. The fact that Alabama was coming to Auburn to play. And, of course, us winning the football game and playing well that day was kind of icing on the cake.
And what of Pat Dye? Well, these days he's a gentleman farmer overseeing horses and cattle on his farm just outside Reeltown. Pat and Sue are building their dream home, actually restoring an old antebellum home they had moved to the farm.
One of these days, maybe we get it finished.
Well,
it's fun watching it go up. It's fun watching them tie the old house into the new.
You like those 12-foot ceilings, I guess, huh?
Well, actually, they're 14 foot.
Oh, okay. Is that kind of what you were raised in?
Wasn't quite that big. This old home here is a little nicer than the one that I was raised in. I think it'll be nice when we get through with it.
And Vic says there are some nice bass in that lake. Pat Dye and Sue will be here, of course, for the game tomorrow. In our conversation with him, he told me one of the great thrills of his life has been watching this team this year, and particularly enjoying the seniors have some success after the things they've been through. We'll return in just a minute with our Iron Bowl 93 with the up-to-date word from the two head coaches.
The game comes to be known as the first ever. Alabama travels to the Auburn campus for the first time. 65,000 Shakers leave a pale blue and orange haze over Jordan-Hare Stadium. Reggie Slack sets the tone with a long pass to Alexander Wright. Auburn scores moments later. Unbeaten Alabama battles back to a 10-7 lead before Auburn puts together a 20-point second-half burst and rolls to a 30-20 victory in the first ever at Jordan-Hare.
Fun things about Iron Bowl week is wearing your colors. I know around Channel 12 today it was quite a sight with everybody with their red and their orange and blue on, and you've been looking into that matter, haven't you, Bill?
Yes, I have, and you notice I took the middle of the road. Just stayed
pure
with
white.
That's right.
You got it.
Now, I saw a lot of orange and blue tonight, folks. Let me tell you, I was at the pep rally for the 5 o'clock, but last night had the opportunity to see the excitement in Montgomery over this game. Right now, we'll take a look at the Eastdale Mall. This was Tiger Pride and Bama Fever. And what you can tell by the amount of people, as well as the amount of assortment of memorabilia, everything for the little kids, future Auburn Tigers, future Auburn cheerleaders. And you might be asking, of all that is available at these stores, what is selling best? Well, it seems, when I was there, making fun of the other team is really what's going better than anything else. The shirts that say anything else about your opposer. And one thing's for sure, Bama Fever, Tiger Pride, which is, of course, the same company in Montgomery's Eastdale Mall, as well as the Montgomery Mall, is doing very well. And, Phil, I'm going to tell you right now, the most interesting ones I saw, now the pro-Alabama one, having a bad hair day with a shaved tiger, and hair spelled H-A-R-E. And then the other one that I saw supporting Auburn, what you might not be able to see, and they had the TV blocked out, could hurt you. And so those were some of the more creative.
And some we can't mention.
Some we can't mention, exactly.
You're a newcomer to this. What do you think?
Unbelievable. I mean, I can't get over the excitement that is here even the day before, and it began as early as Tuesday. And I've never seen a more intense rivalry, I can promise you that, and this is just absolutely incredible. There was probably close to 10,000 people at the pep rally just a few hours ago, and it was just phenomenal, phenomenal.
Steve Powell is our What's Happening man around here today. He's somewhere outside. Let's see if we can find him and check in with Steve.
Well, Phil, actually what's happening now is it's quiet, relatively speaking, I guess you could say. I don't know, maybe it's just quiet because we're all still deaf from that pep rally that Bill spoke of just a minute ago. Probably a lot of people are inside the Coliseum right now checking out the basketball team, which is having its opening game tonight, an exhibition game actually against Spirit Express. The rest of them are in the sea of RVs. You can see over my right shoulder. They're resting up after what was a very busy afternoon. What did they do, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. They had a parade, for one thing, about 4 o'clock this afternoon. The parade got underway. Fraternities and sororities getting floats together. It's just like homecoming, except maybe twice as much as homecoming, as some of the folks told us earlier. And then, of course, the big pep rally, as they said, about 10,000 people or so on about 2 acres of land, if you can imagine that. The team was there, and of course, Coach Terry Bowden was there. See, I'm still excited about that. Firing up the fans, asking tomorrow for lots and lots of noise. And then finally, after the pep rally was over, everybody got to take in a great display of fireworks, and that was something else to see. So lots of stuff going on this afternoon, and believe me, the level of pep, you can say, is very, very high on campus, as you might imagine, and it's just a wild hunch on my part, guys, but I'm thinking there's not going to be a whole lot of people getting much sleep here tonight.
Steve, have you checked in with some of the barbecue and stuff that's going on over there with those RVs across the street?
I haven't actually tasted any, but it is kind of wafting over here, and it's kind of tempting.
I think we'll find time to get across there.
Maybe. I'm right with you guys.
Probably the best words, you know, we talked about the pep rally. Terry Bowden got up there with the game plan for the fans and themselves, and it was inspirational to about, as I mentioned before, close to 7,000 or 8,000 people. It was truly incredible.
Speaking of Terry Bowden and Coach Gene Stallings, we'll be back in just a moment with the late word from the head coaches on our Iron Bowl 93 preview.
Gene Stallings, in his first year at Alabama, wins the big one. Ephraim Thomas intercepts freshman quarterback Stan White deep in Auburn territory on the third play of the game. Robert Jones runs it in. Neither team can get much done offensively as Philip Doyle kicks 3 field goals and Alabama ends the Auburn 4-game win streak. Final score, 16-7.
And we're out here at Holiday Inn East in Montgomery, and as Raphael Davis is about to explain, the hype of this game is not only going to take place on the football field.
Salvation Army workers decided to make it a little more interesting for those donating to their Christmas fund this year, and all they had to do was throw a little iron into their kettles.
Well, some of them pick one and drop it in, and I kind of have to tell them which one to go into, and they're all pretty nice people.
Folks at the Alpha Insurance Company chose to put their money where their mouths were when it came to rooting for their favorite team. And thanks to them, over 500 underprivileged youngsters will have a brighter Christmas.
For a total of over $2,000, it'll go to the family court for the children that the courts have had to take from families and to help them have a Christmas. And I think it's a great thing.
It's wonderful. We've already got over 700 children's names on our list for Christmas this year that we're doing. So we need all the money we can get in order to provide them with clothes and socks and shoes and food for Christmas.
And the young at heart at the Capitol Hill Health Care Center proved teen spirit has no age. What do the Auburn faithful think about Aubie the Tiger roaming their halls? Raphael Davis, WSFA News 12, Montgomery.
If you are an employee of the Montgomery Police Department, if you're a Montgomery police officer, I think I know where you were at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Crampton Bowl. The place was crawling with cops, as my friends would like to say. That's what time the Alabama Caravan arrived from Tuscaloosa, and the Montgomery Police Department was under strict orders not to let anybody in. And these guys did their job, too. Alabama assistant coach Brother Oliver, he arrived about 15 minutes before the 2 buses carrying the Crimson Tide players and the rest of the coaching staff. And the police officers would not even let Brother Oliver into Crampton Bowl until Gene Stallings arrived. The Tide arrived at 3 o'clock. They worked out for about 45 minutes in sweats and helmets. And after the practice, we had a chance to catch up with Tide coach Gene Stallings.
Well, we've had a pretty good week of practice, and I think everybody's looking forward to the game. We're getting a little bit better shape health-wise and mentally. You know, it's sort of a mental game from here out, but I think we're ready to play.
Coach, how about Jay and Sherman and David? Are they bouncing around?
Well, they were. In fact, I asked Jay just a few minutes ago how his back was feeling. He said he's feeling a whole lot better, and I did not ask Sherman, but David was feeling better. He was, in fact, he worked pretty good yesterday.
Can you tell during the week how things are going, how things are going to happen on Saturday? Is there any way to put your finger on that?
No, I gave up on that. I used to think I could. I can't tell on Fridays anymore. I used to say, well, we're ready or we're not ready, but that whatever theory I had went down the drain.
What are your plans for tonight, Coach?
Well, we'll go to a movie. We'll have dinner. We'll go to a movie, and we'll come back and we'll have a team meeting. It's what we do every Friday. It's no different.
So the Alabama Crimson Tide right now, as we speak, seeing the movie Demolition Man. I read in the paper that the Auburn folks are going to be seeing Carlito's Way. So draw your own inference from that, depending on which movie will be seen by which team. Gene Stallings earlier tonight was here at the Holiday Inn East in Montgomery. He, as you can see right here, he was posing for pictures and signing a few autographs for some of the young fans that came out to see him. And boy, that lighted up a lot of faces when they got a chance to spend some time with the head coach of the Crimson Tide and get an autograph. What about Terry Bowden? Well, let's go back to Jordan-Hare Stadium and hear from Phil Snow.
Well, Jeff, I don't know about Carlito's Way. I don't even know which way they went when they left here. The team departed a few minutes ago. They're going to spend the night out of town, away from the furor here around the stadium. But before Terry Bowden and the players went to that pep rally about 2 hours ago, we had a chance to talk with him.
How do you feel about team's preparation?
Feel real good about it. We've done everything we can do. Everyone's worked hard. It's time to go play a football game.
How do you feel about your preparation?
Been good. Just like any other game, we tried to prepare, and I'm not sure that coaches are going to decide the outcome of this game. It's going to be decided by those players on the field.
What are you going to do to keep these guys settled down after they go over there? That is some kind of scene.
Well, we look forward to being over there and being with our people for about 10 or 15 minutes, and this is not a players' pep rally. It's a fans. We're going to go say thank you, and then we're going to go back, get to work, get out of here.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Phil.
Well, it's prediction time when we come back on Iron Bowl 93.
Alabama's championship hopes rest on the broad shoulders of what Pat Dye calls the best defensive unit ever in the Southeastern Conference. Early in the third quarter, Antonio Langham breaks a scoreless battle with a 61-yard interception return for a touchdown. Auburn is never in the game after Langham scores, and Alabama is on the way to a national championship.
Well, earlier tonight, I said these two teams were pretty evenly matched, and probably the home field, this throng of 85,000, would swing it 23-20 to Auburn. Now, Shearer, it's time for you to fess up.
Okay there, Mr. Snow. Well, you know how it used to be in boxing when you were fighting the heavyweight champion? It wasn't enough just to beat him. You had to knock him out. I'm going to use that same analogy in this game. I think Auburn comes into the game playing better football in the month of November, but the Crimson Tide is the champ, and until they get knocked out, I'm going to stick with them. Alabama 17, Auburn 16. 17-16, Phil. Does that score sound familiar?
Yes, I remember that. Well, so much for those predictions. The one that really counts are the fans.
And why do you think so?
They got the best coaches, players, and the fans.
Well, I think Alabama's going to win because next week there'll be no more smoke and mirrors played. It's going to come down to who wants it the most, and Gene Stallings has never lost. He knows how to get the team up, and I don't think he's going to lose next week.
Auburn by 40.
And why do you think so?
Because my wife went to Alabama. Oh, we go. Final score, Auburn 40, Alabama -6.
And what do you think?
I think he's probably right, but I did go to Alabama, and we'll see y'all in 2 weeks.
Alabama's going to win the Alabama-Auburn game this year because they're going to put David Palmer under center, and they're not going to look back. And we're going to beat Terry Bowden to a pulp. Roll Tide!
Well, Auburn's going to win it.
Why?
They're going undefeated this year, going all the way.
Game.
Auburn will.
And why?
We're the best team. We got the attitude.
Well, Alabama going to win it because they can do it. I know they can do it. Confident.
We're playing on our grass. They think they're going to kick our you-know-what, but we're not going to let them. War Eagle.
And we're not going to let that offensive Auburn get loose.
What about you?
Alabama's going to win because of Gene Stallings. He come back to Alabama to win, beat Auburn every year.
Auburn all the way, I guarantee you. Alabama has no offense, and we got the best defense in the SEC. Guaranteed. War Eagle.
I like Alabama. I think Alabama all the way.
And why?
They're a better team. Auburn has improved, but I think Alabama still is a better team.
Alabama's going to win because of superior coaching and superior athletes. And they're so superior they can beat them in street shoes.
Why, Auburn, of course.
And to beat Auburn next week because we're the better-looking team. If you look at alumni from one school to the other, it's clear. Obviously. The better-looking team should win. Exactly. That's why.
Auburn! Yes! Yes! We're the best team on radio!
Oh, tell us how you really feel. Kickoff to Iron Bowl 93, 17 hours from right now. Let's send it back to Jordan Hare.
I heard two good stories this week. Early in the week, someone asked Coach Gene Stallings, was the tide turning, the balance of power turning? He looked straight at him and said, we've lost 2 games in 3 years. I thought that was a great answer. And here in Auburn, someone said, it's deer season tomorrow. And another guy said, no, it's elephant season tomorrow. That's our Iron Bowl 93. Thank you and good night.
Iron Bowl, Return to Auburn, has been brought to you in part by Max Federal Credit Union, by Capital Chevrolet, and by WLWI Radio. This has been a presentation of WSFA News 12, Alabama's news source.
Friday night. This year's Iron Bowl. Auburn and Alabama kick off in about 14 and a half hours at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Here's yet another preview with a review of the Iron Bowls of the 90s. 3 years ago in his first season as Alabama's head coach, Gene Stallings' team won the Iron Bowl 16-7, snapping Auburn's 4-game winning streak. Bama won again in 91, and last year the Tide shut out the Tigers in Pat Dye's last game, 17-0. So in his first year to be involved in the big game, Terry Bowden will be trying to break the Crimson Tide's 3-game Iron Bowl winning streak.
Going to take a great effort this week, as I've now looked at a lot of film. Clearly the best defense that we've seen all year, nobody close. And obviously they're 1 or 2 in the nation in most every category defensively, and no one that we've played plays like that. We are planning and expecting just the most physical, toughest ball game of the year.
The last time Auburn won the Iron Bowl was the last time it was played at Jordan-Hare Stadium. That was in 1989. So none of Alabama's current players have ever lost to the Tigers, and they don't want that streak to end tomorrow.
Since I've been here, I haven't lost to Auburn, and I speak for the rest of the seniors, but, you know, each and every week, teams go out and try to beat us, and we just got to treat the Auburn game just like another game. You know, it's hard to say because this is a big game, and Coach Stallings always say every game is a big game, but this is the biggest game.
As far as I'm concerned, and the other seniors, I mean, it's going to mean a lot to us to go down to Auburn and play, but to come out on top and to come out on top in that game will mean a lot. They'll let me know that, hey, I went through Alabama for a year. I never lost to Auburn. I might have lost a couple of games while I was there, but I never lost to Auburn while I was there.
And in case you missed our hour-long Iron Bowl 93 special earlier tonight, you can see it again if you're hooked up to one of the 2 cable companies. Telecable in Auburn and in Opelika will air the program tonight at 10:35, and again tomorrow morning at 9 on Channel 24, and in Montgomery and Prattville, TCI of Alabama will show the Iron Bowl show tonight at 11 on cable Channel 57, and it's going to be a good one tomorrow. Kickoff 1 o'clock. No TV unless you got a ticket to Bryant-Denny Stadium or unless you see it in person at Jordan-Hare.
And there's always the radio.
Always the radio. Jim Fife and company will be doing 2 radio networks, in fact, the Auburn guys and then Eli Gold and the Alabama guys. So
that's right.
A lot of places to tune it in.
And the highlights right here tomorrow night. Thanks, Jerome. Still ahead, we'll take a look at another side.
Going on, the Civil War being played at Autzen Stadium, and right now, a great rivalry this is, and would Auburn be able to stay unbeaten? Well, James Bostic, 70-yard run in the 4th quarter, breaks open a 1-point game. Auburn rallies back to beat Alabama by 8. Even though Stan White, the quarterback, left this game with an injury, the team comes back. Auburn wins. They will be the team to go unbeaten for the entire year. They don't have any more games to play. Steve Cyphers watched it at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
All right, thanks, fellas. Patrick, when Stan went down, were you totally prepared to do what you had to do?
Well, I prayed about it all week, and, you know, I asked God that he'd give me a chance to do whatever, whether it's back up, playing whatever. I've been dreaming about this my whole life, to play an Auburn-Alabama game. You know, it came down to it. They said we couldn't run the ball, and that's exactly what we did then. We ran the football on them. And, you know, I can't give enough credit to our offensive line and running backs and defense. You know, it's just a great team effort. We knew we could do it. We came back in the second half and did it.
How does it feel to finish undefeated and yet end right here?
Oh, it don't matter. We're undefeated now. NCAA told us what we had to do. We won it on the field. We just went out and played every day, you know, practiced hard and won the games. You know, we can't go to a bowl game now, but we did what we could do. We did what they allowed us to do.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Patrick Nix. Back to you in the studio.
Now back to teams that can play.
All the adverse conditions they had to deal with this year, it's a tremendous effort.
Not going to be voted in the coaches poll, but eligible in the bowl poll to be voted because their points in the media AP poll gets doubled. We'll continue here on the Delta Faucet Halftime Report with much more on Rivalry Saturday, the third Saturday.
In order, I'm going to have to sleep on it, but obviously the top 5 teams in no particular order yet are Auburn, Florida State, Notre Dame, Nebraska, and West Virginia. West Virginia goes in the top 5, where I don't know at this stage.
Pino, I agree with you. I got the same 5 teams, except I have Florida State #1. They're obviously the best football team in the nation, the most talent. I think they woke themselves up after that Notre Dame loss. I still think Nebraska should play Florida State for the national title because they're the highest-ranked team that's undefeated and untied. I think they should play in the Orange Bowl as is right now.
Well, we've all got the same 5 teams. Florida State's #1. Then I have to put Nebraska at #2, and they should get a chance at #1 right now. Auburn at #3, Notre Dame at 4, and then West Virginia at #5. I agree with the coach. Florida State's #1 simply because they played the toughest schedule in the nation they've had to endure.
Irish fans will cry, how can you slide Notre Dame below Florida State, even though they beat them by a touchdown? But Florida State, over the course of the season, has been so dominant. It's tough not to think that they're one of the top 2 teams in the country. I think we're moving towards possibly a Florida State-Nebraska Orange Bowl, but both of those teams, it should be pointed out, have very tough games ahead. We have a lot more coming up.
This was the scene this afternoon downtown Auburn at Toomer's Corner. Thousands of fans, hundreds of rolls of toilet paper, an Auburn tradition after big wins, and they don't come any bigger than today. Good evening, everybody. I'm Barry Ammons. Thanks for joining us tonight. Terry Bowden became the first rookie head coach in NCAA Division I history to go undefeated. Backup quarterback Patrick Nix engineered a second-half comeback as the Auburn Tigers capped off a perfect 11-0 season with a 22-14 victory over Alabama. It was only the second trip by the Crimson Tide to Jordan-Hare Stadium. They've lost both times. Most football experts picked the Tigers to finish with a losing record. Their first-year head coach and the players just didn't listen. We'll have all the highlights and comments from both locker rooms in about 15 minutes when Jeff Shearer joins us with sports. We're going to go ahead and get up with the rest of the news now. The boys...
Both sides fought to the bitter end. Unfortunately, with every game, there is a loser. Today, Auburn was the victor, while Bama came out on the short end.
Man, it's the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. It's great to be on the Tigers. Anybody and everybody, thank you, and we love you, and it's AU, baby, #1.
I played a small role in the whole thing, and just, I can't give enough credit to the offensive line and to the running backs and all that for, they carried it at the end.
We knew it inside ourselves. In our hearts. All we had to do was prove. We just came out and proved to everybody.
I was scared to death. They look so strong, but we played as a team, and the team won, and I guess it was just meant to be.
A game like this is going to boil down really to 3 or 4 plays. You either make them or you don't make them.
We're just going to make them a play. We're the better team. And, I got to give Auburn all the credit because they didn't give up.
All in all, we played a decent game. We didn't do the thing we should have in certain situations, and that's what Auburn capitalized on.
Our mistakes really the difference. I think we had an excellent chance to win the ball game and just kind of killed ourselves with penalties.
In the end, it was a well-fought game for both clubs, and the crowd out at Jordan-Hare Stadium today was phenomenal. The 11-0 record left with Auburn with still an outside chance at a possible national championship, but the team needs a little help, and the 6th-ranked Tigers received plenty today. Take a look at the top 5. Remember, Auburn is ranked 6th in the AP heading into this week's play. With the win today, they're sure to stay there and move up because #1 Notre Dame loses to Boston College on the game's last play. Florida State is winning big over North Carolina State as we speak, so it looks like the Seminoles will move into #1 most likely. Meanwhile, Nebraska was idle today. Up next for them, Big 8 rival Oklahoma, so, a loss could be in the making for the Cornhuskers in the future. Miami loses today to West Virginia. Ohio State in its Big Ten matchup with Michigan loses big to the Wolverines. So with their loss, Auburn should make a move into the 2nd or 3rd spot. Great situation going into the bowls. Unfortunately for the Tigers, they will not see any bowl action at all. We also want to mention that in the Division I AA play, the top-ranked team, Troy State, ended the regular season.
How big it is to beat Alabama as the Auburn head coach. Congratulations to Terry Bowden. He's got 3 kids, aged 3 and under, living in the athletic dorm, and just living out a tremendous rookie season.
One thing's for certain now. We all know this. Auburn will be unbeaten on New Year's Day. As I said earlier in my poll, I think they'll be #3 in the bowl poll tomorrow. So Florida State loses to Florida. Nebraska loses to Oklahoma. Auburn goes to number 1 on New Year's Day. Do you consider them for the national championship? I certainly do. They beat Alabama. They beat Florida. They made it through the SEC schedule. It'll make everything real messy.
If there was a championship game, we could match them against the winner of New Year's Day. Let me go over ACC, North Carolina. Coach Mack Brown was...
Now, look easy. The perfect season, it's in the books. Auburn wrapped up the first 11-0 season in school history with an 8-point win over arch rival Alabama. Perfect day for football. Auburn trying to put a big hurt on Alabama. American League MVP Frank Thomas on hand to see the Iron Bowl return to Jordan-Hare Stadium for only the second time ever. Pick it up in the second quarter. Tigers leading 3-0, but here comes Alabama. On the reverse, Kevin Lee goes 63 yards. Nobody's going to catch the fastest man on the Crimson Tide. Alabama on top, 7-3. Not for long. Jay Barker trying to throw out of the Bama end zone. Andre Miller trips him up for a safety. It made the score 7-5. Late in the half from the 19, Chris Anderson on the sweep, tied on top, 14-5 at the half. But second half, all Auburn. Stan White goes out with a knee injury. Patrick Nix comes in for the key play of the game. Fourth down. 15 yards needed for a first from the 35. Frank Sanders out-jumps Tommy Johnson. Then Sanders dives into the end zone. An incredible play to get the Tigers within 2. Early in the fourth, Scott Etheridge connects on the 26-yard field goal. Tigers on top now, 15-14. The Auburn defense made sure the lead would stand up on 4th and 1 from the 29. Terrence Lynch is stuffed for a loss. They were going wild at Jordan-Hare. Then with 2.5 minutes to go, James Bostic puts it away, the 70-yard touchdown run. Another huge day for number 33, 19 carries, 147 yards. Pandemonium on the Plains. Auburn wins it 22-14. No doubt this game was won on the 4th down miracle. Patrick Nix to Frank Sanders, and in his first season at Auburn, Terry Bowden makes a big splash.
It's unreal. You know, I've thought about it all week, and, you know, I do every week. I get those gut feelings that this is the week, and, you know, I prayed about it all week, and just, you know, I just wanted to do my job, and I wanted to be the part, whatever part I had to play, whether it be, you know, signal the plays in, just look at the defenses, tell Stan what's going on. You know, I just wanted to do whatever I could do.
I was surprised. I said, God, it's 4th and... I thought we was going to punt. But Patrick came again and said, oh, it's 4th and 15. Then Patrick said, well, he just said 278 D takeoff. And I was like, what? I thought we were going to punt, but, you know what I mean? I guess it's just something to come in with confidence boosters.
Tommy was in great position. Frank is a good receiver, and he just out-jumped Tommy on that one and made a great play.
You were supposed to be on Sanders on that play? Or?
Well, we lined up wrong. We lined up wrong, and they capitalized on it.
And like always, you just don't ever quit believing. You keep believing in yourself that somebody's going to make a play, and you don't change too much. You keep pounding, and then it just started happening.
So every time we did something, we were penalized. The long pass, of course, we got a reverse for a long gainer, and they got the pass for a long gainer. But, you know, I think the penalties really hurt us. I really do. I feel badly about that.
Alabama penalized 12 times for 117 yards. Auburn was called for 4 penalties for 37 yards. When it was over, the Tigers were celebrating at Jordan-Hare while the Crimson Tide players boarded the bus for a long trip back to Tuscaloosa. Jerome Hand talked to some of the seniors for Auburn and Alabama.
For the seniors on both sides, their last Iron Bowl was one to remember, but for very different reasons. Auburn's Stan White finally got a victory against Alabama. However, an injury knocked White out of the game for the second straight year. Fullback Reed McMillan had a big run for a key first down in the third quarter behind senior offensive lineman Wayne Gandy and Anthony Redmond. McMillan could hardly contain himself when the final whistle sounded and his years of frustration against Bama had ended.
Man, this is a dream year. We ended it all right here. That's it. That's the end of it.
As happy as the Tigers were, the Crimson Tide seniors had to face the reality of losing their final Iron Bowl game. Bama tackle Matt Hammond set a new school record with his 48th consecutive start. But after the game, Matt and the other Tide seniors had to deal with their first loss to Auburn.
Well, that streak right now doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but, you know, a couple of weeks after I've had time to get over this, so, you know, that'll mean a lot to me. Right now, I just wish we won the ball game.
You know, everybody saw the game, so there ain't much more to be said about it. I mean, it's over now. Auburn 11-0. They had a perfect season, and I'd like to congratulate Auburn on their perfect season, and I wish them the best of luck next year.
I don't know, this has been a tough season for us.
Anytime you lose to Auburn, that's a lump in your throat. We just got to try to rebound. We got a SEC championship game December the 4th, and this is gonna be a tough one to swallow. And to go out when everything's against you, and only people believe is your teammates and your coaches and a few select fans, and to win 11 games, I don't even know the word. I mean, I don't know Webster that good to tell you.
While the Tigers' perfect season has come to an end, the Crimson Tide must rebound now and get ready for an SEC championship game in 2 weeks. At Auburn's Jordan-Hare Stadium, Jerome Hand, WSFA Sports 12.
Thanks to a whole bunch of...
From the Alabama Sports Network, this is University of Alabama Football with Coach Gene Stallings. Brought to you by Golden Flake Snack Foods. One taste and you're stuck on Golden Flake. By Coca-Cola Classic and your local Coca-Cola bottler. Always a good call. Always Coca-Cola. By First Alabama Bank, with the strength to make your dreams come true. By your Alabama Toyota dealers. I love what you do for me, Toyota. By Great Southern Wood, makers of Osmos pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't say Osmos on the yellow tag, believe me, you don't want it. By Delta Airlines, we love to fly, and it shows. By Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama, the caring company. By 10K Thirst Quencher, the official sports beverage of the Crimson Tide. 10K, really, really good stuff. And by Likes Hot Dogs. Likes, the right taste every time. Now, with Coach Gene Stallings, here's John Forney.
Hello, and welcome to the Coach Gene Stallings Show, featuring a replay of Alabama versus Auburn, the 58th contest between those two fine schools. Coach Stallings, there's a great second-half effort on the part of the Auburn Tigers to win that one.
Well, it was, and, we had opportunities to win the ball game. Most games like this boil down within a few plays. We've got too many men on the field when they miss a field goal. That hurt us. We get a safety. That hurt us. They complete a Hail Mary pass. We get a reverse. We miss a tackle on a long run, and then we got way too many penalties. We came within one penalty of setting a kind of record at Alabama, and you just can't get that many penalties and expect to. Yeah, we had 8 first half, and that put us in. And then we were first and 15, first and second 25, and then we were only effective 1 out of third time on third down. And when you do that, it's going to be hard to win a ball game.
There were some games with some big plays, and we'll take a look at it now from Jordan-Hare. Jam-packed crowd at Bryant Denny, as a matter of fact, Coach, watching on the
Yeah, it was a big crowd, and we had a little trouble hearing, but I thought that would probably happen. We missed a block right in here, and then it looked like from when I studied the film that we had a chance to get that one started, but we missed a block. This is a nice run right here by Chris, taking the ball on out. We ran the ball fairly well. We just didn't call enough running plays. I think we only here a little razzle-dazzle. We're going to fake a reverse, and we're going to throw the football. And anyway, it was an incomplete pass, and sort of slowed that particular series down. We had to punt the ball to them, and now they're coming out. Really a nice play right there by Andre Royan.
Good day.
Yeah, he did. Andre trapped him for a loss one time, and made a couple of tackles for losses. And it was a lot of good plays on both sides, really. That's 22. Willie Gaston coming up. Getting in on that tackle. Both quarterbacks got injured. Here they're throwing a screen and end up losing about 6 yards. Good pursuit. Maskey Hall makes a lot of tackles. And here's a play that really hurt us now. It was a little miscommunication. Nobody's responsibility but mine. But anyway, that hurt us. And we ended up giving them 3 points when they didn't have to get 3. And then a safety. Here's another good run by Chris coming on now. We were running the toss week and having a little success on that particular play. And anyway, that's 5 points worth right there. There he comes out and throws the ball in, and this is a nice running catch of the David Palmer. He gets the ball and gets it on out around a 25, 27-yard gain. We didn't try. We're getting the ball out here to him pretty quickly at time or two. I think David caught the ball for, caught 4 or 5 passes, but we never could really get anything uncovered deep. We had some receivers open deep and just couldn't get the ball to him. The quarterback was trapped 6 times also.
As you indicated, Coach, Alabama was moving the ball on the ground, and we'll see more action on the second quarter right after these messages. But just about to do something about it.
Yeah, we really have a nice reverse here and get some points on the board, and then we get some more points right. Boyce is a nice tackle right there. Andre made several big plays. In 91, Damian Jeffries is playing hard. Here we're tossing the ball weak, and nice run there by Chris, and we made quite a bit on that play. Now we're going to fake the same thing and run a reverse set at the top of the screen. Here he is coming around. Got a nice block by Jay. Roosevelt Patterson gets out and gets that block. Tony Johnson's out in front of him, and he just really outruns him on into the end zone. About a 60-something yard gainer, and that's Kevin Lee taking the ball on that reverse, and that's really a nice play, and I thought it was an excellent call by Mal at the particular time. It was a 2nd and 2, and I'm sure they thought we were going to go ahead and just go for the first down, and it was a nice call and resulted in a big game.
Kevin's a very fine senior from Mobile.
Yeah, and he has really improved. He makes big plays in practically every ball game for us, and that puts us ahead now 7-3, and then you'll see a little later where we end up giving them a safety, and somewhere along the line we've got to go ahead and get rid of that football. So anyway, it's 7-3. I really thought that William Watts kicked that ball extremely well. He kicks that ball into the end zone, out of the end zone twice, and he's just a freshman, and he's going to be a fine player. This series right here sort of came back to haunt us. Right? Here he is. That was sort of a hook and go, and he knocked our receiver down. And here we get a safety on this play. Getting rid of it right there. Anyway, that makes it 7-5, and then we punt the ball, and we don't get a very good punt. They have pretty good field position, but we don't allow them to get the ball on in. Nice tackle right there by Darrell Blackman, who came in. That's number 44. He's the guy that blocked the field goal against Mississippi State. Here we are coming out, and well, that wasn't much to play. I don't even know why that was in there. Anyway, here we'll go. Defensively, we made several key plays in Mansky Hall and on that particular play. The 4th down play hurt us too later on in the game. This was a nice, it's right for the half. Call timeout a couple of times. Kevin catches it. Now we're tossing the ball back over here to Chris Anderson. Nice block by the fullback, and he puts that on into the end zone. That was a nice block at the point of attack, and that was a good run right there. Something coming down on the field. Here's a replay on the play. Now all of a sudden we've got the game in pretty good shape right there. You know, we played hard, and yet we still had 8 penalties the first half. They had 1 penalty, and that sort of bothered me that we couldn't get anything going because we were 1st and 15, 2nd and 25. Yeah, we get an interference penalty on this play. That allowed them to have another shot at the ball. Anyway, they didn't score, and we go in ahead 14-5, and we'd played tough the first half, and yet we weren't making the 3rd down play.
Certainly had a 14-5 for Alabama, and the second half will be coming your way right after these messages from our good sponsor. So Alabama kicks with the win of Jordan Hill.
Yeah, here we are. Here's William kicking the ball out. I was really pleased the way. And then Brian Deal kicked one 68 yards. We got a short one or two, but he made some nice plays. Here they're throwing the ball on out, and it's an incomplete pass. And it's just a swap of balls there 2 or 3 times. Boy, we bring the ball out, and we get a holding thing. It's a big difference in having that ball on the 50-yard line and having the ball back on the 30. That's past that's on the 35. Now it's brought on back, and anyway, we've got a punt backed up, and Brian Dill, as a rule of thumb, did a pretty good job. Wasn't very good coverage. Just Brian making this tackle right here, and that sort of saved us, because the guy was on his way to a long gain or maybe a touchdown if Brian hadn't gotten it. Here we are dropping back and get an interception right here. Great interception. I feel badly when the player, he's just excited. He's taking it back right there. It does that, and that's the 15-yard penalty. I'm telling you, I just
don't believe that was an intent.
Well, you know, the rule says when you drawing attention to yourself. Anyway, that particular play hurt us. Here he is rolling out and going to run with the football, and we got to wrap our arms around him. He's a big, fine, strong runner, and he made some nice plays, and he got injured, and I hated to see that also. I think that's where he got hurt, really. Then they bring in another quarterback right in here, and he throws the football, and their man goes up and takes it away from ours, and it's a touchdown, and that's not excitement there. I mean, anyway, that's 14-12. We were in position to make a play, and their receiver just made a nice play, and you got to give him credit for it. Throwing the ball over to David Palmer, catches the ball. We had some hard time making third down. Here he is tossing back. Boy, it's a nice play right there by Jeremy Nunn. Jeremy just goes on back to the huddle. He's done it lots of times. He's played well for us, and we're going to miss him. They're going to run a little draw play right in here and do a pretty good job defensively. That's Jeremy Nunn in on that play again. Anyway, into the third quarter, we're still ahead 14-12.
We're still ahead 14-12 in the last quarter of action on a pretty afternoon. Great football day at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We'll be back with the final quarter. Versus Auburn, here's a field goal.
Puts them ahead right there, then 15-14. And we've still got plenty of time. All we've got to do is get the ball down for a field goal. And we got an excellent field. Oh, right there, that guy. That's when Kevin Lee got hurt. That's some of the things you don't like to see happen. You go for your knees, and it's not much you can do. Here he's throwing the ball out, and that was an interception right there. That really hurt us. They got a 15-yard penalty on. I guess that was a late hit or something. Here he is tossing it back. Sherman Williams, he's getting better. Maybe by the time we play Florida, he'll be totally well. But we'll lose Jay, and this is a bad decision on my part. Right here, it's about 3 inches to go, and I felt like we could make it, but we didn't. This is a nice tackle right in here by John Walker. Yeah, I thought we could make that and go on down trying to win the football game. It's a poor decision. Here he is. There was sort of a bad snap. The guy, Lemansky Hall is what the guy done. That's a nice play, Lemansky, but not allow him to get in that end zone, because he was heading toward the end zone, and this is a nice throw and catch to get it out of there. Boy, we were backed up. All we need still is just a field goal, and David Palmer's got the ball, plenty of time. Just got to get a. Oh man, that's so close. Yeah, and he would have gone a long way with that one, but it was just one of those close ones. And then this is a little bit underthrown, and that was an interception also. We still get the ball, but they make a long run right in here. We miss a tackle there. Safety comes up. Sort of a poor angle. We miss him again right there. That's a nice run to their back, and he takes it on in for a touchdown. Anyway, we still got time. You know, now when they kick it, now we're 8 points behind, and I'm still thinking we're going to come back and tie the ball game and go for 2. Anyway, here's Jay in. Jay gets hurt in just a minute. Get that ball on out, and a nice throw to get it out of bounds, Chad. All right, Chad gets it out of bounds. A little later on, we make a great throw into Chris Anderson. Gets the ball on down. That's when he got injured, right there. I hate it for Jay. He plays hard, and he'll be a while before he'll be able to do anything. I'm sure that will require surgery, and he's meant a lot to our team. Ryan Burdorf throwing the ball and trying to get out of bounds, but we didn't, and the clock's still running. We used the timeout. He comes back in here and makes a nice throw. That's a nice throw and catch. And now we still got the ball down about 42, and I'm still feeling pretty good. Anyway, we weren't able to get it in. And anyway, we lose the football game, and it hurts me. It hurts me for the player. Sometimes I just think good things don't happen to them all the time. I worry about that.
Time ran out, 22-14, a great Auburn victory, and we congratulate them. The university feature for today is a very appropriate one, as you'll see right now.
The Alabama-Auburn game, one of, if not the biggest rivalry in the Southeastern Conference. It dates to the 1890s, but for 4 decades, the two did not play. After the 1907 game, there was a dispute over how much meal money the players should receive and how to choose officials for the game. The two schools reached an agreement on those points and tried to continue the series in 1908, but the only available date was November 28th, and the Auburn Board of Trustees wouldn't allow the Tigers to play on Thanksgiving weekend. Throughout the 20s and 30s, several individuals and groups tried to get the two schools back on the gridiron, but it finally took a resolution in the state legislature to encourage a compromise. So athletic department officials from the two schools met in April of 1948.
And at that meeting, Auburn officials readily agreed to give Alabama all the tickets they wanted, and plus other concessions to that particular game. And Mr. Coleman was actually placed in charge of running that renewal game, which, as you said, occurred on December 4, 1948. And the first touchdown came on a 6-yard pass from Gordon Pettis to Butch Avenger, and Alabama went on to win the game 55-0.
And the rest, as they say, is history. For the Gene Stallings Show, I'm Dean Tanner.
That highlights the assistant coaches today is Danny Pearman, one of our young coaches that handles the special teams and also handles the offensive tackles. And came to us as a GA. He earned himself a position, and I think he's going to be a fine football coach.
I think that there's no difference in recruiting as there is for a salesman. The fact that you're selling a product, and our product here at Alabama speaks for itself, both academically and football-wise. As far as the school goes, I mean, the business school there at the university, the education school, the engineering school, every department as far as that goes, the education one receives here at the university is high quality. So that's part of the product. The other part of the product is the football. And the last several years we've spoken for ourselves in that end of it too. So those two ingredients are definitely an advantage in recruiting, especially here at the University of Alabama.
Just want to remind you once again about this great video from Pasadena to Paris, available at all Parisian stores throughout the South. Coach, I just want to remind the folks, too, that there will be no Tide Talk this coming Monday night because there's a basketball game with Spirit Express, airtime for the broadcast, 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets and watch the Tide basketball team play. Coach, we'll play Florida in the SEC championship game. I'm sure you have some comments on that.
Well, I'm glad we win the game. You know, it hurts to lose the game the way that we did, and I feel badly for the players. But that game's over and behind, and it'll take a day or two to forget that one because it was an important game. The setting was the way that you really like it if you're a competitor, and our guys are. We lose Jay. Who'll be playing the quarterback position right now, I really don't know. Florida had a great win, and we're looking forward to playing him December the 4th.
We will have one more Coach Stallings show next week. Right now, speaking for Coach Stallings and the rest of our fine crew, we'd like to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving with your families. We'll see.
This has been a production of the Alabama Sports Network.
you deck the halls.
Third, and there's nowhere to go but up. After beating Alabama yesterday in the Iron Bowl, the Tigers climb 3 spots to number 3, right behind Florida State and unbeaten Nebraska. 2 Bowdens in the top 5. Auburn picks up 6 votes for number 1. How about that? Notre Dame and undefeated West Virginia round out the top 5. 6 through 10 looks like this: Tennessee, Florida, Texas A&M, Miami, and Wisconsin. Alabama falls 6 spots from 11th down to 17th. Yesterday at Jordan-Hare Stadium, the party continued long after the game was over. Auburn 22, Alabama 14. The hard-hitting game took a heavy toll on both teams, especially the quarterbacks. Jay Barker's season is over after injuring a knee in the final minutes, and Stan White's college career came to an end when Stan hurt a knee in the 3rd quarter.
I hate to end my season like that, but there's no greater win than I've ever been associated with. Patrick did a great job coming in and keeping his poise, and the offense got it going, started moving the ball. I've just never been associated with a win so big, and heck, my knees kill me right now, but it doesn't feel near as good as the way I'm feeling.
Jay got his, it was a ligament on Jay's injury, and of course he'll be out for a long time. And Kevin Lee, I don't know exactly when, he got a pretty bad lick to it.
This team right here, whether people say is the best athletes, I wouldn't even kid anyone about that. This team could go on that field, take our stands and stick them in those stands. In some way, they would beat anybody in the country. And now, they may not vote us, but some when it's there, it's there. When there's chemistry, when the spirit it was so big between the fans and the players as it was this year, the game is a team game. It would happen.
Who can argue with him?
Oh, looks like this guy won that contest to see who could get closest to the field at Jordan-Hare.
You want to go to Johnson Malone one day, you said they're going to have a lot more.
It was the day after, all right, the day after Iron Bowl 93, that is, and these shoppers weren't looking to return or exchange anything.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm fixing to leave to go back there, and I figured it'll be a few days before we can get T-shirts.
There's just nothing else but Auburn. My husband was born and raised in Auburn. That's all we know is Auburn. They're wonderful. I love to see it on this side of the store.
But next door, things were not quite as hectic.
Well, it's just kind of strange that the Auburn side is totally packed and there's nobody on the Alabama side. It's like all the Alabama people they've just decided to hide today because everybody was so for Alabama was going to win. They were going to come back and beat the Tigers, and they just didn't.
As you can see, walking through the Bama side of the store is no problem, but Crimson Tide fans say, hey, they know how to offer a little charity.
Well, you have to give them a break. I mean, they got to win every once in a while. But, once every 4 or 5 years, you have to let them win to encourage them. So it'll be a good game.
My daughter made me.
I think she's a War Eagle Tiger fan.
Yes, she is, and I'm an Alabama fan, but I have to stand over here and buy the shirt.
Did you lose a bet?
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact.
The owners of the Bama Fever Tiger Pride store say even though they were having a tough time keeping the racks full, they were glad to have the business. Raphael Davis, WSFA News 12, Montgomery.
Well, clerks say before the stores closed last night, Tiger fans were lined 2 stores down the mall waiting to buy stuff, and the stores opened its door an hour early today. And if you'd like to see the highlights from the game one more time and hear what Coach Bowden has to say, stay tuned for the Auburn Football Review. It's coming up next. Have a safe holiday weekend. We'll see you again next weekend. Good night.
This football team in here, if there's ever been a true champion, you have stood the test, paid the price, done everything that you can do when you got an O at the end of it, men. That's all you can ask. And you've done it in style and you've done it in class. And I congratulate you. And I ain't got to tell you what you mean to me. And I shall enjoy this cigar.
Now listen, man. Today, and I don't have to tell you, but today, you have set the standard. The greatest football team ever played at Auburn University, 11-0, because of what you did on the field, 11-0. It's never been done before. There's better teams, maybe. There can be better, but you have done something nobody else can do, and no one will ever take it. You'll be the benchmark that they look to. And then one more thing. Absolutely. Today, I became an Auburn man. And I can't believe it took so long.
This is the Auburn Football Room.
Auburn's dream season is complete. Auburn 22, Alabama 14. Congratulations, Terry Bowden, on a record-setting year.
Well, I can't say enough about it, all the players and all the people and the fans. I really think we could take this team, if we could take our fans with us on planes to anywhere in the country, this team would beat any team in the country. And I think those pollsters need to step up and look at this team now, because this team may be the best team in the country.
I can't think of a better way to go into the dressing room now and talk to some of the players after this marvelous Saturday at Jordan-Hare.
Oh, how many times I've heard you say, I have to be ready, I have to be ready, I have to stay in the game.
It's unreal. You know, I've thought about it all week, and, you know, I do every week. I get those gut feelings that this is the week, and, you know, I prayed about it all week, and just, you know, I just wanted to do my job, and I wanted to be the part, whatever part I had to play, whether it be, you know, signal the plays in, just look at the defenses, tell Stan what's going on. You know, I just wanted to do whatever I could do.
I hate to end my season like that, but there's no greater win that I've ever been associated with. Patrick did a great job coming in and keeping his poise, and the offense got it going, you know, started moving the ball. You know, I've just never been associated with a win so big, and heck, my knees kill me right now, but it doesn't feel near as good as the way I'm feeling, you know.
Tony and I, you know, said, you know, if we don't do it, we're going to lose. We had to do it with this team.
Is somebody on fire here?
I think it's Harold.
What turned it around? What turned it around, Damon?
We just believed in ourselves and came out in the second half, played hard, played together, and we pulled it out.
Ain't nobody take this away from us. It's the best year it's made 5 years. It's beautiful. I love it. When my grandchildren are on my knee and I'm sitting there sucking on Werther's Originals, I can sit there and tell them about the great day that we beat Alabama and went at 11-0.
We gave them, you know, 2 touchdowns this year, but still, they didn't come away with the W, though. It's ours. And Auburn is back.
Patrick came in, did a great job as far as coming in and take over. I can't take anything with Patrick. He's a great quarterback. He's going to lead them to a lot of more success in the future. He did what he had to do. He came in. That's what we've been doing all season. People have been stepping up and, you know, doing what they had to do. He did his part. So, hey, we're 11-0. We're champions.
To go out when everything's against you, and the only people believe is your teammates and your coaches and a few select fans, and to win 11 games, I don't even know the word. I mean, I don't know who else is that good to tell you.
I thought we was going to punt. But Patrick came against and said, oh, this is 4th and 15. Then Patrick said, well, he just said 278 D takeoff. And I was like, what? I thought we were going to punt, but, you know what I mean? I guess it's just something to come in with confidence boosters. Coach Bowden did a great job of calling. I mean, you know, he stepped it up when he had to.
And Antonio didn't go to your side that time.
Nope. Coach Bowden had read it that Tommy Bowden had read that he was playing me just to the field and wasn't playing me to the boundary. And they kind of had tricked him up with that play. And I guess I was on gas then. It wasn't no haps.
Stan being hurt, Patrick had to come in and step up. And like I say, he hadn't been playing that much this season, you know. But everybody, we knew we had confidence in him. And like I say, he came in, threw the touchdown, and got his team started. And Coach said in locker room before we went back out there, we went out to run the ball. And like I said, we just geared down and got with the running game, and then like I said, it was working for us.
What a player, Coach.
Well, I mean, there's so many of them. And, you know, at halftime, I said everybody believes they're going to be the guy to make a play that wins the game. And if everybody tries, one of you will make it happen. It was Patrick Nix, and I'm not sure everyone would have guessed it would be Pat Nix.
Wonderful story. Okay, due to our time constraints, we're just going to show you a couple of 3 plays of the first half. And it was during this time, really, that you established the things you had to do to win the game.
Well, in the first half, it was a strategy battle. Our seniors come onto the field, but you'll see the first half, it was a battle. I mean, I'm sitting there trying to find a way to get past the line of scrimmage, and they had an excellent defensive plan. We could not get much past the line of scrimmage, and our defense was doing well. They had a couple of big plays. But really, one of the key factors of the game was Wayne Hall and our defensive strategy to take David Palmer out of the game.
Don't let him run after the catch.
He was not a factor in this game whatsoever in any phase of the game, and we go ahead 3-0. But they had 2 big plays, 2 big offensive plays. I think 3 plays for 2 scores.
Right.
And really, those were big scores. And you'll see here again where they get the ball to a great athlete, but see, game tackling is so important. You can't beat a one-man like that with one guy. You have to have a lot of people in our team hustling to the football field. I'm very nervous. It was my first Auburn, Alabama game in my life, and I was very nervous. Great pressure on their fine quarterback, Jay Barker. And defense, it was just intensity for 60 minutes. And to give us a 7-5 game, I think we haven't seen the safety yet, but you're going to see another coverage.
That was just the safety, but you know, the kicking game was so vital with this guy. He can beat you so many ways, but he never got started.
That's right. And again, the funny, because the first half, the highlights are our ability to contain Palmer, and that being an important strategy of the game was very, very critical to the final outcome of the game.
And so it was 14-5 at the half, and I think some of the fans, maybe including myself, did not believe, but this team has come back 7 of the last 8 games. So
well, you know, it was a very frustrating first half because, again, Brother Oliver, their defensive coordinator, had put a defense there that we could not beat. They had us in a situation where they had us in the right fronts. Their personnel was matched up, and they were just beating us. There's no excuses. They were just beating us. So in the second half, there was no change. Someone had to step up. It was going to be player against player. In the second half, some players stepped up, and the big plays made the difference. In the second half, our defense played well the whole game.
And they certainly did. And we'll be back to see that exciting second half in just a minute.
For hard hitting.
We move to the second half of play now. Get your pen and pencil out because we have some important information for you, telephone numbers and such that we'll give you in a few moments. Time to play, Coach. Down 14-5.
I walked a pair of shoes off my feet, I think, in this game. And again, the first, I'm going to tell you, people always talk about the turnaround offense, but the defense changed the game because the way they set the tempo in the opening series is for Alabama. Sack after sack. Look at that. Look at Anthony Harris jump over top. And 2 sacks in a row. Ended up being 4th and 29 and gave us some field position. Here you'll almost see, and here's a great punt return. Almost a breakout right here. If the punter hadn't made the tackle, it was going to go all the way. It gave us great field position there that began to get at the game swung around now.
Now you have an interception here, but still the momentum doesn't swing with the interception.
No, we did. Now we were mixing it up. We were mixing it up. They tried to make something outside. Wow. Just great pursuit and great effort to pursue.
3rd and 7 right here.
Right here, we're just making the plays. Again, defensive hustle, defensive effort, and we begin to have the plays, and Stan gets this thing going now. Watch the great effort. They cover the pass. Watch this now. Wow. He makes it by 1 yard on 4th. You don't win games unless you do things like that to make a play like that. Reed McMillan comes in. Now we're beginning to bust it. We've got him watching the pass. We've got the things going east and west so we can get back inside. Stan now gets the ball down to the 30 with a beautiful pass to Frank Sanders. And now you've got him guessing a little bit. It took a while.
2 plays later, Stan is injured, and here comes Patrick Nix on 4th and 15.
Well, it was 4th and 15. He wasn't warmed up, so we threw a short side takeoff. Beautiful play. I don't see any pushing off or any penalties whatsoever on that play. Just a beautiful play by Frank Sanders and a beautiful pass that was thrown high for a completion. And that was the turning point, I think, in the ball game.
Now this place is going crazy. It is rocking.
Well, the number of the fans, if you knew how much you can help a football game or involved, number maybe of procedure penalties that are caused by players that can't hear. And here comes, James Bostic. All you got to do is keep feeding the ball, and it's going to happen. He's powerful, he's tough, and he says, bring me the ball and bring it to me.
3rd and 2.
Great 3rd down play. Great play. Alabama was 1 of 13 on 3rd down conversions, and we were 6 for 18.
6 yards rushing in the second half.
They had 6 yards rushing. We had 38 minutes of control clock to their 21, and we had 218 yards of rushing. Those were the things that helped us win a ball game.
As the fourth quarter begins, they hold on the goal line, and you kick the field goal to go ahead 15-14.
Well, that's the one that put us up. Now we turn the pressure over to them. They've got to score to win, and they've got to kick into the win in the fourth quarter. There again is team. Look, watch how many people come to jump on and help. Kevin Lee was hurt, but thank goodness he was able to walk off the field. And boy, it was a physical game. It was big play here now. Watch the big play. Brian Robinson makes a big interception, brings it back down. Now we've got the ball in their territory again. But I'm going to tell you, that was a very physical game. If you ever thought you wanted to go out there and play a game like this, you better be tough. People were knocked around all day. Right here's a critical third down.
3rd and 3.
And it puts up a fourth and inches. And Alabama decides to go for it here early in the fourth quarter. He doesn't even come close to the line of scrimmage. And it's just by a host of tacklers, let's just say. Great defensive charge, low and hard. And it puts us down there deep in their territory. And now Patrick Nix comebacks, gets a little under route. Watch the effort now, the fullback. Everything's extra effort at this point in the game. Everything is heart and desire. There's the great run down here. It puts it down inside the 10-yard line, down to 3. And a critical series here that makes the game a heart stopper for everybody.
Let's remember, Alabama's a great defensive football team.
That's right. They did a great job. That's not a fake field goal. It's a muffed snap. Not a great call, a muff snap.
Scott Etheridge's got to work on his blocking.
That's right. And here we are. And boy, I tell you, all I could do was see was 8 points. Touchdown, 2-point conversion, Tennessee game for Alabama. And somehow this game could be hurt. Darrell McGee, great interception there. Great comeback. He got beat against Georgia on a big pass play. He makes the great play, Darrell did. And now we've got a chance to continue to get our drive going.
Tony Richardson kills that linebacker.
Killed a linebacker. Watch him use his blockers. And he was not going to be stopped this time. James Bostic is, everybody's here 140-something, 143 yards for the day. If he's not, everybody's all SEC. I don't know.
And the hardest lick he took was when Tony hit him in the end zone there.
Tony, I don't know where Tony's helmet went between the line of scrimmage and the goal line, but he tackled him full speed.
Now it's Hold'em, that one final time.
Well, again, look at the pressure after pressure after pressure. You've got to give the Alabama young men a great effort. They gave great effort, and they never quit Alabama. This was 2 great football programs playing the greatest rivalry in the country, and it went down to the wire. But look at them come back. Jason missed a sack there. And
one final time now.
And all you're thinking is Palmer going to make one play? That's all you could think the whole game. Right here, one interception could stop it, but it wasn't going to be, and every play just kept it going. And then it ended. It was a great, great win.
Oh, my, what a victory, what a victory. One for the folklore of Auburn football.
Well, like I say, this was a win for everyone at Auburn. We could not have had the season that we had without Coach Dye, who brought this thing back to Auburn, who brought that game to the Plains where it'll never leave. Without those fans who this year showed that they could be the best in the country.
Okay, we'll be back in just a moment with some very pertinent information. Get your pen and pencil.
To make sure they're happy.
Is that him? That's him.
You see, there are 2 key elements in the banking business. One being your people, the other being the level of service you provide.
That's Coach Bowden.
At Colonial, a customer can always count on getting the best of both. Good people and great service.
Looks like a good man, doesn't he?
Yep, the man's done a good job.
For week, the Auburn Network is preparing a highlight video of the Alabama game. A lot of exclusive video, a lot of great things that you wanted to see. The title of the video, Victory at Jordan-Hare, Part 2. It's only $19.95. It will be available at Parisian stores beginning December 1st. J&M and Andrews bookstores will also carry the video. Now, the network is also working on a season highlight video, which will be out very soon. It's called Attitude, the story of the 1993 Auburn Tigers, available in early December, well before Christmas. It will sell for $24.95, available at Parisian, local Auburn book outlets. They're also working on a hardcover book chronicling the 1993 season. I should say a softcover book. It's $14.95, available at Bookland, Books A Million stores, as well as local Auburn outlets. Now, that's the phone number where you can order all 3 of those. The phone number is 1-800-488-3883. We will give you that number one more time before the program is over, and we will be right back for the biggest celebration you have ever seen. A post-game like we are about to see, it's the last game of the year, and such a situation, Coach. I guess the fans and the players and everybody just felt that they had to stay and celebrate for a while.
Well, it was just an occasion meant for everyone, and I think you know, you can't plan it, you can't decide what's supposed to happen. We thought we would try to get out and say something early, but that really didn't work all that well. It just has to happen, and I mean, it was cold. That was real cold. It's the greatest thrill of my life. I've had being a part of that. My wife and I.
Well, the first thing you have to do now, you have to go through the regular stuff. You have to greet the other coach.
The ritual thing, and again, Coach Stallings very gracious there at the middle of the field, and the fans and the players. Of course, this is a game about players. It's not a game about anything else but players that probably went to high school together, grew up in the same neighborhoods, and sometimes were made out to be a lot different, but they're not.
And the Alabama fans are still in the stands.
It was just a great day, and I wanted to go see the students. I'll tell you, our students have become a big factor in the future of Auburn football again, and I want to come over and see the stands over here because everybody was such a part. I was so proud of them. It started at the pep rally Friday night. It all started, and we had a little pep rally, and it all started.
It was amazing, wasn't it?
It really was.
Gee whiz.
And the stands out there, his knee doesn't hurt at all after the season he had. And
what a way to finish his career after all he's been
Wayne
through.
Hall, I tell you, the guy's done so much for Auburn and been such a special part. It's just to make sure he stays with us forever.
Look at perfect attitude on the matrix board.
That's what it's all about. It's not a new attitude, it's a renewed attitude. That's all it is at Auburn. There they come.
Breaking out the cigars.
Well, these guys wouldn't smoke them because their mamas watched this show. I did. My mama watching, so I definitely wasn't going to smoke a cigar. And there's all the players so happy. And the coach died to come and be a part. Coach Trickett is one of the best country dancers.
What a job he's done.
Oh, he's done a marvelous job. I knew it. I knew when I wanted it, and I got the job that I got to hire Rick Trickett. There's a lot of great coaches. He's one that I totally believed in. But and he's about my height, which makes it nice. But Reed McMillan has kind of always been the spokesman for as long as I can remember. I think the person who orchestrated this team and brought this team together, I was honored to share the stands right there with Coach Pat Dye.
11 War Eagles in the dressing room this year, Coach. That's
I was going to say, nobody ever told me, do we do the War Eagle if we lose? I don't know. I've never been there.
No,
somebody better tell me. I don't want to know. But, and I think we all know that we've been through a very special season. And we have set the stage for building a future, recruiting-wise, completely, that's going to help. There are going to be some losses somewhere in the future, and there are going to be some, but we have built the foundation of an Auburn program that can go up and match anyone in the country.
Back with the final word in just a minute. That phone number up one more time for the three products, the highlight videos and the soft cover book, 1-800-488-3883.
And, you know, I'd just like to take this time, too, to thank all of our sponsors. You know, seasons like this, programs like this couldn't be possible without a lot of people giving a lot of support, and we need you now. We need you in the future. Thank you so much for what you've meant to us and continue to mean to us.
Coach, this Auburn story may not be over. It rests in the hands of some AP voters, really.
Phil, that's exactly right, and I'm dead serious. If we're the only undefeated team at the end of the season, I want those AP voters to get out there and vote for the best football team, the 11-0 Auburn Tigers, if that's the way it goes.
Going to spend Thanksgiving with the family?
I'm gonna be there with my father down there in Tallahassee. I don't have a house yet, and hope they win a couple more.
All right, we will see you next year on the Auburn Football Review.
Coach Bowden's apparel provided by The Locker Room. This has been the Auburn Football Review, brought to you by...
Tell you what, it was literally, we have not had a chance to speak on the air, but it was literally a dream come true for Auburn and for Patrick Nix.
Yeah, you know, a couple of weeks ago, there were 6 or 8 things that had to happen for Auburn to have a chance at well, 4 or 5 of them have happened, and now there are not so many things that have to happen. Is Auburn's dream season over, or is there a final chapter yet to be written? Well, here are a few things you might ponder. The only meaningful national championship that the Tigers can win is the Associated Press title. They jumped from 6th to 3rd in this week's ratings after an improbable weekend of upsets, including Notre Dame's embarrassing loss to Boston College and Miami's defeat at the hands of West Virginia. Now the only Florida State and Nebraska are above them. Number 1 Florida State must play number 7 Florida this Saturday at Florida Field, where Steve Spurrier's Gators have never lost. Florida State proved it was no super team by falling to Notre Dame. Number 2, Nebraska hosts 16th-ranked Oklahoma on Friday of this week. An Oklahoma win there would certainly improve Auburn's chances. Auburn, which cannot go to a bowl, could be taken out of the title picture early should Florida State win at Gainesville this week and Nebraska beat Oklahoma. That would, in all probability, match number 1 Florida State and number 2 Nebraska in the Orange Bowl, and the winner would be the AP National champion. Well, NBC's Today Show host, Bryant Gumbel, does not have a vote in the Associated Press poll, but after what he said this morning on the Today Show, Auburn fans wish he did.
Saturday's ball game, huh?
Yeah, that was an exciting game.
So who do you
Boston
think,
College,
who do you
Notre
think,
Dame.
Who do you think
really
is number
exciting.
1?
I don't know. I don't know.
Really? Who would you vote
No,
for?
I'm not. Bucky's telling me West Virginia, and I know that's not right, is it?
Auburn.
Nebraska?
Auburn.
Oh.
Auburn. Station break.
Now, I bet David Housel will give Bryant Gumbel a seat in the Auburn press box to any game he wants to see next year. Troy State could bring a Division I AA
A dream season.
magical season.
This has got to be an incredible 3 months for Terry Bowden.
All of the adjectives apply in this one. Terry Bowden, who, by the way, has been named National Coach of the Year by the Sporting News, would like for Auburn to win the Associated Press National Championship and his dad's team, Florida State, to win the CNN Coaches Poll national title. At an Auburn news conference today, Bowden also responded to post-game comments by Alabama coach Gene Stallings, who criticized the officiating in Auburn's win over Alabama and said he was told that Auburn wide receiver Frank Sanders pushed the defender in order to make the touchdown catch that turned the game into Auburn's favor.
I thought we won the game because we played hard and played the best football game. I think officiating was outstanding in that ball game. I looked at every penalty. We had more holding penalties called than they did. They were just declined. Illegal procedure penalties are ones the officials have they have to call it. It's done before the snap of the ball. And the touchdown that we threw, that there was pushing, anybody that saw the film saw there was no pushing whatsoever. It was a perfectly played ball. It wasn't even close. But the player that got beat said there was. And so now, I don't think officiating had anything to do with the outcome of that football game. Penalties did, but not officiating. But as far as the relationships with Coach Stallings, if we're not close, it's because we come from different age groups, different backgrounds, and we coach against each other as rivals.
Last Saturday's game was tough on starting quarterbacks. Both went down with knee injuries. Stan White had arthroscopic surgery on his knee yesterday in Birmingham. It went well, and Stan says he'll be ready for the 2 All-Star games he's been invited to play in. Alabama's Jay Barker is scheduled for reconstructive surgery tomorrow for a torn anterior cruciate ligament. There's no word yet on his availability for spring training. It's Turkey.
Coach of Auburn University in Tallahassee, Florida, and really we have to say it's a good thing maybe you're on probation because you're at your dad's house. Maybe they wouldn't let you in there next year if you're not on probation. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
We have to ask you, because as you look at the scenarios, there is a possibility that your team could end up ranked #1 in the AP poll. But you need your dad to lose at some point. Does that mean that you sit at home today rooting against your dad, or maybe on New Year's Day as well?
I can't do it. I think if I ever had to root against my family to win a football game, I'm going to get out of the business. Whether I cheer for them to win or lose is not going to affect the outcome of that game. Steve Spurrier, the Gators, and the Swamp's going to make the difference there.
Take a look at your season this year. You go into Auburn, the team's on probation, they're coming off a losing season, the expectations aren't high. Somehow you reel off 11 consecutive victories. Can you recap it some for us?
Well, it started with the first game. We played Ole Miss, a team that beat us 45-21 last year. If you win that game, I think your players start to feel that they can win games again, that they have confidence again, that they can beat teams that beat them last year. With no TV and no bowl possibility, we took them one at a time. And then the Florida game, number 7, was the first one. We beat a team that was heavily favored. After that, I think everybody on our team felt that if we played that way, we could go undefeated.
With the fact that you are on probation and you look at the fact that you've had a terrific season, is there any consideration in your mind thinking of what might have been if you had a chance to play for the national championship?
I think now that the season's over, of course, we look back and say what might have been. But, you know, we were successful this year by not worrying about things we could not control. And this is another thing we can't control. You know, I want these teams to play as good as they play. And in the final analysis, if people determine that Auburn, with their record and the way we played, and maybe the only undefeated team left, if they choose us number one, we'll take it. But we haven't worried about things like that all season, and we're not going to worry about them now.
Terry, we have the SEC championship here on ABC next week. Florida against Alabama. You've played both. You've beaten both. Can you run down that game for us?
Well, I think I'd have to wait and see how many injuries come back for Alabama. The quarterback obviously won't be back. A receiver is out. They're kind of beat up. If Florida wins this game against Florida State, with their heads that morale, I look for Florida to be favored. And the only thing that Alabama's got going is that you just have a hard time beating them at Legion Field. They play with too much pride and too much tradition. If Florida loses to Florida State, it's going to be a severe blow. I think it throws it in Alabama's direction.
All right, Terry, thank you very much. Congratulations on a terrific season. You're number one, we know, as far as the Auburn fans are concerned. Thank you.